American Intervention in Greece, 1943 to 1949. Lawrence S. Wittner. Contents. 9. Containing the Wartime Resistance. 1. The Gathering Crisis. 36. The Truman Doctrine. 70. Controlling Greek Politics. 103. Defending Freedom. 136. The Economic Aid Program. 167. Taming the Greek Labor Movement. 192. The Military Solution. 223. The International Dimension. 254. Aftermath. 283. In recent decades, scholars have spent a great deal of time writing about the origins and development of the Cold War. Surveying the panorama of a world in conflict, they have produced an abundant literature marked by sharply divergent interpretations. Although the debate has grown heated, at times overheated, it has been fruitful, prodding many inside the scholarly community and some outside to reassess positions that once seemed axiomatic. Even so, at present the debate seems to be producing diminishing returns, with much the same data rearranged and reassessed. As a result, a sense of exhaustion may be setting in. This is unfortunate, for the Cold War remains a problem of great magnitude and the debate on its origins and development, while stalled, has never been resolved satisfactorily. If new substance is to be injected into our understanding of the Cold War, it will probably emerge through the case study method, the gathering of new evidence on a country-by-country basis. Of course, in world affairs, the microcosm is never completely typical of the macrocosm, it cannot tell us all we want to know about the global picture. Nevertheless, some lines of investigation are clearly very important and should be pursued with greater vigor. Furthermore, gathered together, case studies can provide a new and richer basis for generalization. At the very least, they will give scholars concrete examples with which to support their favorite interpretations. I began my research on American policy toward Greece with this in mind. The Truman Doctrine of March 1947 was one of the best-known and most frequently cited items of post-war American diplomacy. Yet most scholarly writing on the subject consisted of little more than a pastiche of plotty Tudes lifted from the president's address. Behind the doctrine lay a bitter political conflict in Greece that, as early as 1943, had begun laying the groundwork for the disastrous and bloody Greek Civil War. The international implications of this civil war attracted the intervention of the British and, later, of the Americans, who commenced a massive program of military and economic aid to the right-wing Greek government. After late 1949, when an American-directed counterinsurgency program had succeeded in restoring stability, Greece became a Cold War ally of the United States and a prototype for subsequent U.S. intervention in small, underdeveloped nations. An in-depth study of American policy toward Greece, then, promised to yield important findings concerning the nature and practice of recent American foreign policy. Unfortunately, it is one thing to recommend that scholars embark on in-depth studies and quite another to undertake them. In this case, at least, the task proved formidable. To do the job properly, one must consult a great many documents, particularly government records, so many that I feared for a time that no individual could possibly read them all. Yet, ironically, some of the most vital sources are simply not available. Important U.S. government records still remain classified, although I have managed to obtain a small portion of them through the Freedom of Information Act. Virtually all Greek records, with the exception of Greek diplomatic correspondence located in British and American archives, are also closed to researchers. This would be a better book if I had access to the Greek government's files or, for that matter, to those of the Soviet Union. But government secrecy is a perennial dilemma of foreign policy scholars, who have learned to do the best they can with what is available. The absence of accessible Greek government sources, in combination with my own interest in American diplomacy, has led me to focus my account upon the American role in Greece. In discussing Greece's internal affairs, I have sought to draw on the best scholarly studies available, as well as on 11. The advice of some of the foremost writers on modern Greece. Accordingly, I lay no claim to breakthroughs in the area of modern Greek history. In fact, I will be content if I summarize accurately the existing scholarly knowledge in this area. I do think I have unearthed new material on U.S. policies and programs, material with important ramifications for diplomatic history, Greek politics, and American public policy. Those acquainted with the debate over the origins of the Cold War may have some difficulty categorizing this study and its conclusions. In general, it bolsters the revisionist case, for it emphasizes the open-door concerns of American officials and the limited ambitions of Soviet diplomacy. Yet, in certain respects, its findings should bring some comfort to scholars with a more traditional approach, for it demonstrates that Washington policymakers genuinely feared the extension of Soviet power, viewed the Greek left as a catspaw for masterminds in the Kremlin, and had little interest in exploiting Greece economically. Whatever their theoretical predispositions, however, readers will probably find this a startling, even jarring, account of U.S. government behavior. America's dealings with wartime and post-war Greece are not very pretty, and any attempt to relate them accurately leads, inevitably, to the exposure of official lying, cynicism, and cruelty. It may be useful to keep in mind the fact that the story presented here is probably biased toward the Americans, for I have relied primarily upon their records and those of their British allies. Naturally, the United States is not unique in villainy, and a detailed study of France's treatment of its African colonies or of the Soviet Union's behavior toward its East European client states would also make grim reading. Nevertheless, the nastiness of numerous great powers in world affairs, their wars, their secret police, and their bullying of smaller nations does not strike me as sufficient justification for tidying up this nation's record in accordance with patriotic norms. Quite the contrary, the sooner we remove our nationalistic blinders, the 12. Sooner we will be able to understand the world and provide a decent life for its people. In a number of respects, this book has been a cooperative venture. I would like to thank the Research Foundation of the State University of New York, the Truman Library, and the Eleanor Roosevelt Institute of the Roosevelt Library for Genia, us financial assistance that greatly facilitated my research. I am also grateful to numerous librarians and archivists who located and duplicated research materials, and to those persons who assisted me in typing the manuscript, most notably Angeliki Aratakis and Billy Albrecht. Many scholars and researchers were kind enough to provide me with copies of relevant documents uncovered through their own research, among them George Alexander, Lars Berentzen, Henry Berger, Robert Griffith, William Loveland, Stanley Max, Ioannis Rubitis, and Howard Schunberger. Elias V. Lanton was of particular assistance along these lines. I am also indebted to those scholars who read portions of the manuscript and gave me helpful comments or criticism. Their number includes many of the above, as well as G. J. Barker Benfield, Barton Bernstein, Harry and Angliadakis, Blanche Wiesenguck, Arthur Akirch, George Frangos, John Latrides, H. Peter Crispi, William E. Lukattenberg, William H. McNeil, Martin Sherwin, L. S. Stavrianos, and Joseph Zasek. In the last stage of the project, Stanley Max prepared the index, while Bernard Gronert and Karen Mitchell of Columbia University Press steered the work toward publication. Finally, this book is dedicated to my daughter, Julia Wittner, in the hope that she and other children will inherit a world whose national leaders are wiser and more compassionate. Lawrence S. Wittner, Albany, New York. In this world, he thought, you're either a lamb or a wolf. If you're a lamb, you're eaten up; if you're a wolf, you do the eating. My God, is there no third animal, a stronger, kinder one? Nikos Kazantzakis. Containing the Wartime. Resistance 1943 to 1945. Subversive social forces are continuing to operate powerfully in Greece today. The new growth of class consciousness and proletarian has altered the problem of maintaining British control. Lincoln McVeigh, October 15, 1944 *. American relations with Greece predated the establishment of the United States, but acquired significance for U.S. policymakers only with the onset of World War II. Before the war, America's interest in that land had been based primarily on a respect for classical civilization, sympathy for the Greek independence struggle, absorption of several 100,000 Greek immigrants, modest trading ventures, and sponsorship of charitable activities, features which American statesmen regarded as of limited importance. With the outbreak of the Second World War, then, it was Great Britain long the dominant power in the eastern Mediterranean, which assumed responsibility for the defense of Greece and, later, for its liberation. The war, however, set new forces in motion. In Greece, the collapse of the old order and the emergence of a broadly based, left-wing resistance movement. In Europe and the Near East, the decline of British power and the extension of Soviet influence, and, in the world, a scramble for petroleum resources. These added a new dimension to the situation, one which left American officials far less disinterested than in the past. As a result, they grew anxious at the turbulent situation in Greece and became ever more deeply involved in efforts to control it. 2. Situated in the southeastern corner of Europe, athwart the sea routes to Asia and the Middle East, the small, impoverished nation of Greece was long coveted by the world's great powers. The Greeks had barely broken free from Turkish rule in the early 19th century when the dominant powers of Europe began eluding for control of the new nation. Territorial settlements, royal dynasties, and even political parties came under the influence of what Greeks called the foreign fodder. By World War I, Great Britain had emerged as the major external force in Greek affairs, but in the 1930s it was challenged by Benito Mussolini's Italy and Adolf Hitler's Germany. The Axis powers received an apparent windfall in 1936 when, assisted by Greece's King George II, General John Metaxas assumed dictatorial power in Athens, instituting the Greek version of a fascist state. Yet, though Metaxas borrowed from Nazi programs, he was also a fiery nationalist. Consequently, he refused to submit to an Italian ultimatum in 1940, called to arms to defend their nation against foreign aggression. The Greek people responded with such fervor that they drove the marauding Italians back deep into Albania. As a result, Hitler found it necessary to send in heroic German units. Meanwhile, the British dug in for what they hoped would be a prolonged defense. But the death of Metaxas, coupled with the defeatism of his surviving leagues, led in early 1941 to the collapse of the Anglo-Greek war effort. Together with their Italian and Bulgarian allies, the Germans fastened upon Greece a grim and brutal occupation regime. In the midst of widespread suffering and repression, a vigorous resistance movement arose within Greece to contest the Axis occupation. Although the first acts of defiance were isolated and spontaneous, perhaps 90% of the resistance eventually came under the direction of the National Liberation Front. Organized in September 1941 by the Greek Communist Party and initially staffed by party militants, EAM remained thereafter largely under communist control, particularly at the upper levels of power. Nevertheless, EAM was never a 3. narrow, sectarian affair, but an unorthodox, predominantly non-communist organization, with a membership by 1944 of perhaps 2 million people and armed forces of about 50,000 guerrilla fighters. Thousands of Republican officers, large numbers of women and peasants, virtually the entire labor movement, and a surprising array of clergymen and intellectuals took up the resistance cause. In the course of the war, EAM pinned down 300,000 enemy troops, accounted for enemy casualties in the tens of thousands, frustrated fascist plans for labor conscription, sabotaged German transportation, supply and communications networks, and rescued thousands of prisoners of war, Jews and Allied airmen from the occupation forces. Large areas of the countryside freed themselves entirely from the fascist yoke, establishing radical political, social and cultural institutions which resistance ideologues promised were only the beginning of Locratia, people's rule, in Greece. Along the way, EAM also made many enemies, particularly among those whom it attacked, sometimes violently, as collaborators or rivals, or those who blamed it for the savage German reprisals which followed EAM raids. Even so, EAM enjoyed immense popularity within Greece and, despite the Axis occupation, became the dominant force in much of the country. The development of a left-wing resistance movement was watched with foreboding by more traditional sectors of Greek society. Many former royalists flocked to a succession of quisling governments in Athens, while thousands of zealous anti-communists joined the right-wing security battalions, participating in German-led counterinsurgency campaigns. Most of the old-line political party leaders, while not collaborators, either remained inactive in Athens or departed for Garo, where the Greek government in exile regrouped under the British wing. In early 1943, the Garo government had no plans for guerrilla warfare and even warned loyal army officers in Greece against cooperation with EAM or its much smaller, conservative competitor, EDES, the National Republican Greek League. The leader of the latter organization, General Napoleon Zervas, took to the field only after the disgusted 4. British tired of funding him without results and threatened to denounce him to the Gestapo. Not surprisingly, Zervas ended up secretly cooperating with the Germans. Although the Greek king opposed the German invasion and cooperated, in exile, with the British, his reputation was hardly much better than that of the collaborators among most Greeks. Having helped to install the hated Metaxas regime and worked with it loyally thereafter, the king was stigmatized by years of cruel, right-wing dictatorship. Indeed, he was the very symbol of the old order that EAM vowed to destroy. The British, who had inherited the Mediterranean as their theater of wartime operations, hardly knew how to cope with this situation. After all, Britain was at war, and military considerations necessitated the maximum possible resistance to German power. To stimulate and coordinate this resistance, the first detachment of officers from Britain's Strategic Operations Executive, led by Colonel Eddie Myers, parachuted into Greece in late September 1942. Although the SO mission discovered, to its dismay, that EAM was communist-led, it maintained close if chilly relations with the leftist resistance, supplying it for a time with small quantities of arms and sizable allotments of gold sovereigns. On the other hand, immediate military imperatives clashed with longer-term political objectives. Ever since the 19th century, the British Foreign Office had viewed British control of Greece as vital to protecting the imperial lifeline, particularly the sea routes to India and to the oil of the Middle East. Winston Churchill and the Foreign Office believed that Britain's post-war supremacy in Greece could best be secured by working through the Greek monarchy, an institution to which they also felt a strong sentimental attachment. In this context, the growing strength of the leftist resistance movement represented a significant danger. British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden thus initially opposed any aid to EAM, while Churchill issued the following directive on April 18, 1943, subject to special operational necessity, SOE should always veer in the direction of groups willing to support the king. 5. But so officials pressed for a compromise, convinced by their experience in wartime Greece that London's commitment to a discredited monarchy would only undermine British influence. By announcing that the king would not return until he had received a popular mandate in a post-war plebiscite, Myers argued, the British would knock the bottom out of EAM's anti-royalist propaganda. In August 1943, Myers flew with 6 resistance leaders to Cairo, where they met with the cabinet ministers of the Greek government in exile. Agreement was unanimous, a plebiscite on the monarchy must precede the king's return. Shocked by this militant republicanism, British authorities peremptorily ordered the resistance leaders to leave Cairo, dismissed Myers from his post in disgrace, and laid plans for a violent confrontation. On September 29, 1943, Churchill cabled his chiefs of staff to ready British troops, armoured cars, and brand gun carriers for the occupation of Athens after the withdrawal of the Germans. Responding to an armed attack on EDES by EAM the following month, the British cut off all supplies to EAM, reinforced EDES, and girded themselves for a total break with the Greek left, a break postponed only by the temporary necessity of some cooperation against the Germans. The situation remained explosive. In April 1944, the official Greek armed force in Egypt mutinied, demanding the resignation of the government in exile and the establishment of a republic. Many looked fondly on EAM's government in the mountains. Complaining that the troops had been contaminated by revolutionary and communist elements, Churchill ordered the rebellion arrested and 10,000 suspect soldiers, about half of the Greek armed forces, confined to African concentration camps for the duration of the war. He cabled the British ambassador, Sir Reginald Keeper, that the king not be disarmed to suit a momentary surge of appetite among ambitious émigré non-entities, or replaced by a government based upon particular sets of guerrillas, in many cases indistinguishable from banditti. On April 24, the British appointed a bitter foe of EAM, George Papandreou, as the Greek Prime Minister, pressing him to bring 6. EAM into the Cairo government on a minority basis and to place its armed forces under direct British military control. Leaper need not be in the least afraid of the charge that England is intervening in the affairs of Greece. Churchill told Eden. You cannot be too stiff in handling this situation and making them feel that Britain was capable of giving any of them a good smack over the head. Happy face, anxious to mobilize the support of his Russian ally for British policy, Churchill instructed Eden on May 4, 1944 to draft a paper for the cabinet setting forth the brute issues between us and the Soviet government which are developing in Italy, in Romania, in Bulgaria, in Yugoslavia, and above all in Greece. The following day, Eden initiated conversations with the Soviet ambassador in London, thus beginning exchanges among the great powers which culminated in an agreement that Russia would exercise predominance in Romania while Britain would maintain hegemony in Greece. Nevertheless, despite the complete cooperation of Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin, Churchill remained distraught. His mind was full of forebodings about what will happen when the Germans leave Athens, the Prime Minister's physician entered in his diary. Winston never talks of Hitler these days, he is always harping on the dangers of communism. In October 1944, Churchill and Eden journeyed to Moscow to firm up the Anglo-Soviet understanding in order to have the freedom to save Greece, as Churchill explained to Roosevelt. Ushered into a private meeting with Stalin on October 9, Churchill immediately unveiled his designs. He recalled, "The moment was apt for business, so I said, let us settle about our affairs in the Balkans." I wrote out on a half sheet of paper. Churchill pushed the paper across to Stalin, who, after a slight pause, took his blue penal and made a large tick upon it, and passed it back to us. It was all settled in no more time than it takes time to set down. Happy face. Stalin's willingness to earve up the Balkans reflete not only his satisfaction at his share of the spoils but his relative indifference to Greece. Despite the communist leadership of EAM, the Russians had no direct entente in wartime with the leftist Resistance movement or with the Greek Communist Party until the summer of 1944. In late 1943, Soviet Foreign Minister V.M. Molotov reassured the British of Russian disinterest in Greece, and in early January of the following year, at the prodding of the British, the Russians joined them in urging the guerrillas to unite under the leadership of the Cairo government. Registered in Mary, U.S. Army. Intelligeni reported that, despite claims to the contrary, the Soviet legation in Cairo is lending no support to the EAM movement here. Indeed, the Soviet ambassador, Nikolai Novikov, told a former Greek communist deputy that internal Greek politics was of no interest to the Russian legation. Nonetheless, when the armed forces mutinies began in the spring of 1944, the embarrassed British did not resist the temptation to blame Moscow. The Russians could stop the trouble in a minute if they would, Leaper complained. But as evidence of Soviet mendieta, the British do no more than point to Novikov's privately vowed erotism of British conduit and several unflattering stories in the Soviet press. Although the Russians had little sympathy for British backing of the king and the Cairo government, with the either tainted by fascism, their diplomatie into it remained quite proper. Registered the same not be said of the neighboring Yugoslav partisans, organized by the veteran communist leader, Josip Broz Tito, a Marxist-Leninist militant whose wartime independence and successful armed struggle irked Stalin and intrigued Kiril. Tito felt little besides entente for the old order in Greece. Indeed, he and other Yugoslav communist leaders clashed even with the KKE, which they considered insufficiently revolutionary. As Tito's fortunes rose, he appears to have developed a desire to add Greek Macedonia to its counterparts in Yugoslavia and Bulgaria, thus forming a Macedonian republic within a federated Yugoslavia. This attitude disturbed EAM's leadership, which in 1943 pointedly rejected Yugoslav pressures for a joint Balkan command with Tito's forces, and in 1944 attacked and dispersed pro-Yugoslav armed bands in Greek Macedonia. Tito's regional lieutenant, the imperious Svetosar Vukmanovic Tempo, warned Greek communists that, if they did not hang their attitudes, KKE together with British will find themselves up against the new Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union. Although the two guerrilla movements exchanged information on German troop deployment after January 1944, when they established wireless contact, military cooperation proved more difficult. General Stefanos Seras, the non-communist military commander of Elis, recalled with some bitterness that although the Greek Andorutes repeatedly requested arms and supplies from the Yugoslav partisans and the Russian army, we never received any. Russian indifference to the fate of the Greek left was formally confirmed in the summer of 1944. On the night of July 25, a 10-member Soviet military mission landed on an airfield near EAM headquarters. Although the Orhan feared that the mission presaged Soviet military aid, U.S. intelligence agents reported that moderates in EAM's mountain government believed that the mission would pacify extremists and guide EAM towards participation in a unity government. This belief proved to be well-founded. Headed by Colonel Grigory Popov, the mission questioned EAM leaders, Ioali surveyed Elis' strength, and told EAM to agree to any demands of the national government. It was a stunning blow to Greek revolutionaries. Combined with Novikov's pressure. 9. In Cairo and with the demands of the moderates, led by Alexander Svalos, the highly RESPE non-communist president of the mountain government, it led that August to EAM's Eiptania of participation in the Papandreou Ebanat. In September, EAM played Elis under formal Greek Ebanat control. Registered Svalos, noted Eden, told British officials that the attitude of the Russians showed complete solidarity with the other allies and that they took the line that Greece was a British commitment. From the standpoint of the British government, the results should have been quite satisfactory. In early October, as the German occupation forces withdrew from Greece, Elis tamely garrisoned the nation, awaiting the arrival of the British. Ordered by British General Ronald Scobie to remain clear of Athens, Elis did not enter the city after the departure of the Germans on October 12. 6 days later, when British troops and the Papandreou government reached the Greek capital, they found no sign of the much-feared revolutionary government but only a vast welcoming crowd, including thousands of EAM supporters. Hailing the brave children of Great Britain, our freedom-loving ally, the KKE loyally promised the restoration of order. If EAM had wished to seize control of Athens as the Germans withdrew, nothing could have prevented them, recalled Meyer's successor, C.M. Woodhouse. By no conceivable calculation could a better opportunity be expected to recur. Instead, like its left-wing counterparts in France and Italy, EAM plunged actively into conventional politics. To the disgust of Yugoslav and EAM militants, who championed a more revolutionary approach, EAM leader George Syantos told the press that the Communist Party strongly supported the people's government and the normal development of political life. Happy face, as the British reinforced the thinly garrisoned capital, the Papandreou cabinet moved to tackle the difficult problem of disarming the resistance forces. Convinced of EAM's unregenerate villainy, British leaders remained nervous. We might as well admit it, Britain's resident minister in the Middle East, Harold Macmillan, d. 10. dared with considerable emotion. All the rest of the Balkans are gone. This is our last chance of avoiding the establishment of a communist society. Noting Papandreou's optimism, Eden reported, I am not too sanguine myself about the political situation. EAM remained active and we should be unwise in my judgment to underestimate its strength. Indeed, it was the only really organized party in liberated Greece. Despite the peaceful setting, Churchill was convinced that a military confrontation with his former guerrilla allies was necessary and desirable. Carefully he readied British soldiers and the royalist rump of the Greek armed forces for action. Having paid the price we have to Russia for freedom in Greece, we should not hesitate to use British troops, he told Eden on November 7. I hope the Greek brigade will soon arrive, and will not hesitate to shoot when necessary. I fully expect a clash with EAM, and we must not shrink from it. Happy face. At other times, he fretted that, through foolhardy compromises, Papandreou would deliver a peaceful victory to the left. Everything is degenerating in the Greek government, and we must make up our minds whether we will assert our will by armed force, or clear out altogether, he wrote to Eden. One begins to ask oneself the question, are we getting any good out of this old fool at all? America's president, Franklin D. Roosevelt, shared Churchill's stubborn attachment to the old order in Greece. Noting that the U.S. Navy was scheduled to give a sub-chaser to the Greek armed forces. Assistant Secretary of State Adolph A. Burley suggested in March 1943 that it not be named after the king. Most American Greeks are Republican, he explained, and it is probable that most Greeks are, too. When Roosevelt replied that he wanted the vessel named the King George II, Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles put that matter more forcefully. Remarking that most Greek Americans disliked the monarchy, that their principal organization, AHEPA, has consistently opposed King George on the ground that he is imbued with Marxist theories, and that there have been overt indications of anti-monarchist. 11. Sentiment in the Greek army. Welles strongly urged Roosevelt to change course. 2 days later, Roosevelt retorted that the King of Greece is still the head of their nation, and in view of the fact that other ships had been named for royalty and of the fact that the Greek Navy is known as the Royal Greek Navy, the ship should be named King George II. 3 months later, the British Embassy in Cairo reported happily that from the tone of the President's speech upon delivery of the warship, it inferred that the U.S. government was generally following the same policy as HMG***. Registered. Roosevelt's commitment to the Greek monarchy became evident later that year. On August 18, 1943, the king cabled Roosevelt and Churchill appealing for their support against the unanimous demand of the resistance leaders and Greek cabinet ministers that he postpone his return to Greece until after a plebiscite. 4 days later, Roosevelt, Churchill, and other top Anglo-American officials took up the matter at their meeting in Quebec. According to the official minutes, it was decided that Britain and the United States should continue to support the governments and regimes now recognized by them. Furthermore, it was agreed between the President and Prime Minister that the British Foreign Office should reply to the King's telegram, supporting his contention that he was prepared to return to Greece as soon as possible. Even when the British, briefly, reversed course, Roosevelt clung to this position. In late November 1943, the Foreign Office, worried that it lacked the troop strength to enforce its will, suddenly urged the king to forego an immediate return, contenting himself with the regency until a plebiscite could be held. Arriving in Cairo in early December, Roosevelt took a prominent role in opposition. The Greek and Yugoslav resistance movements were problem children, he told British General Henry Wilson. As for the king, Roosevelt found him stupid, but liked him very much. Accordingly, the president insisted that Georgie should go back to his country with his troops. Shortly afterward, George II met privately with Roosevelt, charging that he was being railroaded and blackmailed by the Brit. 12. Eden recalled that, after Roosevelt's tête-à-tête with the Greek monarch, the president was cold towards me and complained of the way I had been treating the king. The following day, Roosevelt complained bitterly to Mr. Churchill of my conduct, saying that I was trying to deprive the king of his crown and that I had no right to do this. Churchill noted that the president had been much wrought up on the subject. A fact attested to by U.S. Ambassador Lincoln McVeigh, whom Roosevelt warned to dissociate himself from any effort to force the king to a course of action against his will. Happy face, disinclined to press the matter any further, the British reverted to their earlier position. Privately, Roosevelt informed McVeigh that a tiny spot in the Mediterranean, like Greece, has its reputation enhanced if it has a constitutional monarch. As Churchill and the Foreign Office grew more intransigently hostile to the Greek left, the president made no effort to pursue an independent course. When the anti-royalist mutinies struck the Greek armed forces in April 1944, Roosevelt issued a statement of support for British policy, urging Greeks to set aside pettiness and think of their glorious past. McVeigh reported that the Greeks in Cairo viewed Roosevelt's letter as a sign that the United States is backing Great Britain in her policy of interference in Greek affairs. On August 17, Churchill outlined to Roosevelt his plans for dealing with EAM. "We have always marched together in complete agreement about the Greek policy," wrote the Prime Minister. Therefore, he was bringing to the President's attention the danger which seems very likely to follow the German evacuation of Greece, a seizure of Athens by EAM and communist extremists. "I do not expect you will relish more than I do the prospect either of chaos and street fighting or of a tyrannical communist government being set up. Therefore, would the President kindly approve his plans for a British force, not exceeding 10,000 men, which could be sent by the most expeditious means into the capital when the time is ripe?" The President's reply, on August 26, was totally supportive. "I have no objection to your making preparations to 13. Have a sufficient British force to preserve order in Greece. There is also no objection to the use of American transport airplanes." In a meeting with Roosevelt 2 days earlier, McVeigh caught the drift of things. "As far as the Balkans are concerned, he has told Mr. Churchill to go right ahead and run the show." Happy face. Although Roosevelt cooperated fully, the U.S. State Department proved more discriminating. In June 1942, the department's advisor on political relations, Wallace Murray, wrote a long memo to his superiors outlining George I.P.'s chronic unpopularity in Greece, his close association with the Metaxas dictatorship, and the skepticism among Greeks about the king's seeming conversion to democratic ways. Registered later that year, Murray and the Near East Division teamed up to assail Britain's apparent commitment to a restoration of King George II to the Greek throne, whether the Greek people want him back or not. The declared aim of the British government is to bring the Greeks together and to sell the king to them. Happy face. In early January 1943, Foy Kohler of the Near East Division warned that, if the United States assisted in the re-establishment of the king and his government in Greece, we are just asking for internal disturbances in that country. That March, Kohler and Murray presented a memorandum to Secretary of State Cordell Hull for use in his dealings with Eden. If the king can sell himself to the Greek people, despite having let them down several times before, well and good, they argued. The selling job should not, however, be undertaken by a foreign power. Moreover, the British conclusion that only a monarchical regime will assure stable government in Greece seems to us to be warranted neither by the facts of recent Greek history nor by a reasonable analysis of the present temper of the Greek people. Indeed, the return of the king might well involve serious internal disorders and a turn to Soviet Russia. The State Department, then, had discerned the major flaw in Churchill's policy. It was impossible both to restore the king and to stave off a left-wing rebellion. Like so, the State Department worried that British restoration of the Mon. 14. Archie was likely to trigger a Yavile War and a radial victory. In a memorandum of August 25, 1943, Burleigh warned that he and other State Department officials thought that the immediate return of the king would be disruptive. Privately, he noted in his diary, "Our specialists think it means political upheaval and even civil war." Consequently, Burleigh and others pressed hard to modify Britain's stubborn commitment to the king or, at the least, to dissociate American policy from the British. The Foreign Office, though, rejected what it termed the non-committal attitude suggested by the United States government, while Roosevelt faithfully followed Churchill's lead. For the State Department, the result was frustration. The State Department official closest to events in Greece and Cairo, Ambassador McVeigh, felt this frustration keenly. To Mac Veig, a patrician devotee of classical civilization and friend of the president's, the British appeared unnecessarily stupid in their handling of the Greek situation. In a letter of February 17, 1944, Mac Veig warned Roosevelt of the likelihood that if Great Britain remains in the forefront here, playing her old game of power politics with inadequate means, while we remain aloof, the whole area will eventually fall under the dominating influence of Russia. Fearing Ram's popular appeal, he wrote in his diary that the resistance organization was communist and thoroughly non-Greek essentially. When the armed forces mutiny occurred in Egypt, he advised Roosevelt that it was fundamentally different from all previous Greek upheavals, for beneath all its traditional Greek trappings, it was inspired and maintained by an ideology especially associated with Russia. In view of the movement of the extreme left into the national Greek councils, he predicted that when Athens is restored we may look to see a diplomatic game there between Great Britain and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The situation in Greece, he wrote in his diary, is today part of a world situation, and we shall not be looking after our own interests if we ignore it. We all see grave possibilities of trouble ahead in the unchecked advance of Russian interests and influence across the British imperial lifeline. 15. In Mac Veig's opinion, British policies in both Greece and Yugoslavia were sadly misguided, for, despite quite differing approaches, they would establish the preconditions for communist victories. Britain's support of Tito would result in the disappearance of the ruling elites in Yugoslavia and the establishment of a communist, Gestapo-like regime. In Greece, the same result would follow from Britain's heavy-handed reimposition of the monarchy like the State Department. Then, Mac Veig favored concessions to Greek republicanism. In the absence of such concessions, Veig had no objections to British plans to garrison Athens after liberation. As early as December 1943 he wrote that the British will have to send in a substantial force if anarchy, or even a reign of terror, is to be avoided. Even after the painful return of the exile government to Athens, Mac Veig fretted that while for the moment danger of a red terror seems to have been removed, hunger and disorganization may bring it right back again. Though alienated by British policy toward Greece, Veig and the State Department never quite reached the level of bad feeling with the British government attained by America's Office of Strategy Services. After August 1943, about 300 OSS officers worked in occupied Greece, others needed with Greek affairs were stationed in Cairo and Washington. Although some formed close ties with their British counterparts, many particularly within the large contingent of Greek Americans were quite critical of British personnel and policy. They complained of anti-Greek prejudices, right-wing political biases, and plans to restore the king. Our government is justified in looking behind the fiction that is called the Greek government, one OSS officer told a White House aide. An American mission should be sent into Greece to pacify the country by giving them the assurance they want that the king will not return prior to a plebiscite. Registered the British, in turn, reacted most unfavorably to OSS. A British intelligence report contended that OSS was becoming increasingly mischievous. In Cairo they are confined, to the circulation, of the most puerile and false political gossip, while in Greece they are giving arms to Ellis. Happy Face, 16. In July 1944, when the British ordered the withdrawal of OSS personnel from Greece in preparation for an anticipated showdown with EAM, the OSS director, General William Donovan, refused to comply. He explained to Secretary Hull that withdrawal would disrupt U.S. intelligence and put the United States in a false position of acquiescence with Britain's political decisions. By September, the British were irate. Leeper charged that OSS was behind local criticism of Britain's Greek policy, a whispering campaign against Papandreou, and efforts to establish a center-left coalition. Churchill complained directly to Roosevelt, expressing dissatisfaction with Donovan's activities in Egypt, Greece, and Yugoslavia. Despite British charges that OSS was siding with EAM, attitudes within the U.S. intelligence agency varied widely. Many junior officers, particularly in the research and analysis branch and in the field, did identify, at least initially, with the left-wing resistance movement. Especially at the grassroots level of OSS, EAM commanded considerable sympathy and respect. Yet, even here, criticism of British tactics did not necessarily imply support for the left. As matters stand at present, warned an OSS report of August 1943, there is a real possibility of serious troubles in post-war Greece in which the communists can, if they choose, play a leading role. Splitting the communists from their numerous non-communist followers could almost certainly be accomplished by assuring the Greek people that the Allies guarantee them the right to establish their own government after the war. Happy face, at the higher levels of power, in Cairo and Washington, this attitude was clearly predominant. That October, Donovan advised Roosevelt that insisting that the king return prior to the holding of elections will only provoke incidents and consolidate the opposition. Symptomatically, the Pericles mission, the one OSS group established at EAM headquarters, found its efforts at closer relations with EAM frustrated by higher authority. In June 1944, calling attention to the complete cooperation of EAM, Pericles strongly recommended a major expansion of U.S. intelligence operations. 17. Within EAM territory, but met with opposition from Donovan and other top OSS officials. Britain's ambassador, reporting from Washington that September, observed perceptibly, OSS are obviously not enamored with EAM owing to communist predomination. On the other hand, they think we are playing into the hands of the extreme left by not wanting to face squarely the constitutional question. Registered differences over tactics became evident when Churchill initiated plans for Balkan spheres of influence in 1944. Rebuffed by the State Department, Churchill appealed directly to Roosevelt on June 11. The Russians are ready to let us take the lead in the Greek business, he declared, which means that EAM and all its malice can be controlled. Appealing for a 3-month trial period, he asked, "Why can you and one not keep this in our own hands, considering how we see eye to eye about so much of it?" The following day, without informing the State Department, Roosevelt accepted Churchill's Balkan proposal. Registered when McVeigh learned of the agreement later that month, he apparently retaliated by leaking the news to C.L. Sulzberger of the New York Times. The British succeeded in quashing Sulzberger's story. Registered, but they were unable to silence the objections of the State Department. Chastened by the State Department reaction, the Russians apparently sidetracked the agreement. Registered, although they expressed no objection to British plans to send troops into Greece or any intention to dispatch their own. Registered, Churchill and Eden flew to Moscow in October to firm up the arrangement, much to the State Department's distress. By contrast, Roosevelt remained unperturbed at the Moscow meeting and the ensuing Anglo-Soviet understanding on the Balkans. Registered, behind the American government's growing preoccupation with Greece lay a heightened appreciation of the importance of the Near and Middle East. During World War II, vast new military demands for petroleum products, coupled with a longer-term shift in energy consumption to oil and natural gas, produced oil shortages. These shortages stirred deep fears among U.S. government and corporate officials that dwindling domestic oil supplies were no longer adequate to meet 18. American needs. The United States had always been the world's largest consumer and exporter of petroleum products, and had recently averaged about 60% of world production. But during the war, government and industry officials came to the realization that domestic holdings represented but a small and shrinking percentage of world petroleum reserves. Officials of Standard Oil of New Jersey estimated that less than 15% of world oil reserves were located within the United States. The State Department's economic advisor, Herbert Faze, doubted whether future discoveries of oil within the United States will keep pace with our consumption. Anxious about the ability of the United States to oil another war, Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes argued that nothing must be left undone to extend U.S. oil holdings overseas. The United States must look to foreign petroleum reserves for an assured continuation of its supplies, agreed the Navy Department. American holdings should be protected in the interest of both national security and normal commercial life. Investigating the defense program, the Senate's Truman Committee had reached a similar conclusion: the acquisition of foreign oil rights has become affected with a strong national interest. And in all surveys of the situation, Faye recalled, the pencil came to an odd pause at one point and placed the Middle East. Happy face, the American focus upon the Middle East as the answer to the petroleum dilemma was hardly surprising. During the war, U.S. officials remarked on the fact that this region contained more than half the known petroleum reserves outside the United States and pointed to indications that further exploration might considerably expand that share. They also noted that the yield per well was enormously higher in the Middle East than in more exploited regions, and that anticipated costs of production were relatively low. In 1944, after a trip to the Middle East, the chairman of the U.S. Petroleum Commission stated emphatically that the center of gravity of world oil production is shifting until it is firmly established in that area. Furthermore, 5 of America's largest corporations already maintain sizable holdings in the Middle 19 East. Standard Oil of New Jersey and Soeani Vacuum controlled 23.8% of the oil of Iraq and the Arabian Eostal Sheikdoms, while Gulf Oil controlled 50% of the oil of Kuwait. The oil of Bahrain and of Saudi Arabia was controlled entirely by 2 American firms. Standard Oil of California and the Texas company Carrot registered their Saudi Arabian holdings alone. We instituted the largest exclusive concession in the world, covered an area equivalent to about 1/6 of the United States and were already viewed by American officials as of immense importance. In Saudi Arabia, the State Department's chief of Near Eastern Affairs advised his superiors, the oil resources constitute a stupendous source of strategic power, and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. Eager to retain this prize, the Texas and California companies pressured the American government to strengthen the U.S. position in Saudi Arabia. ICIS listened sympathetically to Aramco's tales of instability and impending oil shortages but reached a conclusion which corporate spokesmen found shocking: if Mideast oil was vital to America's future, then the U.S. government should assume the task of obtaining, owning, and managing it. In 1943, ICIS convinced the president to form a public firm under his direction, the Petroleum Reserves Corporation, to purchase Aramco's stock. The PRC's efforts along these lines encountered fierce opposition from Aramco's parent companies, other oil industry titans, and the State Department. Consequently, they met with defeat, as did later plans by ICIS to have the U.S. government build a Middle East oil refinery and a pipeline from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Happy face, by late 1944, all that remained of the U.S. government initiative was a direct annual subsidy to King Ibn Saud through the Lend-Lease program. Accordingly, in December 1944, the Secretaries of State, War, and the Navy urged the President to safeguard and develop the vast oil resources of Saudi Arabia, now in American hands, through a long-term aid program. The following month, Roosevelt gave such a program his approval. 20. As all the great powers appreciated the growing significance of Mideast petroleum, wartime friation was inevitable. On February 20, 1944, Churchill informed Roosevelt of British apprehension that the United States has a desire to deprive us of our oil assets in the Middle East. Roosevelt assured him that we are not making sheep's eyes at your oil fields in Iraq or Iran, but noted that he was disturbed by the rumor that the British wished to horn in on Saudi Arabian oil reserves. That Ed Ober, William Langer, a high-F of the Research and Analysis branch of the OSS, claimed that the broader strategic importance of the Near East had increased steadily. Britain, the USSR, and more recently France, have all been mending fences or staking out claims. In this region, he predicted, our allies of today will be our rivals of tomorrow. Reporting to the State Department's Policy Committee that fall, Burley warned that the British attempt to exclude the United States from the Middle East will continue, while the Soviet Union proposes to extend her influence south to the Persian Gulf throughout its entire length. An effective American policy for the region would thus require a modification of the ruthlessness of British commercialism and the ruthlessness of Soviet nationalism. Happy face, despite their competitive outlook, however, American officials did not adopt an entirely even-handed approach to the advances of their rivals. Britain and the United States both formally accepted the open door principle in their dealings with petroleum resources, EAS observed in 1944, but the record clearly indicates that the USSR feels no need of, and sees no benefit in, permitting foreign private oil enterprises to share in the development of its oil resources. A State Department report on Mideast economic policy, endorsed by Assistant Secretary of State Joseph Grew in May 1945, outlined a similar contrast. Throughout most of this region, the Western democratic, free enterprise system, represented in the main by the British, is now in competition with the authoritarian, closed economic system represented by Soviet Russia. For its part, the U.S. government desired to encourage the removal of trade restrictions and controls. 21. And all forms of discriminatory treatment, to give instructive aid to traders engaged in commerce between these countries and the United States, and to participate in the development of local economic life. The end in view would be the creation of conditions favorable to the orderly development of the area's resources. Although Soviet influence in the Middle East remained slight, American officials were turning increasingly from their history resentment at British exclusivity to an anxiety over Soviet advances in the region. Registered the first sign of an accommodation with the British over Mideast oil emerged in August 1944. After the lapse of ICA's plan for direct U.S. government participation in the development of Mideast petroleum resources, some arrangement seemed necessary to safeguard the vast private U.S. oil nations in the region, already rivaling those of Great Britain, and to saw a reunition of the open door principle for future ventures. The Anglo-American Petroleum Agreement of August 8, 1944 fulfilled these conditions and was welcomed, accordingly, by U.S. officials. Ironically, it was opposed by the U.S. oil industry. We remain suspicious of government motives and learned that it presaged another attack upon corporate prerogatives. To allay such anxieties, the agreement was renegotiated and an amended version signed on September 22, 1945. This version, too, failed to win Senate approval, largely owing to the opposition of those elements of the oil industry that feared competition from Arabian oil in the domestic market, government regulation, and an agreement that might benefit only the major companies. Even so, to American policymakers, the Anglo-American Petroleum Agreement symbolized the beginning of a modus vivendi with Great Britain on the oil question. As Faye noted, it indicated the willingness of the British and the Americans to establish order in oil. On June 1, 1945, the chief of the State Department's Petroleum Division informed his British counterpart that our petroleum policy toward the United Kingdom is predicated on a mutual recognition of a very extensive joint interest and upon a control of the great bulk of the free petroleum resources of the world. 22. Increasingly concerned about the future of Mideast oil, U.S. policymakers naturally developed a growing sympathy for Great Britain's traditional defense policy for the region. Since the 19th century, British diplomats had used the Near Eastern nations of Greece, Turkey, and Persia as a strategic barrier against Russian penetration of the Middle East. Churchill's wartime handling of Greece maintained this well-worn Northern Tier strategy, and Roosevelt saw no reason to object, particularly when both his British and his Soviet allies did it. Had most other U.S. government officials been as sanguine about the outcome as Roosevelt, they would not have objected either. But the State Department, particularly, considered British tactics in Greece and especially London's support for the return of the king ill-suited to Anglo-American goals for the region. The influential Mayvig, whose reports were more widely read than those of any other State Department official in the field, brooded in October 1944 that, given Britain's arrogant treatment of the Greeks, it won't be at all wonderful if they turn en masse against the Western Allies and fall into Russia's arms. The following month, he predicted gloomily that Great Britain, and the US too, will pay in the long run when Russia inherits the Near and Middle East. Degree. As the State Department and OSS had predicted, Britain's handling of the Greek situation led to a crisis, in December 1944. Tearing the restoration of a right-wing dictatorship, EAM refused Papandreou's order to disarm without the corresponding disarmament of the royalist segment of the Greek armed force. Registered. When Papandreou forwarded the issue, at Churchill's insistence, registered. The EAM ministers resigned from the Ebinet. The following day, December 3, the police opened fire on a massive EAM demonstration, killing or wounding many, all civilians. Shortly afterward, EAM irregulars began attacking Athens police stations. As Greece led toward a civil war, Papandreou attempted to resign and clear the way for political compromise. But Churchill cabled, "Keeper, you must force Papandreou to stand to his duty." 23. Should he resign, he should be locked up till he comes to his senses. Registered. As the Greek Prime Minister reluctantly resumed office, Churchill ordered General Scobie's troops to intervene and fire upon the treacherous aggressors. Scobie was to act as if he were in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in progress. 3 days later, with street fighting raging throughout Athens, Churchill delivered a truculent defense of his policies before a stormy session of the House of Commons. "I trust the people," he insisted, "but not a gang of bandits." In the following days, he informed British and American officials that his maxim was no peace without victory. To the consternation of the British, the U.S. reaction to the crisis appeared to be a public rebuke. Leeper recalled that the Americans in Athens went out of their way to declare themselves neutral, while C.M. Woodhouse, the local SO commander, complained that this neutrality cloaked a benevolent bias in favor of EAM. Even worse from the British standpoint was the fact that in the midst of a clamor in most of the British and American press against Churchill's actions, particularly among Labourites and Liberals, the new U.S. Secretary of State, Edward R. Stettinius, Jr. issued a press release on December 5 that was widely interpreted as a blanket condemnation of British policy in Greece. Referring to Churchill's recent veto of Count Carlo Sforza as Italian foreign minister, Stettinius declared that U.S. policy was that the composition of the Italian government is purely an Italian affair, and this policy would apply in an even more pronounced degree with regard to governments of the United Nations in their liberated territories. Enraged by the American statement, Churchill sent an angry rejoinder to Roosevelt, "I do not remember anything that the State Department has ever said about Russia or any other allied state comparable to this document." Eden informed the British ambassador in Washington that the Prime Minister was naturally deeply hurt by it, and that America's attitude was all the more wounding in that the Soviet government have so far scrupulously abstained from any similar conduct or com. 24. Meant. He instructed him to see Mr. Stettinius tomorrow and speak to him in the sense as roughly as you like. The British, however, had overreacted. For the State Department's dissatisfaction with their conduct of Greek affairs was far less sweeping than they or the public assumed. As Kohler noted, Stettinius's statement was occasioned primarily by the Italian situation. In the Italian controversy, British policy was pitted not against a leftist guerrilla movement but against a well-known Italian liberal with considerable influence in the United States. Still smarting from the criticism that its intrigues with Vichy France had provoked among liberals, the State Department felt it necessary, the British ambassador observed, to appease domestic opinion by publicly supporting liberal, anti-fascist causes. The British reported that in their conversations with Stettinius, it became clear that the American statement had been drafted hastily in West European division as a result of press inquiries critical of the State Department. Stettinius had felt that he had to say something and had approved the statement without sufficient reflection. Thereafter, in fact, he hastened to issue a new declaration intended as an expression of support for Churchill's Greek policy. Privately, the Secretary of State was irked by British handling of affairs in Greece and Italy, yet this was primarily because the British acted unilaterally in these situations. "If you had consulted us," Stettinius informed the British, "this incident would never have occurred." Given the fact that British military forces spent the next 2 months bombing, strafing, and shooting thousands of EAM resistance fighters with whom the U.S. government presumably sympathized, the State Department did little to alleviate their plight. On December 6, Kohler and William Baxter of the Near East Division drafted a memo to the President critical of British support for the monarchy and the Royalist Army, but it was never sent. In Athens, Ambassador MacVeagh urged his British counterpart to request more British troops. Although Greece's leftist press printed a story claiming that MacVeagh had protested to keep her against Brit. 25-ish interference in Greek affairs, MacVeagh issued a public denial, with the State Department's approval. Confused propaganda in Greece has misinterpreted certain United States statements and fundamental policy. Stettinius privately reassured him. On December 8, MacVeagh wrote to Roosevelt that the British have not been either deft enough or understanding enough to give the Greeks the impression of political freedom, and I greatly fear that the opportunity which their attitude gives the communists will last for years. Unless the United States took the lead, he warned, communism will continue to exploit its present marvelous opportunities for still further collapsing the social order and creating a Greek problem to plague Britain, and us too. Back in Washington, Murray told the Secretary of State that the opinions expressed in MacVeagh's letter were very similar to our own. Although Roosevelt never issued an endorsement of Churchill's actions, he also showed little distress at the fate of the Greek resistance. Convalescing in Warm Springs, Georgia when the crisis broke, Roosevelt played no role in issuing the State Department's presumed rebuke of December 5 and, in general, felt detached from the situation. Roosevelt's own circle of foreign policy advisers, men like Harry Hopkins, James Forrestal, and Joseph Davies, applauded British actions, including Churchill's truculent speech to Commons of December 8. Davies noted in his journal on December 6 that there was no question that Britain was within its rights. On December 18, he was still arguing that Churchill had acted to prevent chaos and disorder. When U.S. Admiral Ernest King issued an order preventing the use of American LSDs to land British reinforcements in Greece, this did not reflect any lack of White House sympathy for the British. Irritated by the prospective weakening of the Italian front, King had acted on his own. Moreover, when Hopkins learned of the action, he moved quickly to reverse it. Roosevelt cabled Churchill on December 13 as a loyal friend and ally, who was as deeply concerned as you have yourself in regard to the tragic difficulties you have encountered in 26. Greece. The President expressed not a word of criticism about British actions past or present, although in line with the State Department's position he now inquired if British pacification efforts might not be greatly facilitated by a regency and a plebiscite on the monarchy. Churchill remarked that this was a very kindly worded telegram. On January 6, 1945, in his annual message to Congress, Roosevelt noted his concern about many situations, the Greek and Polish, for example. But he quickly added that these situations are not as easy or as simple to deal with as some spokesmen would have us believe. Such statements could provide scant comfort to supporters of the Greek left. As for Churchill, he concluded that in the main the President was with me. The response of the Soviet Union proved even less equivocal. I am increasingly impressed with the loyalty with which Stalin has kept off Greece in accordance with our agreement, Churchill informed Eden on December 11. Unable to cite publicly Roosevelt's support for British intervention, Churchill did not face the same difficulty with respect to Stalin, and boasted of Soviet backing during meetings with Greek leaders. In later years, Churchill claimed that the Russian dictator had adhered strictly and faithfully to our agreement of October, and not one word of reproach came from Pravda or Izvestia. Papandreou reached a similar conclusion. The U.S.S.R. played the part of a neutral during the whole of December, he wrote, and went to the extent of announcing the appointment of an ambassador while the battles were raging in Athens. Publicly, Russian conduct could hardly have been more proper. During the revolt, Colonel Popov resided with the British and was the very image of non-intervention, recalled English journalist Kenneth Matthews. Assistant U.S. military attaché William McNeill reported on December 26 that the deportment of Russian officers has been impeccable, and that they apparently had had no contact with Elas since their arrival in October. Even the anti-Soviet Makvig reported that, throughout the confrontation, Russia maintained a correct attitude towards Greek internal affairs. 27. Behind the scenes, Stalin's response to the EAM uprising was even hillier. Petros Roussos, a member of the KKE Central Committee, was en route to Moscow in a bid for Soviet support when he was arrested on December 18 by the Russians, who dumped him unceremoniously back across the Greek frontier 3 days later. U.S. intelligence reports noted that, on January 13, 1945, the KKE received a telegram informing it that the Russians categorically disapproved its policy and action. According to the minutes of the Yalta Conference, on February 8 Stalin remarked disdainfully that the Greeks had not yet become used to discussion and therefore they were cutting each other's throats. Churchill stated that the British were very much obliged to Marshal Stalin for not having taken too great an interest in Greek affairs, to which Stalin responded that he had no intention of criticizing British actions there. The following day, to Churchill's satisfaction, Stalin reiterated that he had complete confidence in British policy in Greece. Bubbling with good humor, the British Prime Minister remarked to his physician, "Stalin isn't going to butt in. He'll let his people be beaten up in Greece for the sake of his larger plans. Once he says something, he sticks to it." A British intelligence report noted that at Yalta, Ella's attempt to obtain support from certain of the great allies on the Greek question was decidedly snubbed in precisely those quarters in which Ella's placed their greatest faith. Tito and other Yugoslav leaders showed greater revolutionary consistency, although in the end they did little more to help the Greek left. On November 30 the Yugoslavs, in contrast to the Russians, had encouraged the KKE to resist orders for disarmament. Thereafter, they had watched the outbreak of fighting in Athens with mounting excitement, directing bitter attacks against British intervention in speeches and radio broadcasts. The latter grew so fierce that, as Stettinius noted, the British government had occasion to warn Tito of the possible serious consequences of any specific action. Unwilling to proceed further in these circumstances without Soviet support, Tito had encouraged Roussos' dis. 28. Journey to Moscow as well as the dispatch of an EAM mission to France and England via Yugoslavia. By the time the latter reached Belgrade, however, the international configuration had become clear. Consequently, not only did Tito refuse to receive the mission, but it obtained no help reaching France or acquiring Yugoslav papers. Tito, despite his disgust at British policy, apparently dared venture no further than inflammatory rhetoric in the face of the displeasure of the great powers. On January 15, 1945, when overeager Yugoslav partisans demonstrated at Skopje in favor of a march on Salonika, participants were arrested and sentenced to death. Ultimately, it was not external communist pressure but the fierce course of the fighting, hostile public opinion in Britain and the United States, and dissent within the British government that led to a modification of what Harold Macmillan termed Winston's King Mania. On December 10, Leaper cabled London that the only way to calm the situation in Greece was to appoint Archbishop Damaskinos as regent. Dispatched to Athens, Macmillan strongly concurred. Many of those who were enrolled among the rebels were not really communists, he recalled. They connected the king with the Metaxas dictatorship and they genuinely believed that the king's return would be the signal for widespread action against the popular forces. Churchill grumbled that he had heard mixed accounts of the archbishop, who is said to be very much in touch with E.A.M. Increasingly exasperated, Macmillan cabled from Athens that there is a large amount of sympathy with EAM in Greece, and a moderate, reasonable, progressive policy could detach the vague radical element from the hard communist core. Churchill, however, remained obstreperous, quarreling with Eden and upbraiding Leaper and Macmillan as Britain's two fuzzy wuzzies. Even so, with virtually the entire British and American governments calling for a regency, Churchill flew to Athens to investigate the situation. Here he met with Damaskinos and found it impossible to doubt that he greatly feared the communist combination in Greek affairs. Convinced. 29. At last that a distinction could be drawn between communism and republicanism /. Churchill drew on Roosevelt's assistance in finally establishing the Regency / with the question of the Monarchy resolved, the way lay open to a compromise peace settlement. The left, at least, had little to gain by prolonging the enflight. Thanks to the arrival of substantial British military reinforcements and to EAM's preoccupation with destroying the rival force of Zervas in northern Greece, the British had defeated EAM decisively in the Battle of Athens. At the same time, they had removed the hated Papandreou and installed the government of General Nicholas Plastiras, a well-known stalwart of the Republican center in Greek politics. Nor could the British see much sense in further hostilities. Rooting EAM in the rest of the nation would require a long, bloody struggle, under the continued opprobrium of Anglo-American opinion. In early 1945, negotiating sessions began between the British and the leaders of the rebellion. On February 12, the Varkaisa Agreement rewarded their efforts. In Ordine with its provisions, EAM demobilized Elis, surrendered large quantities of arms and abandoned its control of 3/4 of Greece in return for promises of legal reunion, free elections, a constitutional plebiscite, freedom of e-imbatants from prosecution for political crimes, and a purge of Axis collaborators from the army and Poli. Had such an agreement been included during the German occupation, Greece might well have been spared what are usually termed the first 2 rounds of its civil war. Even now, the impartial enforcement of the Varkaisa Agreement would determine whether the nation would begin a period of political and economic reconstruction or would plunge into a third and more horrible round of destruction. The portents were not entirely reassuring. During the fierce fighting of the preceding months, EAM's forces had taken captives on forward marches and had evened old series with wartime political enemies, sometimes through summary executions, practices which enflamed hatreds and eased the nation's political polarization. Furthermore, to wash 30. England's dismay, in the spring of 1945 the British ousted the Plastiras government and installed a more conservative successor, headed by Petros Voulgaris, a naval admiral known for his suppression of the April 1944 armed force mutinies. It is difficult for Greece to be run on democratic lines when all the neighboring countries are being run on authoritarian lines, Leeper warned London. Another British official conceded that the king might have to reintroduce some form of semi-authoritarian regime, although he would no doubt endeavour to avoid following the Metaxas example too closely. Economic reconstruction also seemed blocked by familiar British shibboleths. On March 21, 1945, President Roosevelt proposed sending a tripartite economic mission to Greece consisting of representatives from the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union. Anxious to secure American funding but unwilling to encourage Soviet participation, Churchill suggested an exclusively Anglo-American mission. This, in turn, was found unacceptable by the State Department. Roosevelt's reply, which State drafted, argued that sponsorship of a bilateral commission might make it appear that the Americans and the British were disregarding the Yalta decision for tripartite action in liberated areas. For the time being, plans for American aid lapsed, while the British clung to their traditional prerogatives. That April, Macmillan informed Eden, "It is of great strategic importance for us to maintain our position in Greece." And yet, the Regency solution and the subsequent Varkaisa Agreement indicated that British and American policy were beginning to converge, a development given new impetus by the departure of both heads of state in 1945. Roosevelt's death in April was followed several months later by the defeat of Churchill's Tories at the polls. Initially, Ambassador MacVeagh feared that Labour's accession to power in Britain would facilitate a left victory in Greece. He cabled the Secretary of State on August 2, should the Labour government in England adopt a policy based on the assumption that the communist-controlled EAM represents a democratic movement as seems possible. Moscow's efforts toward ES. 31. Establishing de facto ascendancy in Greece would be incalculably aided. Great Britain would do well to consider carefully before pursuing a policy of starry-eyed liberalism. Repeatedly, McVeigh warned British officials of the disruptive strategy as well as the ultimate aims of the Communist Party and their puppets. If the British failed to hold the line, he said, Greece would sooner or later pass into the Russian sphere. Actually, the American ambassador need not have worried, for the new British Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, was not only a traditional foe of left-wing policies but a staunch advocate of retaining British control in the Mediterranean and the Middle East. Shortly after the Potsdam Conference, Bevin stated his fear of Russia's cutting right across the throat of the British Commonwealth. The following year, in a memorandum to the cabinet, he wrote, "The fundamental assumption of our policy has always been that Greece must be retained within the British sphere. The real alteration in British policy lay in the Labour government's unwillingness to jeopardize British control by promoting the Greek right. Instead, it championed free elections, economic reconstruction, and moderation." Ironically, this middle-of-the-road approach advocated for so long by the State Department and OSS had no stable basis in post-war Greece. Britain's defeat of EAM in December 1944 shattered the hegemony of the left, emboldened the right, and opened the way for a royalist takeover of the organs of state power, the police, the army, and the administration. Macmillan confessed in March 1945 that a wave of reaction was sweeping the country, and now that the right felt the government was firmly installed with British backing, they were out for revenge. Throughout the countryside, right-wing mobs brutalized or killed leftists, Republicans, and their families. National Guardsmen attacked left-wing editors and smashed their print shops. Given the rightist control of the state, as Woodhouse noted, an ex-guerrilla was as likely as not to be found in jail, and an ex-member of the security battalions as likely as not to be found in the uniformed services. Still clinging to their fragile legality, the remnants of 32 EAM protested ineffectually and called for reconciliation. Increasingly, however, their constituency resorted to violent retaliation, fled to the hills for safety, or dissolved under government persecution. In the ensuing confrontation and bitterness, the Civil War might have resumed immediately had not the KKE acted as a brake on left-wing militants. At Varkiza, the OSS commander in Greece noted, "Communist leaders had decided to make every concession compatible with the continued existence of their party and the possibility of their own political activity in the future." Thereafter, KKE leader George Syantos, genuinely committed to a parliamentary role, sought to reconstruct the Popular Front coalition of wartime in an electoral setting. To some extent, this meant conciliating Svalos and other socialists, who, offended by the recent resort to arms and concurrent excesses, had withdrawn from EAM in March 1945. An elderly, homegrown party stalwart and leader of the resistance movement, Syantos seemed well suited for the job. In May 1945, however, he was succeeded as party chieftain by Nikos Zachariadis, a younger, doctrinaire, Moscow-trained apparatchik who had just returned to Greece after 4 years in Dachau concentration camp. Suspicious of the relatively loose structure and unorthodox policies of EAM, but cognizant of Russia's emphasis on Allied cooperation, Zachariadis initially followed a policy similar to that of Syantos, mobilizing the KKE behind the Varkiza Agreement and national unity. A real revival of Elus as a fighting force is not contemplated, an OSS operative reported from Salonika after conversations with several of its former officers. When Aris Velichiades, perhaps the best known and most colorful leader of the wartime resistance, defied party policy and returned to the mountains, he was hounded by government troops and denounced by Zachariadis and the KKE. Angry and disheartened, Aris committed suicide that June. His severed head, exhibited by the government at Trikala, was a telling symbol of rightist violence and leftist passivity. As usual, the Russians accepted such developments with 33. A cynical equanimity. "This war is not as in the past," Stalin told visiting Yugoslav leaders in the spring of 1945. "Whoever occupies a territory also imposes on it his own soil system." To be sure, in the months after the Varkiza Agreement, The Soviet press printed harrowing tales of disorder and terror in Greece, but these appear to have been designed to soften eroticism of ruthless Soviet occupation policies elsewhere. As Mayvig observed, if world public opinion would be sufficiently aroused over real or imaginary conditions in British-dominated Greece, it might be more tolerant of Soviet activities in other parts of liberated Europe. Stalin frequently sought to extend the pattern of the Anglo-Soviet understanding on the Balkans by fostering new trade-offs. Arguing for a friendly Poland, the Russian leader labeled Kirill that Poland is to the surety of the Soviet Union what Belgium and Greece are to the surety of Great Britain. He did not want to rake up the Greek unpleasantness, he implied. Why, then, did the British pester him about Poland, at the Potsdam Conference of July 1945, when American officials called for the reorganization of the Romanian and Bulgarian governments? Molotov retorted that there were no excesses in Bulgaria or Romania comparable to those taking place in Greece. Soviet officials now suddenly yield for the establishment of a Greek government in the spirit of the agreement reached at Varkiza. The following day, as U.S. Secretary of State James Burns reeled, the Russians brought forth a second series of charges against the Greek government, in obvious retaliation for a British paper directed against Yugoslavia. Understanding the game, Bevin signaled a retreat by proposing that all three items be dropped from the agenda. Stalin promptly replied, "Yes, Wiliomi." Unlike the Yugoslavs, who continued to denounce the Greek regime as one of reidion, Stalin remained eager to strike a bargain. Yet because they clashed with deep-seated fears of communist revolution, signs of Sovietism and KKEOcean failed to reassure American observers. Within days of the Varkiza agreement, Mayvig was claiming that while 34 communist-controlled EAM may now be expeded to collaborate ostensibly with the government, movements were already afoot for subversion of the Greek armed forces, the obstruction of Greek government authority, and preservation of the revolutionary machine in all its aspects. In July, he needed that neither British nor American intelligence had been able to find direct evidence of financial connection between the Soviets and the KKE, but the following month he insisted that Greek communists were supported by Russian sympathy if not by Russian gold. A long-standing, if paternalistic Philhellene, Mayvig was distressed by the plague of brutality that had descended upon what he termed a childlike people. Calling attention to continued excesses by extreme right-wing organizations and irresponsible elements of the National Guard and Gendarmerie, Mayvig was genuinely dismayed. Yet he argued that right-wing violence had actually been of a much less serious character than might have been expected in a country which has just experienced a bloody uprising by the left. Indeed, thanks to EAM, Greece had emerged in a modern if less deletable world, where alas warfare colors everything, and too often eilers it red. Registered by the end of World War II, then, American policymakers were ready for the anti-revolutionary initiatives of subsequent years. At the time, few realized this fact, for many Americans, and even EAM, a hairish division of U.S. foreign policy as sympathetic to the new forces of upheaval unleashed by the war. The intervention of the United States and Russia was eagerly desired by EAM activists, noted an OSS intelligence report during the fighting of December 1944. There was a misty faith that those two countries would not see EAM's collapse. As late as July 1946, the Greek left was still calling for American intervention on its behalf. But such faith in the intentions of American policymakers was sadly misplaced, a product of illusions ranging from the belief in American exceptionalism, to the adoration of Roosevelt, to naive dreams of the Popular Front. Such illusions, of course, were nourished by the well-publicized disagree. 35. Ments between the United States and Great Britain. But in reality these disagreements developed over tactics rather than fundamental policy. Behind American policy, as behind that of Britain and Russia, lay the goal of containing the Greek left. EAM's stubborn disregard of this fact was, from its own standpoint, a tragic miscalculation. 2. August 1945 to February 1947. We consider it important to the security and prosperity of the world as well as of the Near and Middle East that the doctrine of the open door be fully applicable to that part of the world. We would, therefore, be opposed to any trend in the direction of preventing that area from enjoying untrammeled economic relations with the rest of the world. Lloyd W. Henderson, September 19, 1946. In the aftermath of the war, American policymakers faced a series of disturbing developments. Throughout Eastern Europe, the influence of the Soviet Union was spreading, thanks to the creation of friendly governments or the imposition of communist regimes. The situation in the Balkans was particularly alarming, for Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Albania seemed to provide a channel for the extension of Soviet power to the Mediterranean and the oil-rich Middle East. In wartime, American influence had been growing rapidly in this region, just as British power had been waning. At least potentially, this placed the United States at loggerheads with the Soviet Union. By the post-war era, only Greece, Turkey, and Iran separated the Russians from the black gold of the Persian Gulf, and each of these nations, in the eyes of U.S. policymakers, appeared dangerously susceptible to Soviet influence and control. In Greece, particularly, the situation became increasingly threatening, all too ripe for the Red Revolution that American officials feared would herald the fatal breakthrough. Despite the belated British call for moderation, governing authority in post-war Greece lay in the hands of the right, which did much to encourage the wave of terror and political 36. 37. Persecution that washed over Greek society. Collaborators returned rapidly to positions of power, desperately needed relief supplies became political weapons, and violent retributions against the veterans of EAM flared throughout the countryside. Woodhouse recalled that the police and army were used to oppress Greeks associated with the resistance movement by official means, armed bandits supplemented the oppression by unofficial means. Caught up in the cycle of revenge, leftists sometimes responded in kind. A major difference, however, was that the right now commanded the full power of the state. In December 1945, the Minister of Justice revealed that charges were pending against nearly 50,000 members of EAM and ELAS, pointing to the Yalta Accords, which pledged the Big Three to form interim governmental authorities broadly representative of all democratic elements. EAM leaders demanded the creation of an all-party cabinet. But American officials regarded the prospect of EAM participation in the Athens government with unremitting hostility. While a coalition government including all major parties might more literally approach Yalta formula and overcome some present criticism, Secretary Burns admitted on September 1, the State Department believed that efforts to broaden the Greek government would be disruptive. As in the past, American officials considered the leadership of the left too dangerous and that of the right too provocative. Instead, as McVeigh noted, they preferred a middle-of-the-road government. Unlike his Tory predecessors, Bevin favored this approach and sought, not totally successfully, to implement it. In late November 1945, he engineered the formation of a center government headed by the leader of Greece's Liberal Party, Themistokles Sifili. Both the Greeks and the Americans initially perceived this cabinet liberalization as more substantial than it actually was. For a few weeks, EAM and the Communist Party sought to woo the new government. While rightists in the Greek military laid plans for a coup. Once again, McVeigh brooded on the fickleness of Anglo-American policy. On December 15, he asked the Secretary of State what 38. Assurance Greeks had that British Labour Party preoccupation with socialist dogma, or an American lapse of interest in Balkan affairs, may not deliver Greece to communism. Gradually, however, it became clear that the cabinet reorganization had limited political significance. Sifili was 83 years old and relatively ineffective in the sharply polarized Irumstanese. Rebuffed by the British in his plans for administrative hangs and himself unwilling to appoint veterans of ELAS to the armed forces, Sifili met little success in blunting the power of the right within the Orps. The Suridipoli and the Metexist administrators, as he later needed, remained beyond his eon troll. With the nation slipping toward a vile war between left and right, the center's volatile power dwindled. We shall be forced in the end to do the best we can with one of the extreme wings, predicated a Foreign Office official, adding, obviously the right in present circumstances. In this charged atmosphere, U.S. policymakers looked to Allied supervised elitians as a means of restoring stability. Ever since the December 1944 Arisis Mavig had a Hampian Sueha plan, arguing that leftist suspicions of the British would be allayed by American and Soviet electoral participation. Registered anxious to draw on American prestige in Greece but chary of enhancing Soviet influence, the British had accepted the American proposal with reluctance. To London's relief, the Russians refused to play any role in the Greek elitians, probably because they feared setting a precedent for British and American supervision of elitians in Eastern Europe. A more serious obstacle to elitians lay in the objections of the Greek right. Conscious of the considerable advantages afforded them by their control of the administrative apparatus, royalists demanded an immediate plebiscite on the monarchy. In support of their position, they yielded not only the Varkisa Agreement but the insistence of Churchill and British conservatives upon holding the plebiscite before beginning general elections. But US policymakers argued that a hasty return to the institutional question would surely inflame an already incendiary situation. Burns thought. 39. That a better method of assuring Greek political stability would be for elitians to precede plebiscite in order that there might be installed as soon as possible representative government. Siding with the Americans, Bevin chose to proceed with the elections. Consequently, an election date of March 31, 1946 was set, and teams from France, Britain, and the United States were dispatched to Greece as official observers. It soon became apparent, however, that a turn to the ballot box would do little to restore order. In October 1945, when elections were first announced, all sectors of Greek political opinion threatened to boycott them. The right, smoldering from the rejection of its demand for an immediate plebiscite, announced its intention of abstaining, while the center and the left declared their lack of confidence in the fairness of the then conservative government. In the following months, as portents appeared of a right-wing victory, the royalists grew more enthusiastic. Registered centrist and leftist interest in participation also gathered strength after the formation of the Safavi government. But the inability of Safavi and his liberal colleagues to curb right-wing vigilantism or to purge the administration led to renewed hesitation. Charging that free elections could not take place in a climate of political terror, the left and most of center demanded that the elections be postponed until some measure of tranquility was restored. With most of the cabinet in agreement, Safavi appealed strongly and repeatedly to Bevin for a delay. The whole machinery of state is in the hands of the extreme monarchist right, Safavi cabled the British Foreign Secretary on February 15, 1946. Coupled with psychological pressure and violence on the part of armed groups, this would render impossible a genuine expression of the popular will and lead to disaster and destruction for Greece. Despite the repeated pleas from the Greek government, Anglo-American policy-makers remained unmoved. Bevin, particularly, proved implacable, refusing to accept either a delay or Safavi's resignation. My whole policy would be undermined if elections were now to be postponed, he cabled. 40. Leaper. It would at once be suspected that the object of the postponement was to prolong the period for which British troops are to remain in Greece. It would also be said that this delay proved that we were not yet able to maintain law and order. Less concerned with British prestige, 10 Greek cabinet ministers, all centrists, resigned in protest. On February 21, 1946, Leaper reported that the Prime Minister finds himself in conflict with most of his supporters. It is only our pressure which keeps him to the mark. A similar assessment came from the U.S. charge d'affaires in Athens, Karl Rankin, who reported that 75% of present government wants postponement. Like Bevin, Rankin felt little sympathy with calls for delay. The leftist campaign for delay is ordered from abroad in order to sabotage the elections, gained turn to build up leftist strength and when ready seize power, he contended, while the center wishes postponement to gain time, to salvage something for their party and themselves by political trading with EAM. Conversely, Anglo-American officials agreed that elections would result in the dominance of anti-Soviet forces in Greek politics. In these circumstances, Washington threw its weight behind the British. At Bevan's urging the State Department pressured Sifili to brook no delay in elections and to see to it that the entire Greek electorate participate. Happy face, bowing to these demands, Sifili and the remnants of his cabinet grimly proceeded to organize parliamentary elections. A center victory would be the result which would suit us best, noted a member of the Foreign Office, just as a victory for the EAM would suit us worst. Neither, however, seemed likely. Accepting the shrill royalist eon tension that the only real choices were communism or the king, many normally centrist voters rallied to the right-wing populist party. Others were intimidated by rightist armed bands which repeatedly disrupted leftist political rallies and threatened entire villages with retaliation. Still other electoral distortions seemed probable through rightist manipulation of the voting rolls. American and British observers thought that, in a fair election with broad participation, the right would command the largest vote, although probably less than a majority. They put the voting strength of the left at about 33%, and of the center at somewhat less. Although most elements of the center, rather grudgingly, agreed at last to participate in the elections, the left clung stubbornly to plans for a boycott, despite pressures to the contrary from the Russian, French, and Italian communist leadership. Registered on election day, only 49% of registered Greek voters went to the polls, handing the right a resounding if somewhat tarnished victory. The Allied observer mission concluded that while the elections were on the whole free and fair, there had been serious intimidation of leftists in some localities, as well as a sizable number of abstentions. The result was the election of an overwhelmingly royalist parliament, far to the right of much of the country. Taking office that April, the new, exclusively right-wing cabinet, headed by the populist leader Constantine Tsaldaris, acted to consolidate the right's political victory. U.S. intelligence reported the wholesale acquittal or discharge of accused collaborationists, in which Greek official government agencies or personalities must be acquiescing. Happy face, over the bitter objections of the center and the left, the Tsaldaris government passed a draconic security law, empowering it to arrest and imprison persons indefinitely without trial. Government-appointed security committees exiled thousands of Elos veterans, communists, radicals, and Republicans to barren islands in the Aegean. Among the exiles were well-known heroes of the resistance, among them the Republican officers Stefanos Saras, the former Elos military commander, and Euripides Bakirges, the first head of EAM's wartime government in the mountains. Happy face, meanwhile, armed right-wing bands operated with the utmost audacity, as a visiting British parliamentary delegation reported. These armed bands are apparently tolerated by the authorities and no attempt is made to suppress them. Although it is claimed 42. That their object is to prevent the spread of communism, the fact is that they devote themselves to terrorizing the villages and exacting blackmail. Though not entirely comfortable with the state of affairs, American officials were determined to make the best of it. The facts seem unquestionable that government measures for law and order now largely in hands of unscrupulous reactionaries, McVeigh reported in the summer of 1946. The American ambassador outlined the growing official tendency to consider all persons communists unless royalists, to protect former Medixists and collaborators and to accept armed assistance from disreputable elements professing royalism. Whatever its guise, he declared, the program of the Greek right actually approximates fascism. Yet, characteristically, McVeigh never questioned his assumption that more serious dangers lay to the left. Writing to the Secretary of State about the exile of former Elos officers to the islands, McVeigh expressed his satisfaction that they were temporarily out of harm's way. Neither Saras nor Bakirges would appear to be communistically inclined, he conceded, but both are tainted with socialism and might be made use of by the present very clever communist leadership. That summer, he reassured the Secretary of State, no terrorism can possibly exist in a country under Anglo-Saxon hegemony which can be equated with that which accompanies Russian-supported communism. WHERI:6 ever it goes. Confident of support from Anglo-American officials and of the temporary advantages which political polarization and control of the state apparatus afforded it, the Greek right moved rapidly toward restoration of the monarchy. In early April 1946, the THIRD-WORLDISm government pressed to modify Anglo-American objections to an early plebiscite. At the same time, the king intrigued with Bevin in London. Although Bevin had initially favored a postponement of the plebiscite until March 1948, he was now impressed by the king's argument that it not be delayed beyond September of 1946. Convinced that the presence of British troops was necessary to forestall 43. Electoral fraud by the right, Bevin was determined to retain them in Greece until a plebiscite had been completed. On the other hand, he was anxious to encourage withdrawal of Soviet troops from Eastern Europe and hence wanted to remove British forces from Greece as soon as possible. An early plebiscite would resolve this dilemma, giving Bevin the opportunity to withdraw British troops at the earliest possible moment. Registered withdrawal of British troops would also satisfy the British Labour Party's restive left wing, which had long clamoured for an end to British involvement in Greece, although for quite different reasons from Bevin's. Indeed, resigned to the weakness of the Greek centre and unalterably opposed to the left, the British Foreign Office, in reality, was consciously if none too happily delivering Greece to the right. Superficially, British policy's rightward shift in 1946 seemed to reopen the conflict over tactics that had divided the Americans from the British in 1943–44. As if to confirm the return to earlier positions, Churchill re-emerged that spring in the thick of Greek politics, singing the praises of monarchism. By contrast, as late as the Potsdam Conference, the State Department had cited its belief that a republican form of government offers more possibilities for a peaceful future than the return of a monarchy already stigmatized by totalitarianism. Even after the monarchist right's landslide victory in the Greek elections, Burns notified the U.S. Embassy in Athens of the State Department's belief that an early plebiscite on the king's return would be most undesirable. This advice was quite acceptable to McVeigh, whose observations replicated those of 1944. The danger of social revolution, he reported, is only likely to be enhanced by hasty political action. If the royalist government attempted to rush the plebiscite, it would be courting disaster. Even so, with the Cold War heightening on a global basis, American policymakers were ready for a showdown with the left and, by 1946, had lost whatever qualms they might once have felt at supporting the right. This became evident in late April 1946, during the meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers in 44. Paris. When Bevin made a strong plea at that meeting for a plebiscite in September, the American Secretary of State provided his endorsement. He thought we were in a better position to assess the situation, noted the British leader. Burns said that it was essential that the communists should not get into power in Greece. This must be avoided at all costs. He did not mind how it was done. Happy face, obtaining the approval of British and American officials in early May 1946, the THIRD-WORLDISm government announced plans for a plebiscite on the monarchy that September. The Sifili liberals decried this as a breach of faith by the British, but remained ineffectual. The left responded with great bitterness, although it was determined not to isolate itself again by a futile boycott. On May 12, the royalist newspaper Kathimirani kicked off the monarchist campaign with the now familiar charge that a republic was the antechamber to communist dictatorship. Given the febrile state of public opinion in Greece, it seemed quite possible that the monarchy, so unpopular only a few years before, would rally majority support. Nevertheless, a new surge of right-wing violence and intimidation followed. By the summer, McVeigh was reporting, not only thousands of communists, but thousands of centrists and Republicans as well, who are being equally terrorized by what I have called disreputable royalist elements in effective if not open alliance with the government. Will either go to the polls in jeopardy or will not go at all. In September, when the monarchy received a resounding vote of approval, the Observer Mission reported numerous instances of fraud and harassment by government officials, as well as a 94% level of participation, which it regarded as unreal. Rather embarrassed by the whole thing, Under-Secretary of State Dean Acheson confided to McVeigh that, while the State Department considered the royalist victory legitimate, the percentage in favor of the king was increased by falsification and unfair practices of government. Happy face. During 1946, with Greek politics moving rapidly rightward, Communist Party leader Zachariadis found his program of legality and national unity increasingly untenable. The 45 KKE, of course, like other communist parties, was not a democratically structured organization. Nevertheless, the mass base it had acquired during the wartime occupation and the severe reverses the left had suffered since the Varkisa Agreement ripened the prospects for dissension. In May, a bitter revolt broke out within the KKE, led by veterans of the wartime resistance, who denounced the policy of conciliation and demanded the formation of a new Elus in the mountains. Counterattacking, Zachariadis assailed the dissidents as adventurers and purged several of their spokesmen from the KKE. But revolutionary militancy could not be disposed of this easily, nor did Zachariadis desire to repudiate it completely. Since 1945, thousands of desperate or impatient leftists had been gathering in refugee camps across the Yugoslav, Bulgarian, and Albanian borders. Armed left-wing bands were also coalescing in the Creek Mountains. To mollify his critics within the party and to ensure KKE control of the incipient rebellion, Zachariadis began to adopt a more militant rhetoric. Moreover, in July 1946, he gave the first orders for low-key military operations to the impatient Elus veteran, Markos Vafiades, who left for the mountains the following month. Yet, while many leftists were eager to embark upon a revolutionary struggle for power, the KKE leadership still hesitated. Anxious to retain the comparative freedom provided by legality, distrustful of Markos and of rural-based insurrections, and mindful of Soviet injunctions to follow a respectable, parliamentary course, Zachariadis, Scientos, and most other members of the Central Committee remained unwilling to commit their party fully to an armed uprising. The KKE chief thus rejected mobilization of Elus veterans, the peasantry, and the urban working class in 1946, when it was still possible. As Woodhouse notes, the object of the orders to Markos was only to bring pressure to bear on the government, not to promote a communist revolution. Not until the end of October 1946 was a headquarters established in the mountains for the rebels' Democratic Army, and even then, the KKE's leaders tarried in Athens, dreaming of government. 46. Ministries. Torn between and flying eoneptions of the KKE as a revolutionary and a legal entity, a national and an international movement, a vanguard and a mass-based party, Greece's communist leaders faced the crisis of 1946 with the same fatal indecision they had shown in 1944. Indeed, on July 31, when an EAM delegation headed by Scientos called upon McVeigh, it lamented the Athens government's persecution of the left and delivered what the American ambassador termed a formal appeal for U.S. intervention. Registered by late 1946, however, U.S. officials had less interest in defending the Greek left than in isolating it. On October 11, McVeigh had a long conversation with the king in which he pressed him to insist on the political leaders getting together to form a broadly representative government. He explained that this should be a center-right coalition, excluding the left. In any peace settlement, though supported by the Greek left, the Athens government found itself abandoned by its American and British allies. Eventually, therefore, Greek expansionist hopes went unfulfilled, and the Americans settled down to lecturing Greek leaders on the need to be realistic. The Athens government's economic policies also appeared counterproductive. Greece's economic recovery came under the jurisdiction of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, which found it an impossible task. On April 12, 1945, the UNRWA director in Athens reported that a successful relief and rehabilitation program requires ability of government to organize and utilize its own resources. Unfortunately, he observed, Greece lacked a government with such capabilities. As the official history of UNRWA delicately noted, in Greece the government was 48. Frequently one of the obstacles which UNRWA had to overcome. Inertia, venality, political biases, and corruption were rife in the Athens administration, much to the disgust of UN officials. In an effort to remedy the situation, the Minister of Supply, Kyriakos Varvaresos, introduced in June 1945 a bold program of economic reform regulating prices and wages, applying direct taxation, and promoting measures to control distribution and crack down on the black market. On September 1, he resigned in despair, blaming a systematically organized campaign by Greek business interests. That October, calling attention to the absence of a competent and effective administrative machine and the decisive influence on all Greek governments of a few people whose main object is to make money quickly, UNRWA's Deputy Director General warned of an approaching economic breakdown. Although deeply disturbed by Greece's economic disintegration, American officials were unsure how to combat it. Given the incompetence and corruption of the Greek government, they feared that American economic aid would prove as useless in stabilizing the situation as had the vast sums expended by the British and UNRWA. In May 1945, Under-Secretary of State Will Glayton told the Greek ambassador that U.S. reconstruction loans would have to be based upon detailed information as to the projects contemplated and the expected sources of funds for the repayment. Furthermore, external financial assistance would not, of course, provide the solution to the inflation and general financial breakdown threatening Greece. Only stringent internal measures by the Greek government would be effective. In August, Burns complained of the Greeks' astronomical expectations of U.S. funding, while in November he noted the impression gaining ground abroad that Greece might be incapable of running herself and solving immediate economic problems. Although the U.S. government would give sympathetic consideration to a Greek request for loans, these must be made on sound economic basis. There was little likelihood of credits being made available to country offering as little financial and economic stability as Greece. 49. Ironically, then, the economy ocean of American policymakers inflated with their volatile goals. Even the overwrought Mayvig, although unaligned to take a sanguine view of Greek businessmen and their volatile allies and to blame Greece's economic difficulties upon allegedly leftist UNRWA and British planners, argued at first against large-scale American economic assistance. Noting that Greek capitalists had traditionally invested heavily overseas, leaving Greece a backward and unprofitable market, Mayvig contended that if Greece were now advised that further foreign loans must be dependent on her contributing her own share by investing her foreign capital in her own rehabilitation, this might bring about a stronger state here both politically and economically, and one from which any additional foreign capital might at least hope to reap some other profit than further devaluations and renewed requests. It might make this country more attractive to foreign industrial enterprise than it ever be under a continuation of the old system of helping those who will not help themselves. His recommendations, we would of years involve giving full support to the continuance of capitalist economy in Greece, entailed the limiting of further erudites to specify uses, in reasonable amounts and for definite periods. America's association with Greek capital should be kept on a conservative, business-like basis. As the Greek economy moved toward collapse, however, not even conservatives proved willing to assign Greece's fate to the vagaries of the free market. On November 10, 1945, Lloyd Henderson, Director of the State Department's Office of Near Eastern and African Affairs, informed Burns that present conditions in Greece are so alarming that the British military had recommended that the United States share British responsibilities. Henderson thought a U.S. military commitment inadvisable, but he did argue that the situation was errantile enough to justify active steps on our part to improve conditions. The United States, however, must make it clear that further assistance to Greece is conditional on internal economy reforms, among them, wage, export/import, and monetary controls, effective distribution. 50. Of relief supplies, stringent taxation, drastic cutbacks in government expenditures, and positive action to restore agricultural and industrial production. Having obtained presidential approval, Burns notified McVeigh later that month of plans for a $25 million export-import bank loan to Greece. To the distress of the department, the president thought the accompanying note rather harsh and ordered it reworded. At the same time, officials of the Treasury Department and the State Department's Economic Division questioned the loan on economic grounds. In a panic, McVeigh pleaded for rapid action, arguing that Greece was the only remaining Balkan nation attempting retain orthodox ideas, private property and free enterprise along American lines. At last, on January 11, 1946, Burns announced the loan to the press, remarking that an accompanying note called upon the Athens government to take energetic steps to put its internal house in order. Energetic steps, however, remained elusive. Loath to take measures that might anger its wealthy supporters, convinced of the fidelity of its Anglo-American patrons, and incompetent as ever, the Athens administration avoided sponsorship of all new programs, that is, except for further efforts to obtain economic assistance. And in May 1946, the U.S. government did grant Greece a $10 million surplus property credit. But later that month, in connection with rumors of a Greek request for a $200 million export-import bank loan, Burns told the American embassy that it should take every opportunity informally to call attention of Greek government officials to fact that none of the $25 million Exim Bank loan has been utilized. The following month, Acheson informed Rankin that the State Department was disturbed by reported Greek attitude that additional financial aid can be expected regardless of Greek inertia in meeting own problems. Tsaldaris, in fact, was told in June that his proposed visit to Washington to obtain further U.S. aid would not be welcome. Undaunted, Tsaldaris met with Burns in Paris in early July 1946, requesting $6 billion in U.S. economic assistance. Burns responded irritably that 51. Such an amount was not within the realm of possibility. Over drinks, he complained to C.L. Sulzberger that he was a little fed up with the Greeks. Meanwhile, in Washington, at the prodding of Greek Amerians, Secretary of Commerce Henry Wallace sounded out Export-Import Bank officials about further loans to Greece, only to be told that the Greek leadership was not doing a good job of preventing the flight of Greek capital. That they were a reactionary outfit, that money furnished them would be wasted. Consequently, by the summer of 1946, the Athens government appeared in jeopardy of losing the foreign assistance that kept it afloat. In spite of the fact that UNRWA aid was scheduled to terminate at the end of the year, the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, Hugh Dalton, pressed his Ebenite colleagues, on financial grounds, to end British funding in Greece. Although Dalton suggested to Athens officials that they turn to the Americans and to U.S.-controlled international lending institutions for assistance, the State Department's response was old. Indeed, it agreed to receive a visiting Greek economy mission only on the condition that the Greeks forswear discussion of American aid. Meeting with officials from State, Treasury, Commerce, and Agriculture, as well as from UNRWA and the Export-Import Bank, the Greek delegates promptly forgot their promises and launched new appeals for economy assistance. American officials were disgusted. It is the feeling of the department, Acheson informed the president on August 7, that it would be unwise for this government to omit itself to extend any additional export-import erudites to Greece until the Greek government has shown that it is taking the measures within its own power to deal with its economy problems. Under the circumstances, a new loan would do little, if anything, to solve the basic economic or political difficulties of Greece. To the consternation of the Greek delegation, the president and all other U.S. officials reiterated this point. but Washington's hard line on economic assistance proved short-lived. On September 20, 1946, the Americans granted a credit of $10 million to the Greek government to enable it 52. To bid on maritime equipment, and 5 days later gave the Greeks an additional erudite of $25 million for the pure haze of surplus property. The amounts, of course, were still relatively small, yet, behind the scenes, the American commitment was growing. On September 24, 1946, Burns cabled Clayton that, though some months before it had been natural enough that economic considerations should largely determine assistance to foreign lands, the situation has so hardened that the time has now come when the implementation of our general policies requires the closest coordination. The Secretary of State had in mind particularly two countries which it is of the highest importance for us to assist, Turkey and Greece. On October 15, Burns met with the British Defence Minister, A.V. Alexander, telling him that the U.S. government was anxious about the position of Greece and Turkey. These two countries, said Burns, might become outposts of great importance and we should do what we could to help them. Burns thought it best for the British to continue military aid, while the United States would do what it could to help the two countries economically. Happy face, to facilitate U.S. economic assistance, as well as to bypass the inertia and corruption of the Athens administration, the State Department arranged for a U.S. economic mission to visit Greece and make specific recommendations. Registered. Although the economic side of the State Department remained uneasy about an open-ended U.S. economic commitment. The political side rejoiced at the turn of events. McVeigh confided to Henderson, "I feel now as Cassandra might, had anyone suddenly agreed with her registered degree." Underlying the expanded U.S. aid commitment lay a solidifying belief that Anglo-American difficulties in Greece could be traced directly to what the State Department termed the maneuvers and machinations of the Kremlin. Registered. After all, Russia was the major enemy of American ambitions in much of the post-war world. Why not then in Greece? According to a State Department policy paper of July 1946, the Soviet goal in Greece was clearly the transfer of power into 53. EAM's hands. EAM was not a friend or ally of the USSR, it is an instrument of Soviet policy. Although discomforting complexities abounded, it remains true that the paramount factor in the Greek political scene is the international rivalry and that all other questions are subsumed in and assimilated to this larger question. Registered. Queried about the difficulties along Greece's northern frontier, McVeigh pinned the blame on those he called Soviet puppets, Yugoslavia, Albania, and Bulgaria. Add continued anti-Greek propaganda and secret Soviet control of Greek Communist Party, said McVeigh, and the conclusion seems inevitable that Soviet government must be assigned responsibility. Russia's strategy, claimed the War Department's intelligence division, was to provide substantial material as well as moral support to the communist subversive movement in Greece through the channel of Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Albania, all completely subservient to Soviet policy. The goal? To gain complete control of Greece. Greece continued to be viewed as merely one aspect of a considerably more elaborate picture, involving the future of the Near and Middle East. Registered. A draft memorandum to the President by the State Department's Division of Near Eastern Affairs reported that the region had become a highly dangerous trouble spot. The British and French positions had been greatly weakened as a result of the two world wars, and there was danger that the Near Eastern peoples will look to Soviet Russia for a cure of their economic and social ills and as the mainspring of power. There was a critical need to place sufficient American impress on the region to win and hold it for the Western world. In late 1945, Loy Henderson reported that the Soviet Union seems to be determined to break down Britain's Great Dam restraining the flow of Russian power towards the south and sweep through to the Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, and the Indian Ocean. By June 1946, Henderson was arguing forcefully for at least $120,000,000 in U.S. loans to bolster our deplorable position in the Near East area. He did not see how we can justify our failure to employ such loans, for the Near East. 54. Is now a major political battlefield. Happy face. The following month, the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations warned the Secretary of the Navy and the President of new Soviet footholds in the Mediterranean and of Russian efforts to undermine the British position in Greece, Egypt, and the Middle East. Happy face. When controversies involving Greece, Turkey, Yugoslavia, and Iran flared up in 1946, U.S. officials had little difficulty characterizing them. The War Department's Intelligence Bureau claimed that the Russians wanted Greece in order to dominate the eastern Mediterranean, isolate Turkey, and thus facilitate eventual Soviet domination over the Near and Middle East. Registered Russian encroachments in the Middle East are steadily weakening the British and American positions and strengthening Soviet political and military influence, White House aide Clark Clifford informed the president in a report synthesizing the views of top U.S. civilian and military officials. Any events in Greece, Turkey, and Iran instituted part of a deliberate Soviet attempt to achieve the economic, military, and political domination of the entire Middle East. Happy face. In his account of this period, Joseph Jones, special assistant to the Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs, revealed that Soviet leaders deployed their diplomacy, propaganda, military pressures, and economic weapons in persistent efforts to break through the Iran-Turkey-Greece barrier to the south and establish Soviet power in the eastern Mediterranean, the Middle East, and the Indian and Soviet hegemony in this region, the Secretary of War informed the President, would be most prejudicial to the long-range security of the United States. Registered ** convenient of the need to buttress the ramparts of the Middle East, registered American policymakers adopted increasingly bellicose positions in 1946. On February 28, Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal asked Burns if he was agreeable to the Navy preparing plans for a task force in the Mediterranean. Delighted with the idea, Burns suggested that the U.S. naval force accompany the USS Missouri, probably the strongest battleship afloat, to Turkey, where it would deliver the body of the Turkish ambassador, who had recently died in Wash. 55. Inkton. In his memoirs, Burns noted delicately that he and Forrestal thought the gesture would give any encouragement to Turkey and Greece. Returning from Fulton, Missouri after his Iron Curtain address, Churchill learned of the plan from Truman and promptly reported to London that the Edion was elulated to make Russia understand that she must me to reasonable terms. During the next year, in addition to the Missouri, 2 U.S. aircraft carriers, 7 air users, 18 destroyers, and 4 auxiliary vessels paid deals at Mediterranean ports, providing an impressive exhibition of U.S. military might. When the Missouri arrived in Athens, the royalist newspaper Ambrose greeted it hastily, claiming that this glorious giant represented the power, the spirit, and the disposition of that colossal universal titan called United States of America. Later that year, Forrestal announced that the American government would maintain a permanent naval presence in the Mediterranean. Showing the flag in the Mediterranean seemed particularly important with respect to Turkey. On August 7, 1946, the Russians had requested revision of the Montreux Convention to allow joint Russian-Turkish defense of the Dardanelles. From the standpoint of U.S. policymakers, this represented an aggressive move, opening the prospects for everything from Soviet bases to direct control of the Turkish nation. On August 15, Akison warned a gathering of U.S. officials that Soviet pressures upon Turkey reflected a desire to control and dominate that country. Acceptance of these demands would be followed next by infiltration and domination of Greece by Russia, with the obvious consequences in the Middle East. The State Department, he concluded, believed that Soviet pressures on Turkey should be resisted by the United States, with the full realization that it might lead to armed conflict. Remarking that we might as well find out whether the Russians, bent on world conquest now as in 5 or 10 years, President Truman called for a firm position. Accordingly, the State Department pressed the Turks to resist Soviet demands, the Navy dispatched U.S. warships to the region, and the Joint Chiefs of 56 Staff laid plans to sell the Turks U.S. military supplies and send them Tenians, including U.S. military officers. As Akison later observed, the president's decision to stand firm on Turkey provided the signal for the administration to go ahead on Greece. On September 5, 1946, Colonel James McCormick of the U.S. Army submitted a memorandum to the Near and Middle East Subcommittee of the State War Navy Coordinating Committee arguing that American security hinged upon support of Greece, for that nation stands alone in the Balkans as a barrier between the USSR and the Mediterranean. Writing to Burns a week later on behalf of SWNCC, Clayton cited difficulties in Greece, Turkey, and Iran and called for development of a policy to enable us to supply military-type equipment to countries such as those in the Near and Middle East. On September 25, Clayton read Burns's dramatic memo of the preceding day on U.S. aid to Secretary of War Robert Patterson and Secretary of the Navy E. Orrestel, who endorsed it emphatically and urged the loosening of restrictions on U.S. military assistance on October 15. The day Burns broached U.S. aid plans to the British, Acheson notified McVeigh that the State Department felt that strained international relations focusing on Greece may result in early major crisis which may be a deciding factor in future orientation of Near and Middle Eastern countries. We are prepared to take suitable measures. These measures, outlined in a memorandum of November 1, 1946, included public and private statements of support for Greece, U.S. arms sales, if necessary, to the Greek government, recommendations to the Export-Import Bank and the International Bank to resume economic assistance to the Athens regime, and the immediate dispatch to Greece of an American economic mission. Ironically, the grim specter of Soviet expansionism that haunted American policymakers was contradicted by the reality of Soviet policy toward Greece. At international conferences, of course, the Russians frequently raised the Greek issue, but it remained a riposte to Western attacks on Russian policies elsewhere rather than a serious effort to put the Greek 57 left in power. At the London Council of Foreign Ministers meeting in September 1945, Bevan confidentially assured Archbishop Damaskinos that Soviet criticisms of the lack of democracy in Greece were simply rejoinders to comparable Anglo-American charges against Romania and Bulgaria. Within a short time Molotov informed Bevan that the Russians would drop the matter, which they did. The game was renewed on January 21, 1946 when, in retaliation for a complaint about the presence of Soviet troops in northern Iran, the Russians raised the issue of the presence of British troops in Greece at the UN Security Council. Within a week, Soviet Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Vyshinsky offered to drop the Russian charges if the British would recognize the governments of Romania and Bulgaria. Bevan rejected this particular quid pro quo, but a few days later, after a compromise agreement on Iran, the Russian diplomat mellowed and withdrew his complaint about Greece. For those Greek leftists who looked expectantly to the Soviet Union for support, Moscow's indifference must have been frustrating, if not embittering. On January 16, 1946, an EAM delegation arrived in the Soviet capital, where it commenced weeks of fruitless efforts to meet with Russian leaders. British diplomatic observers reported that, when it departed on February 8, it had seen no one more important than a local trade union functionary. So irritated was the EAM mission that it secretly complained of its treatment to the Greek ambassador. By contrast, Tsaldaris enjoyed an extremely cordial meeting with Molotov that July, and both expressed their desire for peaceful and friendly relations between their respective countries. In late August 1946, to be sure, both the Russian and Yugoslav ambassadors were recalled from their posts in Athens, in an apparent gesture of displeasure at the impending restoration of George II. But the farewell meeting of the Soviet ambassador with Greek officials was very polite and amiable, the British noted, while the Yugoslav ambassador had been very rude. This distinction between Soviet and Yugoslav behavior which totally escaped the comprehension of American OFFI. 58. Chales reflected the underlying reality of communist policy toward Greece. Tito apparently felt a sincere sense of political solidarity with the Greek left. Furthermore, although the KKE probably never offered Tito explicit territorial concessions in return for his support, Tito most certainly had territorial ambitions, principally in Macedonia, and these seemed more likely to be realized in a Greece ruled by Marcos or Zachariads than in one dominated by the traditionally Slavophobic right. To a lesser extent, Bulgaria and Albania, the latter little more than a puppet of Yugoslavia, shared these motives. In addition, Albania's very survival as a nation was threatened by the irredentism of the Athens government. Consequently, during 1945–46, relations between Greece and its three Balkan neighbors steadily deteriorated, with the first signs of external communist assistance appearing in Greece. At the same time, the thousands of Greek leftist refugees in Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Albania began to receive military training, small quantities of arms, and supplies from their Balkan hosts. Such aid was important to the Greek guerrilla bands, although it represented only a small fraction of the assistance channeled to the Athens government by Great Britain and the United States. No aid came from the Soviet Union, a fact which, it appears, did not result, as Washington thought, from Moscow's satisfaction with Belgrade's policy but rather from Moscow's total lack of sympathy with it. In subsequent years, Yugoslav leaders made no secret of their aid to the Greek left, nor of Russian hostility to it. Yugoslavia rendered assistance to the Greek liberation movement from its very inception. Despite Stalin's attitude that Greece was in the Western sphere of influence and not to be tampered with, wrote the prominent Yugoslav journalist Vladimir Dedijer. The leadership of the Soviet Union had no interest whatsoever in a victory of the People's Revolutionary Movement in Greece, claimed Tito's associate, Vukmanovic Tempo, because Greece was geographically remote from the Soviet Union. And because it was outside the sphere of interest. Milovan Djilas, Yugoslavia's 59. Vice President during this period and a man who later underwent many years of imprisonment rather than compromise his integrity, reeled that the Soviet government took no direct action to aid the Greek left. Speculating on the motives that caused Stalin to be against the uprising in Greece, Djilas remarked, perhaps he reasoned that the irration in the Balkans of still another communist state, in circumstances when not even the others were reliable and subservient, would hardly have been in his interest, not to speak of possible international complications, which could endanger his already won positions. A rift between Yugoslav and Soviet polity in the Balkans does much to explain an apparent anomaly: Soviet support for a UN investigation of Greek border violations. In September 1946, the Russians had vetoed an American proposal of this type, a move which merely confirmed to American officials the Kremlin's responsibility for Anglo-American difficulties in Greece. Registered but in December of that year, when the United States again proposed a border investigation, the Russians startled observers by agreeing with the Americans. To my surprise, recalled Burns, Molotov instructed his representative on the Security Council to support the resolution. Moreover, it would be an investigation on both sides of the border, thus providing a unique instance of UN inspection within communist nations. To be sure, the investigation could be expected to highlight the repressive policies of the Athens government, thus furnishing Moscow with numerous opportunities for propaganda against that government's British and American patrons. But it was also bound to embarrass Balkan communist leaders and play them at odds with the West. Djilas recalled that the Soviet government looked with satisfaction at Yugoslavia's confrontation with the United States and left that nation to face the music alone at the United Nations. At the same time, in Greece, an investigation would inevitably hamper the supply program for the insurgents and oblige the left to maintain reasonably legitimate 60. behavior. This may account for the fact that the KKE newspaper Rizaspastis followed the Security Council move by 3 days of silence on the subject. The American defense of the Middle East and its Greek portal should not be regarded as disinterested. After World War II, the value of Anglo-American control of Mideast oil grew to colossal proportions. Between 1938 and 1947, daily petroleum production in Saudi Arabia rose from 1,400 to 246,000 barrels and in Kuwait from 0 to 45,000 barrels, significant, albeit less spectacular, increases took place in the oil production of Bahrain, Iran, and Iraq. Mideast oil became the most cheaply produced in the world, thanks to the vast size of the concessions, the impoverished living standards of the people, the supineness of the political leaders, the shallowness of the wells, and the vast abundance of the oil. U.S. officials reported that, as of January 1, 1947, domestic oil holdings produced 11 barrels daily per well. The comparable figure for the Mideast was 3,931. In 1946, oil from Bahrain, which was estimated to cost 25 cents per barrel to produce, was selling for $1.05 per barrel and more at the Persian Gulf. Meanwhile, U.S. dependence upon Mideast oil grew apace as U.S. imports of crude and refined petroleum products steadily climbed. In 1946, they were more than twice the pre-war level. By 1948, the United States had become a net importer of petroleum for the first time in its history. Given its sizable domestic production, however, the United States was less important as a market for American oil companies than was Europe, whose consumption of oil grew dramatically in the post-war era. The Persian Gulf, which provided Europe with 25% of its oil in 1938, supplied it with 50% by 1949. With their eyes on a glorious present and an even brighter future, U.S. oilmen rapidly expanded their investments in the Middle East. By 1946, Aramco alone had poured in $120 million and had laid plans to augment this by several $100 million. Relations with the British, while less than cozy, proved friendly enough to facilitate the development of the new 61. American oil empire. In the aftermath of the war, British officials encouraged the Americans to expand their oil operations in the Middle East, provided that they did not conflict with those of Great Britain, and U.S. corporations were quick to comply. In February 1946, Standard Oil of New Jersey, the giant of the industry, together with Saucony, began negotiations to purchase 40% of Aramco's stock. Aramco's parent companies lacked adequate marketing facilities for Saudi Arabia's oil resources, while Standard and Saucony possessed worldwide marketing facilities but lacked an appropriately large share of Mideast oil. Standard also began efforts that year to buy vast quantities of crude oil from the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Finally, Aramco announced plans in late 1946 for a 1,000-mile Trans-Arabian pipeline, from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. All three projects required British cooperation, the first, because it violated the British enforced Red Line Agreement, which prohibited partners in the Iraq Petroleum Corporation from acquiring independent concessions in an area roughly contiguous with the old Ottoman Empire, the second, because the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company was a British-owned firm, and the third, because British political influence in the Middle East could potentially block the pipeline transit agreements. Promising to support the position of the U.S. oil companies, the State Department took action. The Red Line Agreement, Burns informed London, insofar as it restricts the commercial liberties of the parties to it, was incompatible with the United States' views on restrictive business practices. Acheson instructed the American charge in London to press on appropriate officials that U.S. government feels very strongly the importance of liberalizing concession arrangements in Middle Eastern area in order to stabilize and secure American oil position. By late 1946, the British had indicated their cooperation in all areas. The ability of American oil companies to mobilize the State Department behind their post-war ventures reflected the Truman administration's firm commitment to maintaining and extending America's stake in Mideast oil. For the sake of the 62. American economy and of future American security, nothing should be left undone to promote full participation by American interests in the development of these areas, an administration spokesman told Congress in late 1945. James Forrestal, Will Clayton, and other top officials lobbied for the Anglo-American Petroleum Agreement, courted Arab leaders of oil-rich nations, and argued the crucial importance of overseas petroleum resources. In a speech delivered on September 19, 1946, Loy Henderson observed that the United States was actively promoting our commercial and business interests and extractive projects in the Middle East on the basis of the doctrine of the open door. Indeed, even in secret planning sessions. State Department officials contended that the U.S. open door policy provided the foundation of America's program in the region. In an address delivered on July 30, 1946, the director of the State Department's Petroleum Division, John A. Loftus, observed that U.S. policy toward foreign oil operations was marked by 1. Insistence upon non-discriminatory commercial treatment of American oil marketers. 2. Insistence upon the open-door principle of equal commercial opportunity. With respect to the granting of rights to explore for and develop oil reserves. 3. Insistence on the principle of just and adequate compensation in circumstances where a foreign government nationalize the oil industry. 4. Diplomatic assistance to and support of American oil companies. Such assistance and support being more or less routine. The goal of the U.S. government in these matters, he observed, was to facilitate and encourage the participation of American capital and enterprise in the development of Eastern Hemisphere oil reserves, particularly in the oil-rich areas of the Middle East. The Truman administration's growing appetite for Mideast oil sharpened its obsession with expanding American influence in the region and with containing the influence of others. Juxtaposing the great mineral wealth of the Near and Mid 63. East against the disintegrating effete of many groups of dissatisfied citizens, Henderson warned of the temptation to powers outside the area. Presumably, the United States was not an outside power, and certainly the Soviet Union was. By penetration and extension of their influence in the Middle East, reported the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Russians were threatening the access of the Western powers to the important oil reserves in the area. In September 1946, Clifford warned the President that our continued access to oil in the Middle East is especially threatened by Soviet penetration into Iran. Registered indeed, the Iranian crisis of 1946 sent a tremor of fear through the American policy-making establishment. From Tehran, Ambassador Wallace Murray predicted a disastrous domino effect, which would lead to the cancellation of Western oil concessions in Iran, Kuwait, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia and end in giving Russia control of richest oil fields in the Middle East, possibly the world's greatest. In his memoirs, Truman recalled that if the Russians attained control of Iran's oil, the raw material balance of the world would undergo a serious change, and it would be a serious loss for the economy of the Western world. If American officials overestimated the temptation of outside powers to control the oil-rich Middle East, it was at least partly because they felt the full dimensions of their own. These lineaments of desire were neatly complemented by a genuine hostility toward Russia. By late 1946, the State Department's chain of command from Ambassador McVeigh, to NIA Director Henderson, to Under-Secretary Acheson was absolutely convinced of Soviet mendacity and ready to proceed with tougher measures in Greece. Others in the State Department, most notably Secretary Burns, while no less anti-Soviet, remained a shade less certain that Greece provided the most appropriate place for America to take a stand. Burns, however, was already in eclipse, and his successor, George G. Marshall, leaned heavily upon Acheson for advice, as did Truman. Outside the State Department, U.S. military spokesmen and particularly the bitterly anti-Soviet Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal were 64. Eager for a confrontation with Soviet power along the Greece-Turkey-Iran barrier. The only figure in the Truman administration who favored a cooperative approach toward Russia was the Secretary of Commerce, Henry Wallace, about whom Acheson warned a Greek government delegation in August 1946. That September, however, Truman fired Wallace in a public dispute over American foreign policy. By late 1946, therefore, the Truman administration was ready for a showdown with Russia over Greece, even if the Russians, in accordance with their putative Machiavellian cunning, were nowhere to be seen. As American policymakers prepared for an international confrontation, their British counterparts were growing increasingly divided over the wisdom of maintaining their financial commitments in Greece. Ever since mid-1946, Dalton had been seeking to rally his colleagues to end all British funding to the Greek government. By the latter part of the year, with Great Britain facing enormous economic difficulties, the Chancellor of the Exchequer was making headway toward an aid cut-off. Even so, the military and the Foreign Office remained obdurate. On November 13, the British Chiefs of Staff reported that it was imperative for Great Britain to prevent Greece from falling into the Russian sphere of influence. Informed while overseas of the very great reluctance here to contemplate a continuation of our military, financial, and political commitments in Greece, Bevin fired back on December 5. The policy of the government has been based hitherto on the assumption that Greece and Turkey are essential to our political and strategical position in the world. Am I to understand that we may now abandon this position? I really do not know where I stand. Of course, if the Americans could be enticed into taking on the British responsibility in Greece, which would entail U.S. military aid to supplement the economic assistance promised by Burns on October 15, both Dalton's and Bevin's goals could be secured. Accordingly, the British intensified their efforts to obtain additional U.S. aid in late 1946 and early 65. 1947, although without much confidence, for meanwhile, the two ministers prepared for a head-on confrontation over British policy toward Greece at the cabinet level. Registered Bevin clearly won the first round. On January 25, 1947, he recommended to the cabinet that the Greek army be expanded and that the U.S. government be approached regarding sharing the costs of the Greek armed forces after March 31. Having undertaken to try and put Greece on a stable basis, he declared, "We must now see it through." At the cabinet meeting of January 30, he proffered these proposals, whereupon Dalton, asserting to the minutes, opposed the armed forces increases as extravagant and said that, "We should avoid any financial commitment to Greece after the end of the current financial year." Confronted with this clash of opinions, the cabinet made no decision on terminating British funding. Instead, it agreed in principle that the Greek armed forces should be placed in a position to undertake operations in the spring and established a committee to consider the financial implications of these Greek military operations and to plan what proposals should be put to the United States government with regard to long-term financial, economic and military help for Greece. The Foreign Office cabled the British ambassador in Athens, no decision was taken as to what should happen after the March 31. This must await the result of discussions with the Americans. But Dalton had an important impact on London's approach to Washington. Having failed to win his point on the cabinet level, he continued to campaign among his colleagues for cutting off the Greeks. When the Foreign Office drew up an appeal to the Americans for funding, Dalton redrafted it in a manner which implied a definite aid cut-off. On February 15, 1947, Bevin informed Dalton of his reluctance to state categorically that we should under no circumstances be prepared to make any further contribution, as is proposed in your redraft of my telegram to Washington. Instead, he wanted to leave the final decision on this point to the 66 Cabinet after we know what contribution the Americans are prepared to make. On February 18, the two British leaders held a final meeting in an effort to resolve their differences. According to Bevin's notes, Dalton agreed to raise no objection to going to the cabinet after the discussion with America if this proved necessary. In turn, Bevin accepted a strong telegram to the United States, for the sole purpose of bringing matters to a head. Thus, although in reality British officials had made no decision to pull out of Greece, they found it expedient to imply that they had. Hinting at this rather deceptive approach, Prime Minister Clement Attlee later bragged, "We made the Americans face up to the facts in the Eastern Mediterranean." In actuality, American policymakers were hardly the innocents abroad that the British imagined them. When dealing with Greece, they accepted many of the same erroneous facts, drew similar conclusions, and exhibited a definite eagerness to assume the burdens of power. Although Chalderas fretted about the meaning of the cool response to his repeated entreaties for U.S. aid, registered the State Department was, in fact, temporarily hamstrung by export-import bank restrictions on further loans to Greece. On the other hand, State expected the U.S. economic mission to Greece, headed by former Office of Price Administration Director Paul Porter, to develop a flourishing U.S. economic assistance program in early 1947. Nor were American officials reluctant to enter the military realm. Ambassador McVeigh considers it extremely important that the Army receive adequate supplies by spring, to control the leftist uprisings, Burns reported to Truman on December 20, 1946. The British should continue primary responsibility for supply, Burns contended, but the U.S. government was prepared, in turn, to provide the appropriate weaponry to the British. If anything, American officials in the field were inclined to believe the British overly complacent about the future of Greece. On February 11, 1947, McVeigh and Mark Etheridge, the U.S. representative on the UN Investigating Commission, Re. 67, reported that economic deterioration here must soon cause revolution on a nationwide scale. 6 days later, Etheridge cabled that the Russians regarded Greece as a ripe plum ready to fall into their hands. On February 19, Porter informed the State Department that this was the real thing and we cannot hope for economic or political stability in absence of all-out effort on our part. Alarmed by these reports, Henderson drew up a dramatic memorandum which Acheson took to Secretary of State Marshall on February 21. Unless urgent and immediate support is given to Greece, he stated, it appeared probable that the Greek government would be overthrown, a leftist regime would assume power, and the United States would face the loss of the whole Near and Middle East. Marshall immediately instructed Acheson to prepare the necessary steps for sending economic and military aid. Later that same day, Friday, February 21, the British delivered to the State Department 2 lengthy documents requesting U.S. aid. As Marshall had already left town for the weekend, Henderson received them and brought them immediately to Acheson. His Majesty's government, in view of their own situation, find it impossible to grant further financial assistance after March 31, read the key section, and trust that the United States may find it possible to afford financial assistance to Greece on a scale sufficient to meet her minimum needs, both civil and military. Acheson immediately instructed Henderson and his counterpart in the European Division, John Hickerson, to confer that evening with their staffs in preparation for rapid action on the British request. Still later that evening, Acheson recalled, he talked by telephone with Marshall and Truman, outlining developments and asking for further orders. They had none. Acheson and his subordinates considered but rejected the notion that the British were not entirely sincere and that the notes had been presented with the idea of pushing the United States government out in front to assume Britain's economic, political, and military burdens in the region. Mar. 68. Schall told Forrestal a few days later that the British notes were tantamount to British abdication from the Middle East with obvious implications as to their sui esser. Presented with this long-awaited opportunity, U.S. policymakers moved with alacrity. All that weekend, State Department and military officials rushed about, drawing up memoranda stating what they long had assumed, without external assistance, Greece and Turkey would elapse, and they and the rest of the Middle East will fall under Russian control. Joseph Jones, who left the most detailed and accurate record of these events, revealed that, underneath the virtual unanimity of view, the relevant officials were quite openly elated over the possibility that the United States might now take it on, to prevent the Soviet Union from breaking through the Greece-Turkey-Iran barrier. On Sunday, February 23, according to Acheson, Henderson asked me whether we were still working on adhesion or the execution of one. Acheson replied that under the circumstances there'll be only one adhesion. At that we drank a martini or two. Another participant in the heated planning of that weekend revealed that, despite the importance of the question, the answer was never really in doubt. On the morning of February 24, Marshall stopped by the State Department office, read the British notes and Acheson's memoranda, talked briefly with the British ambassador, and proceeded to a meeting with the president on the matter. Advised of the solid support for their position at all levels, Eheson and Henderson worked later that day preparing re-emendations for congressional action. On the morning of February 26, the Secretaries of State, War, and the Navy swiftly approved the recommendations, which were immediately endorsed, in principle, by the President. A White House aide recalled that Truman accepted without question the assessments of our own State Department and military departments. And with Truman's support, the policy was set. Yet below the exhilarating unanimity lurked a variety of dangers. Even in these first days of planning, Eheson was concerned that pressure might build up for referring the issue. 69. To the United Nations, we was then conduiting its investigation of Greece's frontier disputes. For this reason, he kept the British aid request secret from the State Department's Office of Special Political Affairs, which handled UN matters. In Athens, Paul Porter drafted a cable directly to the president, imploring him to demand an armistice in Greece as a precondition for American economic aid. "You are aware of complete reactionary nature of present government," he told Truman. "But one must work with them as I have to understand how incredibly weak, stupid, and venal they really are. Their principal asset is wide fear in Greece of communist excesses," he noted, yet this was offset by their own policies of violence and exploitation. Only through the search for a peaceful solution could the United States offer people of Greece something more than bloodshed and tyranny. Greatly distressed by Porter's outlook, McVeigh and Etheridge sought to convince him that the problem must be seen on a wider scale, that in our own interests we must stop Russia. According to the ambassador, he told the naive head of the economic mission that omelets are not made without breaking eggs. But Porter remained soft-hearted, a New Deal liberal, although it is not his fault. McVeigh urged the State Department to keep Porter quiet in the future, perhaps by offering him a regular government job. Even more frightening was the question, if relative insiders like Porter could not work up much enthusiasm for rescuing the Greek right, what about the American people? Could they be mobilized to accept the State Department's new venture? Within the Truman administration, this question, and not that of intervention, was the salient one. 3. February-June 1947. Congress and the people of this country are not sufficiently aware of the character and dimensions of the crisis that impends, and of the measures that must be taken. The State Department knows. Congress and the people do not know. Joseph M. Jones, February 26, 1947. Having swiftly reached agreement on the desirability of American intervention in Greece, the administration now faced a more complex problem, mobilizing public support. As Joseph Jones observed, the president had been concerned from the beginning not so much about the decision he had to make regarding Greece and Turkey as about the extent to which Congress and the American people could be convinced that a program of aid was necessary. Truman and the State Department had good reason for concern. Thanks to a GOP sweep in the 1946 elections, conservative Republicans dominated Congress and had embarked on a campaign to slash the federal budget. Many, moreover, were veteran isolationists. Nor were the Democrats entirely reliable. Despite the administration's repeated confrontations with the Soviet Union, many liberal Democrats clung stubbornly to the wartime notion of Big Three cooperation under the umbrella of the United Nations. The public seemed relatively indifferent to foreign affairs, when not positively hostile to the administration's early Cold War ventures. The United States must take world leadership, and quickly, Clayton wrote on March 5, 1947. But the United States will not take world leadership effectively unless the people of the United States are shocked. 70. 71. Into doing so, the State Department's program for Greece, contended the head of the European Division, would have to be presented to Congress in such a fashion as to electrify the American people. Given the administration's precarious relationship with Congress, Truman recalled, it seemed desirable, to advise the congressional leadership as soon as possible about the situation. Consequently, on the morning of February 27, 1947, Senators Styles Bridges, Arthur Vandenberg, Alban Barkley, and Tom Connolly, and Congressmen Joseph Martin, Charles Eaton, Sol Bloom, and Sam Rayburn were ushered into the White House for the first administration pep talk. Truman told the legislators that he had decided to extend aid to Greece and Turkey, while Marshall outlined the crisis in the region, the withdrawal of the British, and his hope that appropriate legislation would receive bipartisan support without protracted controversy. From the administration's viewpoint, the response was disconcerting. How much is this going to cost? Isn't this pulling British chestnuts out of the fire? Atchison was aghast at the legislators' naivete. These congressmen had no conception of what challenged them. It was my task to bring it home, with no time left for measured appraisal. The situation in the eastern Mediterranean had come to a point, Atchison explained, where a highly possible Soviet breakthrough might open 3 continents to Soviet penetration. Like apples in a barrel infected by one rotten one, the corruption of Greece would affect Iran and all to the east. The United States had arrived at a position which has not been paralleled since ancient history. Not since Athens and Sparta, not since Rome and Carthage have we had such a polarization of power. This was no question of pulling British chestnuts out of the fire. It is a question of whether 2/3 of the area of the world is to be controlled by communists. Now here was a menace that conservative legislators could appreciate. According to Jones's notes, most of the congressional leaders were greatly shaken and impressed with this analysis and promised to support whatever measures should 72 be necessary. And, in fairness to Atchison, Marshall, and Truman, Atchison's statement, while hyperbolic, did reflect their underlying fears of global communist advances. The novelty of the moment lay in the fact that, while such analyses underlay the State Department's early Cold War planning, the administration had not yet talked in such terms to Congress and the public. Realizing the obstacles the administration would encounter in winning passage of a Greek aid bill, as well as their own difficulties in justifying their support of it, the legislators insisted that the program be presented to the public in terms almost as frank as those used to explain it to them. Vandenberg, the Republican chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, urged the president to make a personal appearance before Congress and scare hell out of the country. Although another meeting with congressional leaders, on March 10, proved less successful in rallying support, anti-communism was clearly the strongest formula the administration possessed for mobilizing conservatives. Certainly it mobilized Vandenberg. My private opinion, he told Congressman John Bennett, is that we are rapidly approaching a point where we must honestly pose this question to ourselves: can the United States survive in a communist-dominated world? Cautioned by their discussion with congressional leaders, administration officials immediately began the public relations program that they recognized as crucial. That evening, Atchison briefed 20 reporters covering the State Department in an off-the-record session. The following morning, he met with Henderson, Hickerson, and other key State Department officials to organize a public information campaign. It was agreed that this program should be headed by Francis Russell, Director of the State Department's Office of Public Affairs, and augmented by the SWNCC Subcommittee on Foreign Policy Information. But the content of the public relations campaign remained uncertain. Forrestal argued that the world could only be brought back to order by the restoration of commerce, trade, and business, and that would have to be done by businessmen. The central problem. 73. Facing the United States, he told Clark Clifford, was, which of the two systems currently offered the world is to survive. On the other hand, a capitalism versus communism approach held little appeal for liberals. From Greeley, Porter, and Etheridge, joined by Mayvig, warned that the greatest care should be taken to avoid giving impression that U.S. aim at maintaining in power an essentially reactionary government. Perhaps aim might be stated to ensure opportunity for broader democratic government and greater implementation of political, social, and economic responsibility. Accordingly, the information program should stress that American policies would be directed towards liberal aims here. Happy face, Virtually everyone, however, agreed that to avoid charges of great power intervention it was necessary to skip lightly over the British role in precipitating the crisis and to display a request for aid from the Greek government. Thus, on February 28, the Greek charge d'affaires, Paul Ionomagouras, was brought into the State Department and relieved by Henderson, who smiled. The Greek diplomat reeled, as if from a glowing inner satisfaction. Henderson outlined for Ionomagouras the U.S. plans for economy and military assistance and presented him with a copy of a request for aid which he wanted signed and delivered by the Greek government. Drafted by the State Department, the aid request had a humanitarian tone, stressing the wartime devastation of Greece and the urgent need for American assistance. Marshall also dispatched a copy of the aid request to Mayvig, with instructions to have the Greek government submit it to the State Department without delay. The Greek government should withhold publicity, and allow us to reveal it first, the department added. This would dramatize matter and enlist popular and congressional support. By March 3, the Athens government had accepted the American draft and returned it to Washington in the form of a Greek appeal for U.S. aid. The following day, Marshall announced to the press that the Truman administration was inciting assistance to Greece, avoiding any mention of the British. 74. Notes of February 21, he cited the Greek aid appeal, whose text was released later that day. For their part, the British saw no reason to interfere with the State Department's careful cultivation of U.S. public opinion. On February 28, when Atkinson remonstrated with the British ambassador about the difficulties attendant upon the short and arbitrary deadlines provided by Britain's announcement of withdrawal from Greece, the British agreed, Atkinson recalled, to keep the troops on for a while longer and to advance a little more cash for the Greek army provided our aid was moving smartly along. The British also played an important part in facilitating the Greek government's acceptance of the American drafted aid request. Noting that the State Department draft provided for U.S. advisors with executive powers, Tsaldaris had asked his British patrons what they thought of this fateful decision. Sir Clifford Norton, the British ambassador, responded that the position of Greece was desperate, and Britain could not possibly cope. He urged Tsaldaris to make no difficulties. When Tsaldaris came back with a suggestion of accepting conditions for a period of years, Norton replied that Greece would be ill-advised to quibble. Indeed, from the British standpoint, it would be foolish to jeopardize American initiatives. All things considered, Lord Inverchapel cabled the Foreign Office, we can be gratified with the manner in which administration has set about assuming the task with which they have been confronted, and have girded themselves to tackle Congress. The administration's public relations campaign accelerated after March 7, when Truman brought the Greek-Turkish issue to the attention of his cabinet. At the meeting, the president announced his decision to provide U.S. military and economic aid to the two nations, while Atkinson made a general presentation of the case, showing the movements of Soviet aggression in the Middle East. Everyone expressed approval of the president's decision, but a number of cabinet members noted their misgivings about the character of the Greek government. 75. And, in particular, about public willingness to support such a venture. The general consensus, reeled Forrestal, was that we should support Greece to the extent that we can persuade Congress and the country of the necessity. Seizing the opportunity, Forrestal declared that the situation represented a fundamental struggle between our kind of society and the Russians. To win that struggle, the United States would have to turn to business, encouraging it through the full-out support of government. Taken by the idea, the president, Atkinson noted, appointed a cabinet committee composed of Forrestal, Patterson, Treasury Secretary John Snyder, Commerce Secretary Averell Harriman, Agriculture Secretary Clinton Anderson, Labor Secretary Louis Schwellenbach, and himself to call together some financial, business, and labor people, both to get their energetic support, and to provide recruits for missions, to Greece. Meeting over the next few days, the Cabinet Committee, chaired by Snyder, formulated ambitious plans for winning public approval. It recommended that the President, to emphasize the gravity of the situation, deliver a message in person before a joint session of Congress. Although Ehison met secretly with a group of top labor leaders to gather their support, the committee concentrated upon reeing influential business leaders. By May 13, Ehison was able to report to Marshall, "We have spoken to meetings of bankers and businessmen and will address a meeting of publishers." Happy face, the last venture probably was the outcome of Forrestal's efforts, for the preceding day he had submitted a list of 9 key publishers for lobbying purposes. He informed New York Times columnist James Reston, "I told Dean and Snyder that, we should, get the publishers like Arthur Sulzberger and E.P. Hoyt and Paul Smith and Luce and make them aware that this will need sustained educational effort. Then it would be necessary to organize the radio people on a nationwide basis." In discussions of the Greek aid program with his network of business and newspaper associates, Forrestal was frank enough. He told the publisher of the San Francisco Chronicle that about 73% of U.S. imports, 76, were raw material necessities. Currently, the United States required about 3 times the volume of basic materials that we chewed up in 1938 and 1939, and the country was partway to becoming a have-not nation. We've had a lot of high-level, penthouse economic free trade, he told Reston, but the guts of it is, can a little guy buy silk in Japan and sell it in New York and make $1? Forrestal's remarks imply, in the context of the Greek crisis, the administration and business were natural allies. The president hinted at this in an address on March 6 at Baylor University. Peace and freedom, he argued, were bound up completely with the third objective: re-establishment of world trade. If the dangerous trend towards state-directed economies is not reversed, the government of the United States will be under pressure, sooner or later, to fight for markets and raw materials. Privately, American policymakers were even more candid. Discussing this line on Greece and Turkey with one of his big business acquaintances, Forrestal turned immediately to the question of oil. Estimated reserves in the Middle East are now up to 27 billion barrels, he said. Our total oil in the ground is 21 billion. The economy of Europe is going to be oil. What we are talking about is raw materials and we haven't got them. His businessman friend interjected, that definitely is something to go to war about. If intervention in Greece were a matter of political or social organization, the hell with it. But if it is a question of the survival of our economy through procuring materials in those countries, then that to me is the answer. Forrestal responded, that is the only thing that makes any impression on me at all. That stuff is over my head. Happy face, in Greece, McVeigh confided to the South African charge that the American program was designed to arrest the spread of Soviet imperialism and thereby assure the protection of American interests in the Near East, for example oil. Happy face, the appeal to the nation, of course, would require something more spiritually uplifting. At the February 27 meeting with congressional leaders, it appeared that the appropriate 77 inspiration would be supplied by an American-led crusade against Soviet communism. But the following morning, when Ehison met with his staff to map out the public relations strategy, the Undersecretary unexpectedly vetoed this line of argument and suggested another. As Jones reeled, Ehison advanced. One caution. Although we should be vigorous and forthright, we must not be belligerent or provocative. Our policy was not directed against any country or even any movement, but was a positive policy directed toward helping free nations strengthen their democracy and their independence and thereby protecting the liberties of the individual citizen. Later that day, when Russell met with the SWNCC Subcommittee on Foreign Policy Information, this hardened into the new orthodoxy. The rewards of the meeting indicate that Russell asked if should emphasize the world communist revolution picture. Not in a field pronoun emens, came the reply. Another participant added that they would have to draw a line on what administration can say, what supporters can say. Yet another noted that there are ways of making situation perfectly clear without specifically mentioning Russia. Then perhaps the administration should couch it in terms of new policy of this government to go to the assistance of free governments everywhere, Russell suggested. Everyone agreed that it would be useful to relate military aid to principle of supporting democracy. As Major General A.V. Arnold put it, the only thing that can sell public would be to emphasize the threat to democracy. The decision to focus upon the defense of democracy was curious in the context of the proposed aid program. Neither the Greek nor the Turkish regime appeared to be a paragon of representative government. Jones recalled that the Greek government was corrupt, reactionary, inefficient, and indulged in extremist practices was well known and incontestable. That Turkey had not achieved full democratic self-government was also patent. At the SWNGG subcommittee meeting, participants agreed that the Athens government was 78. A rotten one, although not basically fascist. Furthermore, post-war U.S. policymakers had hitherto shown no particular interest in defending democracy in Greece or elsewhere. Indeed, even after the decision to emphasize democracy in public relations pronouncements, State Department officials meeting to draft the Greek-Turkish aid legislation rejected defense of a democratic form of government as the basis for the program. Instead, they approved a draft which came much closer to their actual concerns. The President is authorized to furnish assistance to any country for the purpose of promoting its stability and independence whenever he finds such assistance is in the interest of the national security. Eventually, however, the public relations men prevailed, and the Truman Doctrine, as it was soon labeled, focused upon alternative ways of life. As Lewis Halley, another State Department official, recalled, it was still not possible to tell the American people what the real issue was. Happy face, why not? Why did Atchison signal a retreat to warmed over World War I platitudes? As indicated at the February 27 meeting with congressional leaders, the administration needed a stirring set of principles in which it could couch both the Greek-Turkish aid program and its broader commitment to overseas intervention. Indeed, Vandenberg and the others had made this the price of their support. Truman understood the need very well and objected to early drafts that made the whole thing sound like an investment prospectus. Even afterward, the president insisted on heightening the rhetoric. I wanted no hedging in this speech, he insisted. Atchison, too, showed little patience with administration thinking that lacked popular appeal. On the afternoon of March 10, Clifford showed the Undersecretary a draft of the President's speech that he and another White House aide, George Elsey, had prepared. It stressed Greece's strategic importance in defense of the Middle East, called attention to the great natural resources of the area, and warned that there has been a worldwide trend away from the system of free enterprise. If we permit free enterprise to disappear in the other nations of the world, the very existence of our own economy and our own 79. Democracy will be gravely threatened, it read. Important as this line of thinking was within the administration, Atchison considered it inappropriate in the president's speech, and successfully secured its deletion. Registered. On the other hand, there were also good reasons for restraining the anti-Soviet rhetoric. Although Marshall had told the SWNCC subcommittee to disregard his departure for the Council of Foreign Ministers meeting in Moscow as it planned the public relations program, the conference probably played some role in administration thinking. Symptomatically, Marshall and Charles Bolin, receiving the text of the message en route, objected to the extent to which the anti-communist element of the speech was stressed. Not only was an overtly anti-Soviet speech likely to embarrass the Secretary of State in Moscow, but it provided a possible incitement to war. George Kennan, chairman of the State Department's policy planning staff, worried that the Russians might well view the president's address as a casus belli. Jones, who drafted the speech, modified sections to reduce that possibility and to avoid alarming Americans about it. Atchison, particularly, feared that announcing too dramatic a departure from past American practice would cause the administration difficulties with Congress. Although desirous of expanding the administration's options for overseas intervention, both Kennan and Atchison worried that the president's address might commit the United States to conflicts which could not be won. According to Jones, the administration recognized that taking a stand against Soviet expansion might touch off a jingoistic crusade. At least partly for that reason the president's message avoided mention of the Soviet Union and pitched United States policy on a pro-freedom rather than an anti-communist plane. On March 12, 1947, after 2 weeks of careful press build-up, President Truman delivered his much-touted message to Congress. Noting that the United States had received from the Greek government an urgent appeal for financial and economic assistance, Truman went on to describe the 80 economic disintegration in Greece as well as the terrorist activities of several thousand armed men, led by communists. As indicated by this reference, however brief, to the menace of Red Revolution, the speech did provide occasional glimpses of administration thinking. It is necessary only to glance at a map, Truman declared, to see that if Greece should fall to the rebels, confusion and disorder might well spread throughout the entire Middle East. Nevertheless, as Acheson and the public relations men had agreed, the focus of the speech was upon a worldwide struggle between alternative ways of life, the free and the totalitarian. After some heady rhetoric, the president concluded that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. Greece and Turkey, the president maintained, were entitled to such support, and should receive an immediate appropriation totaling $400 million for economic and military assistance. American help would be primarily through economic and financial aid, superintended by experienced American administrators. The latter, explained the president, had been asked for by the Greek government. Despite the administration's attention to public opinion, the response to the president's address was less than enthusiastic. In his memoirs, Truman recalled that opposition to his doctrine came primarily from communists and their fellow travelers, but this is belied by the record. As the president completed his remarks, applause in the House chamber was notably restrained and soon after, legislators began voicing their discontent. Senator Robert Taft of Ohio objected to the policy of dividing the world into zones of political influence, communist and anti-communist. Furthermore, he did not want war with Russia. Senator Harry Byrd of Virginia expressed concern about bypassing the United Nations and about the expenditures necessary to implement the Truman Doctrine. Senators Claude Pepper of Florida, Alan Ellender of Louisiana, and Glenn Taylor of Idaho criticized the Truman Doctrine as warlike and provocative. Even figures close to the foreign policy establishment showed a distinct coolness. 81. Among them Bernard Baruch, James Burns, and John Foster Dulles. Although an overwhelming majority of the nation's press supported aid to Greece, influential commentators raised embarrassing questions about it. Walter Lippmann wondered if maintenance of the status quo in Greece was in fact the most effective way to combat Soviet expansion. The United States, he warned, was not rich enough to subsidize reaction all over the world or strong enough to maintain it in power. That March, a Gallup poll found approval of Truman's Greek aid program at only 56%, while a Roper poll placed it at 51.9%. These and other opinion surveys also reported that a majority of Americans were critical of circumventing the United Nations and of sending U.S. military assistance to Greece. Registered in general, liberal magazines and organizations were the most eloquent and consistent critics of the Truman Doctrine. Discounting the president's explanations of his program, the nation claimed that the U.S. government was intent on propping up a rotten, reactionary oligarchy in Greece as part of a broad plan to contain Russia. The editor, Frieda Kirchwey, decried Truman's references to democracy as unctuous and his thinking as based on a series of false assumptions, that the Greek rebels were Soviet puppets, that a popular revolution could be suppressed easily by an outside power, and that the United Nations was not an appropriate agency for economic reconstruction. James G. Patton, president of the National Farmers Union, told Truman of his organization's fear that the United States is setting out upon a career of unilateral, imperialistic action that would destroy the United Nations. At congressional hearings, Garles Bolt of the American Veterans Committee strongly opposed U.S. military aid to Greece, contending that we cannot stop the spread of communist ideology by bolstering a corrupt and reactionary regime. Prominent black Americans pointed to the curious discrepancy between the president's eagerness to defend democracy in Greece and his reluctance to foster it in the American South. Degree Henry J. Gadbury, chairman of the American Friends Service Committee, noted that the 82 president had rejected any resort to the United Nations, while the Progressive Citizens of America, the nation's largest liberal organization, attacked the Truman Doctrine for dividing the world into two armed camps. Particularly disturbing to the administration was the opposition the Truman Doctrine generated among prominent New Dealers. Henry Wallace, editor of the New Republic since his forced departure from the cabinet, used his magazine columns, radio addresses, and public speeches to assail the president's program. Once the United States took on the responsibility for funding the Greek and Turkish governments, he told an overflow crowd at Madison Square Garden, "Every fascist dictator will know that he has credit in our bank." The real crisis was not one of the Greek economy, but of the American spirit. Fiorello LaGuardia, testifying against the aid program before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, used his experience as director of UNRWA to paint a grim picture of corruption and repression in Greece. If the United States intervened, he warned, we are going in there for a long time. In her newspaper column, Eleanor Roosevelt wondered how the Greek government could be as representative as the president had claimed and still require military bolstering from the outside. Although Acheson sent a special State Department officer to meet with her in an effort to bring her around, Mrs. Roosevelt remained unmoved. She told the president that she did not believe that taking over Mr. Churchill's policies in the Near East, in the name of democracy, is the way to really create a barrier to communism or promote democracy. Overseas, too, opposition to the Truman Doctrine spread considerably beyond the ranks of the communists. In Great Britain, where the president's message was viewed with great satisfaction by the Foreign Office and by Churchill, who proclaimed that Truman had adopted the exact policy he had once pursued, the left wing of the British Labour Party vehemently denounced it as the proclamation of an American empire, carved out with particular attention to the oil-rich Middle East. Happy face, indeed, European political leaders generally. 83. Viewed the President's Mary 12 address as an announcement of the extension of American frontiers worldwide, and differed principally about the desirability of sui hippolyte. Groups leaning toward the developing American Cold War aimed the center-right in much of Western and Eastern Europe welcomed the Truman Doctrine but, in addition to the communists, the errant and Italian socialists tended to be critical of the American program, as were the governing parties in Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Switzerland. Surveying the European reaction, one Foreign Office official reported, the Swedish Social Democrat press deplores this challenge to Moscow on the grounds that it lessens the chance of a peace settlement between the great powers. Furthermore, the errant communists and socialists deplore it in varying degree. Many errant commentators regret that errants must now lose the mediating role which she thought to play at Moscow. The left in general dislike it and fear that Italy will emerge as a colony or protectorate of the United States. In Greece, where the situation remained alarming from almost any perspective, plans for U.S. intervention received a somewhat more sympathetic response. McVeigh reported jubilation on the right. Marching in the streets, right-wing groups sang joyously of using the atom bomb to make dust of the communists. The center, too, as McVeigh noted, showed its satisfaction at the proposed aid program, although the liberal press expressed some reserve re its consequences and implications. Apparently, the liberals believed that the Americans would help them to pry the control of the state out of right-wing hands. Sifili proclaimed his hope that by condemning the extremes of the right and left and recommending a policy of toleration, the United States would contribute to the internal pacification of Greece without further bloodshed. Registered ironically, even EAM, while criticizing arbitrary American intervention, was not totally hostile to the American initiative. An official delegation from the left-wing coalition told McVeigh that EAM favored American economic aid but opposed the presence of foreign 84 troops or the imposition of foreign control on Greece. Instead, it desired the neutralization of the nation under United Nations auspices. McVeigh told Marshall that this idea might well appeal to large sections of uninformed liberal opinion in Great Britain and the United States, but should, of course, be rejected as merely a component of a Moscow-directed strategy. The masterminds in Moscow, however, appeared to treat the Greek situation with relative detachment. Despite the heated debate which the Truman Doctrine inspired in the United States and Western Europe, the Russians barely seemed to notice it. After March 13, when Izvestia directed some temperate criticism at the president's congressional message, Soviet attacks quickly sputtered out. 10 days later, the British ambassador in Moscow reported to the Foreign Office that apart from the subsequent Pravda rehash of Izvestia leader, there has been no further Soviet editorial comment, and it does not look as though Soviet authorities intend to make this the subject of a major propaganda campaign. In fact, by Soviet standards, even the original Izvestia leader was mild. By April 1, Acheson, too, had become aware of the puzzling Soviet response. Asked during closed congressional hearings about the effects of the Truman Doctrine on Soviet-American relations, he replied, "There has been no outward defeat of any sort so far as the official Russian policy is earned. It has not been mentioned. Nor has it affected negotiations in any way, so far as we can see." The inspired newspaper comment in Russia is regarded by all observers as being unusually cautious instead of the rather tremendous blast which they have usually given out . By contrast, in a speech to the Yugoslav parliament on March 31, Tito denounced American imperialism as openly threatening with war countries that will not submit to its financial and imperialistic dictatorship. In characteristic fashion, he assailed the Greek government's unlawful terror over the democratic masses in Greece and over the Macedonians in Aegean Macedonia. 85. The comparative mildness of the Soviet response did nothing to reassure American policymakers. In open congressional hearings, Acheson vigorously denied that the aid measure meant a joining of issue with the spread of Russian influence and communism in this part of the world, and clung to the administration line about defending free institutions, but in hearings held in executive session, American officials were considerably more candid. Testifying before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, McVeigh cited Stalin's foundations of Leninism as the basis of what is going on in Greece. "It is all there," he stated, "their actions follow out the program." Asked by Chairman Eaton if the whole situation did not represent a movement on the part of Russia to take over Greece, McVeigh responded, "Yes, sir. I do not think there is any other statement that fits the facts." A few days later, he told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that Greece and Turkey are a strategic line. "If the Russians break that down, the whole Near East falls." The U.S. ambassador to Turkey, Edwin Wilson, also emphasized the strategic factors which had led to the American decision to intervene, adding, "We would do it regardless of what regime was in Turkey or in Greece." Contravening his public statements, Acheson took a similar position. Several supporters of the Greek-Turkish aid bill, including Senator Vandenberg, suggested that its passage might provide the occasion to negotiate a settlement with the Russians on Greece and other issues, but Acheson demurred, "I think it is a mistake to believe that you can, at any time, sit down with the Russians and solve questions." Was there no possibility of a meeting with the Russians to iron things out? "You cannot sit down with them," Acheson insisted. In closed-door sessions, the administration also revealed that it had discovered the deception of American officials by the Foreign Office over the alleged British decision to withdraw from Greece. On April 1, in closed hearings of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Walter F. George grilled Acheson in a fashion that indicated suspicion of the curious circumstances underlying the sudden transfer of 86. power. After ineffectual efforts by Acheson to parry George's questions, the legislator exploded, "You say they are getting out, Mr. Secretary. You have only their note for that." At this point, when Acheson presumably spoke, discussion suddenly went off the record. But Senator Carl Hatch returned to the Acheson-George colloquy later that day, and in the process summarized some deleted information. Senator George went into one matter that has puzzled, I think, all of us greatly, and that is the suddenness with which this crisis arose. I gathered from your remarks this morning that the division between the British Foreign Office and the Treasury might have precipitated a situation where the British themselves did not have a definite policy. This discussion, too, immediately moved off the record. It did little to mollify Senator George, who continued to criticize the administration for its failure to challenge British conduct in this regard. Soon afterward, Acheson complained to the British ambassador of the enormous strain he has been put to by congressional questioning. And in later months, Marshall emphasized the acute embarrassment caused this government by British handling of the situation. During congressional hearings, the administration encountered few challenges to its depiction of events in Greece, although its performance on this score was not particularly enlightening. McVeigh and the legislators confused Greek political leaders, mistook cabinet offices, and created a Russian name, Markov, for the Greek guerrilla leader. During World War II, McVeigh testified, Greece was destroyed morally, and the country today is full of people who have not got any sense of responsibility. They care only about themselves. Indeed, murder and theft were now universal. You cannot leave a car for a minute on the street. You just turn around and it is gone. They are expert thieves? McVeigh trivialized the accomplishments of the so-called resistance movement, assailed the Varkisa Agreement as a victory for the communists. 87. Misrepresented left-wing strength at 9.3% of the electorate, claimed that only communist-controlled groups abstained during the 1946 elections, and described Marcos, inaccurately, as a man with a long record of being in jail for various crimes he has omitted. Many members of the bandit groups, said McVeigh, are just bandits, that is all, just out to loot, but they are gradually becoming unified into a subversive army. Reminded that the so-called liberals in the United States had been sharply critical of the Greek government, McVeigh retorted that the Greek government does reactionary and fascist things from time to time, but wants to follow our policies as closely as it possibly can. Thus, it was not a fascist government. To say so is to follow the communists' line. Happy face, given their assumption that the difficulty in Greece flowed from a small group of Mosio agents and criminal elements, American officials were naturally optimistic about their ability to overcome it. Queried at a committee hearings about the prospects for defeating the Greek left, McVeigh responded, "They are already on the run." Senator, with just this statement by the president. If you break down their organization and you hase out or capture the fellows who are organizing them, you yield successfully irradiate this subversive political movement. Despite the president's public assurances that most U.S. aid would be civilian, Clayton told the House Committee on Foreign Affairs that approximately half of U.S. funding would go toward arming the Greek military. Registered Colonel Alan Miller, the assistant military attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Athens, testified that he was quite sure that the Greek army would go in there and alien them up in plus or minus 6 months from the time the supplies arrive. The most patriotic officials in Greece, he told the committee, are the high-ranking army and navy officers. The irresponsible people are the politicians. In what would prove to be a serious underestimate, Secretary of War Patterson repeatedly assured American legislators that U.S. military personnel disputate Greece would number between 10 and 40. According to Acheson, they would be highly honored with seeing that. 88. The military equipment reaches its proper destination and that estimates and requests are properly checked and in good order. Who could resist this surge of Yankee commitment, efficiency, and power? The Russians, claimed McVeigh, are putting up a big bluff. If we say, stop now, they will stop. There is no question in my mind of that, and they have already shown signs that they are scared to death. Despite the best efforts of the administration, key legislators were irritated by the Truman Doctrine. In closed hearings of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, members complained about the administration's promotion of the Greek-Turkish aid measure as a defense of freedom, which they considered both dishonest and ridiculous. The American people are not as dumb as we sometimes assume they are, Senator Alexander Wiley bluntly told Atchison. I think you ought to call a spade a spade. Even Vandenberg, the pro-administration committee chairman, expressed regret over the decision to emphasize ideological factors in the president's March 12 address, rather than explain the nation's intelligent self-interest in the program. About the only concurrence with the administration's public relations line came in the form of an amendment to the bill, offered by Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr., declaring that the U.S. intent was not to support totalitarianism. Lodge claimed that this would enable the American government to take the ideological offensive. Senator Alban Barkley responded that many people already considered the Greek government totalitarian, and that, in his view, the United States should accept whatever government is there. Although Lodge protested that this fascist government through which we have to work is incidental, other committee members thought its presence would make any public commitment to freedom at least potentially embarrassing. If you do not help either the totalitarians of the communistic breed or the totalitarians of the other, you are not going to help anybody in Greece, Connolly remarked. Vandenberg insisted that we are going to use whatever instrumentalities are available to our hands before 89. We get through. Consequently, the committee killed the Lodge amendment. Furthermore, there was considerable objection to the open-ended commitment implied by the doctrine, particularly among Republicans. In 1947, Congress retained a considerable measure of 1930s-style isolationism. Senators Kenneth Wherry, Wayland Brooks, William Langer, and George Malone argued that the Truman Doctrine would lead to war or America's economic collapse. Dissenting from the favorable report on the bill by the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Congressman Lawrence Smith of Wisconsin contended that it is the certain course of imperialism. He warned that the measure would eventually result in international conflict, bankruptcy, and communism at home. Even the comments of supporters of the bill reflected the concerns of traditional GOP conservatives. We are the greatest spenders and the most extravagant people in the world, and we can spend ourselves into a revolution, Senator Wiley observed during Senate committee hearings. After this thing is done, we will have a bill of goods sold us by practically every country in Europe where communism is coming in. Boys, you had better come in and look after us. Consequently, in their congressional testimony, administration witnesses sought to downplay the notion that the Greek Turkish aid bill established a pattern for all future requests for American assistance. The administration's need to restrict the meaning of the Truman Doctrine became more urgent after the doctrine emerged as a convenient weapon for the powerful China lobby. On March 15, for example, Business Week assured its readers that the administration was preparing to support a broad array of governments now threatened by communist and that China was likely to fall into this group in the near future. In Congress, legislators such as Congressman Walter Judd drew upon the promises of the Truman Doctrine to press the administration for a commitment to bail out Chiang Kai-shek's embattled Kuomintang government. Anxiously retreating, Atchison attempted to narrow the 90 implications of the president's address. You must approach EEAS situation as it is, he declared, in light of the facts of that situation. Secretly, the State Department's policy planning staff recommended removing the damaging impression that the Truman Doctrine is a blank check to give economic and military aid to any area of the world where the communists show signs of being successful. In the case of Greece and Turkey, the area was airtile, successful results would be far-reaching, and the overall cost was relatively small. By contrast, Jones noted, China did not meet the test of predictability. Other congressional criticism, while less conservative, was no less incisive. Pointing to the fact that the Truman Doctrine pledged American intervention against revolts by armed minorities, Senator Edwin Johnson wondered if the United States should automatically be played at odds with all revolutions. Senator Glenn Taylor predicted that the passage of the Greek-Turkish aid bill would set the pattern all over the world. The royalists, the dictators, the fascists, and just plain exploiters will carry out that they are threatened by communism, and move up to the trough. Senator Pepper joined Taylor in introducing a resolution to establish an international fund for Greece under UN auspices. Military aid, however, would be forbidden. While civil war is bad, while it is terrible, Pepper told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, yet we had won and survived it, and in the long run it was better that we were let alone. Perhaps the most damaging of the lot were the barbs of Walter George, long a member of the Senate's inner circle. He did not object to a challenge to the expansionist movement of Russia, but did not see how this is going to affect Russia. Speaking on April 2, he observed that Marshall had got nowhere at all at the Mosio and Fureni. No single step has been taken that indicates that the Russians have paid any attention to this. There was no emergency in the Greco-Turkish situation, he concluded, except Suez Great Britain herself is voluntarily bringing about. The most telling criticism of the aid program and the 191, which the polls found reflected the sentiment of an overwhelming majority of Americans, was that it bypassed the United Nations. With a storm of angry letters descending upon Congress and the administration, some from influential political figures supporters of the legislation sought means of neutralizing this line of attack. The staff of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs prepared a memorandum stressing the differences between the Iranian crisis of 1946, when the United States had asked the United Nations to play a major role, and the Greek-Turkish crisis of 1947, when there were no treaty violations or signs of Russian involvement to justify UN action. Answering the repeated criticisms of unilateral aid by the United States, Atkinson emphasized UN impoteni in the current circumstances, adding encouragingly, "We are giving serious study and consideration to ways in which the United Nations may take hold of this problem after the emergency is past." Registered recognizing the extent of public dissatisfaction on the point, Vandenberg proposed an ingenious solution, an amendment to the bill that promised U.S. termination of the program in the event that the Security Council or General Assembly found that action taken or assistance furnished by the United Nations makes the continuity of such assistance unnecessary or undesirable. Registered advised by pollsters and others that acceptance of Vandenberg's language would transform the bare majority enjoyed by the measure into comfortable support. The administration grudgingly endorsed the Amity Herman's ritual bow to the United Nations. Atkinson recalled, "This, was window dressing and must have seemed either silly or cynical or both in London, Paris, and Moscow. Nevertheless, it was a cheap price for Vandenberg's patronage." Registered Vandenberg, it might be noted, had no intention of turning the issue over to the United Nations but, like Atkinson, Ian's either a gesture to the world body a useful propaganda ploy. By formally deferring to the United Nations, he explained privately to his committee, he would dramatize its weakness. At the same time, the move would substantially satisfy a great 92 deal of our anxious public opinion. Senator Wiley, however, objected that demonstrating the impotence of the United Nations would contribute to its demise, while Senator George argued that inviting the United Nations to object to U.S. action was absurd. The United Nations should not be confronted with a fait accompli but given a chance to say what they want to do. Unnerved by such criticism, which punctured the myth of his commitment to the World Organization, Vandenberg retorted angrily that the United States was preserving the peace of the world, and if our obligations to the United Nations do not cover the peace of the world, I do not know what the hell they do cover. In the end, Vandenberg succeeded in keeping the committee in line, and his amendment, as Atkinson noted, won over the bulk of the doubters. Less noticed but significant was the support the president's program attracted within the American business community. According to a study by the Roper Polling Organization, the level of satisfaction with the Truman Doctrine was directly proportional to wealth. Although the labor movement remained fairly indifferent to the Greek-Turkish aid legislation, Forrestal, Atkinson, and other administration spokesmen made greater headway in the nation's boardrooms. The loud talk was all of Greece and Turkey, Time reported, but the whispers behind the talk were of the ocean of oil to the south, what the loose publication termed the fabulous wealth of the Arabian Nights. Fortune, too, ran a long, optimistic story on plans for U.S. control of the region's resources, arguing that the development of Middle Eastern oil is a matter of supreme importance. The primary line of defense, it added, depends on the maintenance of Greece and Turkey as going concerns. Businessweek considered the U.S. government's new task to be nothing less than keeping capitalism afloat in the Mediterranean and in Europe. U.S. corporate holdings in the Mideast were immense, and it is already certain that business has an enormous stake in whatever role the United States is to play. W. E. Knox, president of the Westinghouse Electric International Company, in 93. Informed Truman that it has been truly gratifying to those of us whose main preoccupation is with international affairs to witness your volatile offensive for the establishment of a Truman Doctrine. And Thomas E. Dewey, leader of the Eastern Eorporate wing of the Republican Party, became a prominent and influential supporter of the Greek-Turkish aid program. Furthermore, the 80th Congress, elected in the Republican sweep of 1946, furnished the administration with a more sympathetic constituency than was originally anticipated. The left wing of the Democratic Party, generally critical of early Cold War moves, had been decimated in that election, much to the delight of top officials. Forrestal considered the liberal disaster of 1946 a healthy thing and cited with favor the observation of Mississippi Congressman John Rankin that the Democrats were not defeated last November but were deloused. Happy face. At the same time, many, although far from all GOP isolationists, eventually supported the Greek-Turkish aid legislation because of anti-communism, then trumpeted by the mass media and congressional leaders as the underlying basis of White House policy. Republicans are going to support it, Congressman Carl Vinson assured Forrestal on the day after the president's address. They don't like Russia. They don't like communism. And though they disliked having to do anything to stop it, they were all put on the spot now and they all have come clean. Eventually, most did, including Senator Taft and other original critics of the Greek-Turkish bill. House Majority Leader Joseph Martin recalled, "To us the communist menace looked more alarming than had the Hitler menace." Republicans were quick to sense that in militant, imperialistic communism the United States faced a deadly enemy. In line with this view, many conservatives worried that congressional failure to back a foreign policy initiative by the president would lead to international disaster. A sizable number of Americans who were not conservatives also proved ready to follow the president's lead. Though on 94. Easy about particular aspects of the Truman Doctrine, many were convinced that the Russians were on the march and had to be stopped. A later congressional study found it noteworthy that at no time during House committee hearings on the Greek-Turkish aid bill were any of the descriptions of Russian behavior or motivation subjected to rigorous questioning. Instead, there was broad ideological agreement between the Committee and the administration. Happy face. Even among liberal activists, anti-communism was emerging as a major force. Americans for Democratic Action, the new anti-communist liberal organization, endorsed the Truman Doctrine and lobbied for it, although not without dissent from a substantial minority. Registered in addition, during the post-war period, for reasons which have yet to be adequately explained. Congress and the public showed an unprecedented willingness to give the president room to maneuver in foreign affairs. Consequently, despite the criticism and delays encountered by the Greek-Turkish aid bill in Congress, supporters eventually passed the measure by the lopsided vote of 67 to 23 in the Senate and 287 to 107 in the House. With the exception of the earlier vote on the British loan, this represented the most substantial show of opposition to a major Truman administration foreign policy venture from 1945 to 1953. Nevertheless, it came almost entirely from the dwindling bands of liberal left Democrats and GOP isolationists. By contrast, the bill enjoyed hefty majorities within the congressional delegations of both major parties. In the Senate, it won approval by 32 to 7 among Democrats and 35 to 16 among Republicans. In the House, it passed by 160 to 13 among Democrats and 127 to 93 among Republicans. Registered *. For the administration, it was a hard-fought and important victory. Never again would opponents of the president's Greek policy have so good an opportunity to expose it to public scrutiny or to block its implementation. On May 22, 1947, Truman signed the bill into law in a public ceremony, observing tactfully that in extending assistance to Greece and Turkey, the United States is helping to further aims and purposes identical with those of the United Nations. Registered Carat 95. Although the president implied that the Greek-Turkish aid bill served the world community, in reality the reverse came closer to the truth. The U.S. government used the United Nations to justify its program. To be sure, the Soviet Union's veto power in the UN Security Council constituted what was thought to be a serious impediment to effective international action. Nevertheless, meaningful action by the United Nations was never seriously considered by American policymakers, who thought the World Organization irrelevant. Neither during the week of decision nor during the drafting of the president's message, Jones recalled, was any suggestion made that a recommendation to Congress be delayed or circumscribed in any way on the grounds that it would bypass the United Nations. Vandenberg and Connolly observed that, during the White House meetings with congressional leaders, no one suggested referring the problem of Greece and Turkey to the World Organization. It soon became obvious, though, that bypassing the United Nations flouted public opinion. Thus, practically in the last hour before delivery of the presidential message to Congress, George Elsey recalled, he begged the State Department to get over to us a few sentences on the United Nations that would help placate the critics. Registered Carat accordingly, 2 sentences on the subject found their way into the President's address. Registered Carat another step in neutralizing the United Nations issue, Jones wrote, was the summoning to Washington of Warren R. Austin and the preparation of a statement on United States aid to Greece. On March 28 and April 10, 1947, in appearances before the UN Security Council, Austin claimed that the U.S. program was consistent with the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. To support this point, he called attention to the UN investigation of border difficulties between Greece and its northern neighbors. Austin's line of argument lost some of its force, however, when juxtaposed against the fact that the administration had introduced its Greek aid program into Congress before the United Nations had concluded its investigation or presented 96. Its findings. In fact, the UN Commission report was not signed until the day after the President signed the Greek-Turkish aid legislation, and was not submitted to the UN Security Council until 5 weeks later. Moreover, the report was hardly an impartial assessment, for it was at least in part a reflection of State Department desires. On May 7, for example, Marshall warned Etheridge, the U.S. delegate on the UN Commission, of the department's anxiety that the report might take into account internal conditions in Greece to a greater extent than the department wished. Etheridge responded plaintively that, thanks to the Greek government's discriminatory and gangster-like methods, approximately 25,000 refugees from Greece had fled into Yugoslavia and Bulgaria, where they provided a basis for the guerrilla movement. He did not understand why sanctity is given to a proposed recommendation formulated by the department in mid-February before the Commission had uncovered any facts. Appropriate findings were important, however, and the State Department did not want to stumble over embarrassing complexities. On May 16, complaining to Etheridge that the UN Commission's draft conclusions were not sufficiently unequivocal, Marshall instructed him to make specific changes in content and phrasing. The exact measure of U.S. influence over the Commission's findings is impossible to determine, but certainly it was substantial. Friendly countries wait on American delegation for leadership, Etheridge assured Marshall, we have initiated every major proposal which Commission has so far adopted. Registered Carat given the influence of the United States within the 11-member Commission, as well as the noticeable external aid received by the Greek guerrilla movement, the Commission's report inevitably bolstered the American position. What caused some concern among policymakers in Athens and Washington was that it did so only in part. From the American standpoint, the most valuable section of the report was clearly the conclusion by the majority Australia, Belgium, Brazil, China, Colombia, Great Britain, Syria, and the United States that Yugoslavia, and to a lesser extent, Albania and 97. Bulgaria, have supported the guerrilla warfare in Greece. But the majority also tended to the irritation of the Athens government and, presumably, of its Amerian patrons as well, that the discrimination and persecution to we minorities and political opposition groups were subjugated by the Greek government had contributed to the flight of the refugees to the north and to formation of the guerrilla bands. As might be expected, Russia and Poland refused to sign the majority statement. Instead, they submitted their own minority position, which focused upon the villainy of the Greek government. More disturbing, however, was the fact that France also refused to sign the majority statement. Instead, it abstained. Even the majority report was curiously inconclusive, for it indicated reservations by the Belgians and the Galicians, called attention to a large number of violations on each side, and found no proof of any policy of systematic provocation by the contending nations. Finally, nowhere was there so much as an allegation of a Russian role in the conflict registered. If the investigation could be said to have bolstered the State Department's contention of interference from the North, it nonetheless fell short of vindicating the Truman Doctrine. Thereafter, the administration drew on the United Nations in a highly selective fashion. As guerrilla transit across Greece's northern frontier provided the strongest point in the American case, the State Department focused attention on it through further UN boundary investigations and resolutions registered. On the other hand, the American government worked to keep the United Nations away from any observation of its own activities in Greece. On April 9, Andrei Gromyko, the Soviet delegate to the United Nations, proposed establishing a UN commission to ensure that the projected US aid went for the benefit of the Greek people. This would have been one way to implement the Vandenberg Amendment, had it been taken seriously by the Truman administration. Acheson's response, however, was to tell Austin that, if he could not use indefinite postponements to scotch the measure, it is essential that it be defeated. U.S. policymakers reacted. 98. With equal hostility to other suggestions of UN aid on. Asking a UN liaison officer to cooperate with the American mission in Greece might prove dangerous, noted a NIA official in May 1947, for this might be an open wedge for extensive observation. Henderson noted marginally on the memo, it would be unfortunate for us to make any move to encourage UN observers to watch over our activities in Greece. The mere presence of such observers might encourage the communists and their sympathizers to sabotage our efforts. That June, and again in July, Marshall instructed Austin to prevent future UN commissions from concerning themselves in any way with America's role in Greece. The American desire for control also manifested itself in plans for the future Greek-American relationship. During congressional debates, of course, the State Department operated under the constraint of domestic and foreign public opinion, therefore, it announced that it would scrupulously respect the sovereignty of Greece and Turkey with respect to the conduct of their internal as well as their external affairs. Secretly, however, official thinking was already moving along very different lines. At the February 28 meeting of the SWNGG Subcommittee on Foreign Policy Information, the question was raised whether the United States should take a passive political attitude or whether it should exert internal influence. According to the official minutes, John D. Jernigan, the Assistant Chief of the Division of Near Eastern Affairs, responded that the U.S. would exert influence. U.S. officials had told Greek leaders in past what we thought would improve the political setup, and in the future would have more leverage. After all, American administrators would have effective control of money lent by the U.S. and virtually all resources of the Greek state. Llewellyn Thompson of the Office of European Affairs said that the U.S. will exert every political influence, but we cannot say much about it, for the Soviet Union might bring the matter up before the UN. Carrot registered on the same day, in the conversation that revealed the American aid program to the Greeks. Henderson stated explicitly to Ekonomouguras that the U.S. 99. Government plan to intervene in Greek internal affairs. We do this, the American official added in an apparent effort at reassurance, open-heartedly and open-mindedly. We are not going to get economic benefits. Consequently, the Greek charge reported to Athens that the U.S. program would entail definite limitations upon Greek sovereignty ***. The assumption of the need for American control in Greece was widespread among U.S. officials, and ranged across the political spectrum. McVeigh cabled Washington on March 4 that he, Etheridge, and Porter agreed that American assistance should be clearly conditioned on the Greek government's acceptance and implementation of specific economic policies. Furthermore, provisions for supervision by American experts should be broad and inclusive. Porter informed the State Department that same day, assurance generous unconditional aid over long period may result continued gross misconduct of government, pauperization of people, and recurrence present situation at end aid period. Noting that he had deliberately toned down his observations about the Greek government in the report of the American Economic Mission. Porter advised Acheson privately on April 22 that the Greek venture is destined to failure unless there is determined and active intervention by the United States in Greek affairs. He explained that the Greek government had no policy except to solicit foreign aid on the basis of Greece's wartime catastrophes and their commitment to resist communist aggression. It had no economic program, resisted obvious measures of reform and control, had no genuine interest in the masses of the Greek people and intends, if permitted, to use foreign aid to perpetuate the privileges of exploitation by a small banking and trading cabal which constitutes the real power behind this government. In their secret testimony before congressional committees, American officials shied away from so mordant a critique of their Greek counterparts but were frank about the need for American intervention. The Greek government would have to be watched to see that they are actually doing what they 100 should, and that the money is not wasted, McVeigh told the House Foreign Affairs Committee. If you pour it into the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of War, it will go down a rat hole. McVeigh stressed the need for American administrative direction of Greek public policies, as did Clayton, who told the committee, we must see to it that competent persons are sent to Greece to ensure the development of controls at key points and to supervise their application. We must be assured that sound policies will be adopted and effectively administered. On April 1, Acheson told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee of plans to place Americans in the essential key ministries. Those people have to perform control functions and to have authority to say to Greece, stop doing this. If U.S. stipulations were written directly into the aid legislation, Acheson cautioned the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the United States would face the charge that this is American imperialism. Consequently, we must do a lot of this thing quite unobtrusively, by persuasion and by holding back if they do not do it. We must say, that is up to you, but if you want this thing you must come across. Naturally, we must make them agree that there will be Americans in key positions. And that the whole business will be under control. Some aspects of this understanding would be in the agreement and others would be enforced through administrative practices. After enactment of the Greek aid legislation, the administration developed final plans for implementation. Continuing their cultivation of American public opinion, State Department officials ordered Tsaldaris to stay out of town, since his presence would be embarrassing to department at this turn, and drew up a thank you note to themselves for presentation by the Greek government. The thank you note would also lay a basis for American assistance, Acheson explained to the president, by suggesting the policies already outlined in an American drafted aid agree. 101. Meant. This agreement represented a compromise between the U.S. Treasury and State Departments, the former pressing for written guarantees of American control and the latter preferring subtler assurances of domination. Article 4, a key section, read. The chief of the American mission will determine, in consultation with representatives of the government of Greece, the terms and conditions upon which specified assistance shall from time to time be furnished under this agreement. Under the direction of the chief, the mission will provide such advisory assistance and will exercise such functions as are necessary and proper to assist the government of Greece to make the most effective use of any assistance furnished to Greece by the United States and of Greece's own resources. On May 31, Marshall sent McVeigh the thank you note and aid agreement for transmission to Greek authorities, observing that although the State Department did not insist upon the exact wording of the former, any variance would have to be cleared with Washington. As the Athens government proved predictably docile, the note was dispatched with fanfare on June 15, and the formal signing of the agreement occurred in Athens on June 20, 19 to the power of first P. By this time, the search for appropriate American administrators had been completed. The White House staff, taking charge of appointing a U.S. mission chief, solicited the views of Forrestal, Patterson, Marshall, Atchison, Harriman, Snyder, and Anderson. Porter and Etheridge, despite their expertise, were quickly ruled out of consideration. Instead, the field was thrown open to a group of big business acquaintances and Republicans, who would presumably enjoy good relations with the Republican 80th Congress. One of them, Paul Hoffman, the president of the Studebaker Corporation, was apparently offered the post but declined. Eventually, on June 10, the president announced the appointment of Dwight Griswold, the former governor of Nebraska. A liberal Republican, Griswold was then employed in the U.S. military government of Germany **** from a number of standpoints. Griswold, 102, seemed an excellent choice. His record as a Republican administrator would smooth the path for approval of his appointment and appropriation of funds by Congress. Furthermore, he was an old World War I buddy of the president's, and had been on close terms with him for 2 decades. "We soldiered together, we loafed together," Griswold had told a radio audience in 1945, "between real friends. Party lines are forgotten." Yet Griswold's relative independence of the State Department and his relative liberalism could also create difficulties. And they would. For the time being, however, American policymakers were happy enough. Having surmounted the obstacle of public opinion, they could turn at last to restoring stability in Greece. 4. 1947 to 1949. If it had not been for Greek dependence on the American aid program, there would have been no club with which to force the Greek political leaders into a program of unity. When some of these leaders were made to realize that the spending of American money would be restricted if they went ahead with their partisan plans, they hesitated and withdrew them. Most of the Greek political leaders are too tough to penetrate with reason only. Dwight Griswold, September 15, 1947. The Greek political arena presented American officials with serious difficulties. Throughout the 1940s, U.S. policymakers had grown increasingly disturbed about the direction of Greek politics. Frightened by the growth and militance of the left, particularly that of the Communist Party, they had sought to check its influence and establish the supremacy of more conservative forces in Greek political life. By 1947 this had become a formidable task. The heroism of the wartime resistance and the crude brutality of post-war reaction had provided the Greek left with a large and devoted following. Although many other Greeks were outraged by leftist excesses or opposed to communism, they were far from united as to party or policy. Furthermore, their leaders, whom Americans often considered short-sighted or incompetent, seemed unwilling to forsake traditional practices of political intrigue and parliamentary maneuver. Greece had enjoyed parliamentary government since 1843, and, although punctuated by occasional coups, it did not come to a halt until the Metaxas dictatorship carried Greece's political parties, often weak and evanescent, were nonetheless gradually taking on modern ideological overtones. By 1947, the Greek right had largely re-103. Grouped around the populists of Chaldaris, the Inder around the liberals of Syphilis, and the left around the remnants of EAM. If American officials were to cut through political obstacles and smash leftist influence, they would need to intervene to an unprecedented degree in Greek political life. Dwight Griswold, appointed chief of the American Mission for Aid to Greece on June 10, 1947, quickly began meeting with State Department officials and organizing his staff, drawn largely from business and government. He arrived in Athens on July 15 and by the end of September was directing 206 American personnel. Within a year, AMAG swelled to 1,216 employees, nearly half were Americans, and more than two-thirds of these were military men. The Americans had great advantages over their predecessors, recalled C.M. Woodhouse. They came fresh to the job, without the staleness and disillusionment which characterized the British. They were vigorous, resourceful, and immensely efficient. Yet these admirable features had their less pleasant aspects. The Americans were apt to assume that history began when they first came on the scene, Woodhouse remarked. The Greeks also found them harder to deal with than the British, more inflexible, less adaptable. More inclined to impose American methods regardless of national characteristics. Of course, British officials like Woodhouse, representing a declining imperial power, tended to regard their American successors with a tinge of jealousy. Even so, there was some justice to their complaints, particularly in the realm of Greek politics. From the outset, AMAG's intervention in Greek politics was limited only by the need to maintain a proper public relations image. On July 9, 1947, shortly before his departure for Greece, Griswold attended a meeting in Washington with the U.S. Secretaries of State, War, the Navy, and the Treasury and with many of their top aides. Jeting the sweeping authority which General Douglas MacArthur exercised in Japan, Griswold declared, according to the minutes of the meeting, that he believed his immediate task should be to change or reorganize the Greek government. In his opinion, 105, controlling Greek politics. That government was corrupt, inefficient, and increasingly unpopular. In reply, Henderson said that the State Department agreed entirely with Governor Griswold in his feeling that certain changes might be necessary and that certain officials would have to be eliminated. But it would be necessary to proceed discreetly, in order to avoid creating resentment. For this purpose it would probably be advisable to establish regular channels of discussion at a high level. Marshall affirmed Henderson's emphasis upon discretion, pointing out that all of our activities in Greece would be under close scrutiny, while Dean Rusk, who handled the State Department's UN liaison, added that the American record should be designed to avoid charges of imperialism. That these caveats were confined to the instrumentalities of American intervention rather than to its substance was apparent in the detailed instructions Marshall presented to Griswold 2 days later. We desire to see in Greece a government whose members are primarily interested in keeping their country from falling under communist control or Soviet domination, he told the AMAG chieftain. Ideally, members of the government should be drawn from the political parties of the left, the center, and the right, but not so far to the left that they are disposed to make concessions to, or deals with, the communists or so far to the right that they would refuse to cooperate with non-communists in a single-minded opposition to the subversive forces. If Griswold and McVeigh concluded that AMAG's effectiveness would be strengthened through reorganization of the Greek government, the State Department hoped that you and the ambassador will be able to bring about such a reorganization indirectly through discreet suggestion. Such discretion would avoid the charge before the United Nations that the United States is interfering in the internal affairs of Greece. Furthermore, the Secretary of State maintained that, in reshaping Greek politics, Griswold should work closely with McVeigh. The responsibilities of the ambassador, Marshall noted, include in particular the problem of bringing about changes in the Greek government. Thus, the State Department 106 expected Griswold to secure specific objectives in Greek politics, albeit behind the scenes and in coordination with the regular State Department chain of command. Marshall's instructions to Griswold reflected the State Department's still unsuccessful attempt to isolate the Greek left politically through a center-right coalition. To the American government's dismay, the bulk of the centrist liberals, led by Sefali, showed no interest in sharing power with the right-wing populists, whom they blamed for polarizing the nation and exacerbating the civil war. the best that MacVeagh could do was to engineer a modest cabinet reorganization in January 1947. From the standpoint of American officials, the most promising aspect of the shift was the elevation to the prime ministership of Demetrius Maximos, an elderly populist banker whom MacVeagh considered the most nonpartisan, moderate, and cooperative personality in government. By contrast, MacVeagh bewailed the stupidity of Maximos's predecessor, THIRD-WORLDISM, the populist leader whom MacVeagh feared might also prove his successor, with consequent difficulties for our mission which anyone who met him in Washington will understand. According to British diplomats, THIRD-WORLDISM knew that he was disliked by the Americans, and indicated that his first loyalty was still to Great Britain. Although the government reorganization also broadened the cabinet slightly by admitting a few pliant liberals, the latter proved distressingly fickle. In late March 1947, in the midst of congressional hearings, MacVeagh found it necessary to cable Thomas Karamessines, the Central Intelligence Group's operative on the U.S. Embassy staff, that he should inform his contact that it would greatly impede our efforts, if liberal members of government should resign. One of their number, Eleftherios Venizelos, replied that he and his liberal colleague, Panagiotis Gainalopoulos, would abide by the ambassador's advice, for they were desirous of following the instructions of the U.S. government. But although the token liberals remained in the cabinet, few observers were impressed. Commenting on his trip to Greece in mid-1947, the European representative of the American iteration of 107. Labor, Irving Brown, reported scathingly that the Greek government was manned by people who are merely giving lip service to democracy. Registered despite the right-wing complexion of the Athens government, the KKE retained hopes that Greece's political climate could be altered short of full-scale civil war. To be sure, from March to July 1947 the guerrilla forces of General Marcos grew from 13,000 to 23,000, severing large areas of Greece from government control and accelerating the nation's economic disintegration. As McNeill noted, however, until July the communists used them to discredit and demoralize the government, and as a lever for bargaining with Sipilli. Marcos found it so difficult to obtain weapons and supplies from the Balkan communist states that he was forced to curtail recruiting. At the same time, the KKE leadership remained in the open in Athens, engaged in feverish political maneuvering. U.S. intelligence reports reveal that, until his death by natural causes in May 1947, Scientos, now the number 2 figure in the party, argued for a normal political solution and criticized insurrectionary tactics. Accordingly, he opposed the establishment of a rebel government, as did Marcos, who despite his greater militancy, feared that it would entail a shift from guerrilla to positional warfare. Zachariadis, the party leader, seemed more intrigued by the concept, apparently as a means of securing more aid from the Balkan governments. In June, at a communist conference in Strasbourg, France, a KKE delegate did broach the idea of a free democratic government. Nevertheless, until mid-July 1947, even Zachariadis refused to endorse it. Instead, he continued his fruitless efforts to secure a reorganization of the Athens government. Writing of the KKE, McNeill observed that while the guerrilla bands escalated their operations under the leadership of subordinate and therefore relatively inconspicuous communists, the men at the top hoped political negotiation might bring them into a Greek cabinet. In July 1947, Greek political leaders made what might have been their last serious effort at political compromise. Still calling for a political settlement, Sipilli spoke with the 108th King on July 11, requesting that he be asked to form a new government. Predictably, the king refused to cooperate, questioning whether one so stupid could be sincere and claiming that Sipilli would become another Kerensky. The following day, a KKE representative met with Sipilli and, according to MacVeagh, gave him verbally what they called final terms for calling off the civil war. These were 1. Resignation of present government. 2. Dissolution of parliament. 3. Formation of a pure center government under Sipilli with cooperation such leaders as Tsidiros, Plastiras, and Milanas. 4. Agreement between new government and KKE on basis of Sifilia's policy of appeasement, i.e. general amnesty, guarantee of security to those laying down arms, and promise of new elections soonest on basis revised electoral lists. McVeigh added that he had not been informed of this directly by liberal leaders, but rather by British officials to whom they had turned for advice. This raised the question of whether Sifili was playing square with Prime Minister Maximo's or, as McVeigh believed, following, at least to some extent, well-known communist tactics of trying to use UK against US. Happy face, as McVeigh's remarks indicated, US officials looked askance at such compromise efforts and, eventually, helped bring about their collapse. On July 18, Marshall informed McVeigh that, although Bevin favored opening discussions with Sifili and Sudaros on the implementation of specific points, we should prefer more bluntly informing them that we consider KKE's fair-sounding proposals to be insincere and dangerous, and that any serious discussion of them could only strengthen Communists' hand. Marshall wanted this message transmitted to the liberal leaders either through the British or, if they demurred, independently. As things turned out, the British embassy was cooperative, and through it McVeigh succeeded in conveying Marshall's warning to the centre politicians. Thereafter, relations between the Greek communists and the liberals were broken off. The collapse of such negotiations was welcome news to McVeigh, who, echoing the king, depicted Sifili as a possible Kerensky. Carried from the KKE's vantage point, the political route had come to a dead end. McNeill recalled, upon meeting this check, communist policy hardened for war. U.S. diplomatic and intelligence sources reported large-scale military movements across the northern frontiers and the rapid escalation of guerrilla conflict. In late August, McVeigh cabled that the situation in Greece was deteriorating steadily and dangerously. Indeed, the country now plunged fully into the third and most destructive phase of its civil war. Previously, guerrilla bands had been active in the mountains, harassing government authorities, disrupting transportation and communications, and exacting vengeance on those they called monarcho-fascists. Rightist bands, too, had roamed the countryside, bent on violent reprisal. But after the summer of 1947, with the breakdown of political compromise, the ferocity of the struggle increased. Rebel military units, larger and better armed than before, carried out dramatic raids upon towns and villages, shelling buildings, sacking homes and shops, executing their enemies, and conscripting the young for service in the mountains. Army and National Guard units, initially dilatory and ineffective, became more aggressive, engaging in gory clashes with the bandits, driving thousands of civilians from rebel territory, and packing off guerrillas and their presumed sympathizers to prisons, concentration camps, or firing squads. Court-martials, political assassinations, and napalm bombing became prominent features of Greek life. Whatever the ideals of the combatants, brutality had become commonplace all across the political spectrum. Despite the bloody conflict in much of the countryside, conventional political maneuvering continued in Athens, albeit in a truncated form. Opposed, as before, to a purely center government, American officials were still concerned. 110. That an overwhelmingly populist evenade was too narrow to rally public opinion. Pointing to the skewed nature of the 1946 election results, McVeigh cabled on July 28, 1947 that a center-right coalition would go much farther to satisfy public at large than unilateral rule by populists alone. This coalition could restore security and then hold new elections, in which he saw no apparent necessity include communists. On August 5, Griswold reported that every impartial American observer here feels change in political complexion of government is necessary. America need give no thought to avoidance of accusation of intervention, he added, the only question is whether good results can be obtained. Although McVeigh's apparent caution made Griswold fearful that the present opportunity will not be grasped, the U.S. ambassador was perfectly ready to act. On August 20, he informed the State Department that he was not fearful of accusation of interference if handled tactfully and discreetly. The Greeks know that their salvation depends upon American aid and believe we should use our present prestige to broaden government. That task, however, proved easier said than done. Chaldaris was pressing for the formation of a purely populist cabinet under his leadership. Sifili, in turn, insisted that the post of prime minister remained his price for participation in the government. On August 21, in exasperation, Mayvig told Constantine Rendes, one of Sifili's Liberal Party lieutenants, that if Sifili remains unwilling to collaborate, those of his party who put loyalty to country ahead of party loyalty should break away from him and join patriotic ranks. Meanwhile, the three token liberals in the cabinet, taking their cues from Griswold, demanded the dismissal of the right-wing General Napoleon Zervas, Minister of Public Order. When Chaldaris refused to accept their demand, the Maximo's government fell on August 23, inspiring a fierce power struggle between Chaldaris and Sifili to head up its successor. On August 25, Mayvig brought the two party chiefs together at his house but proved unable to convince them to form a 111 joint government. That same day, Griswold warned one of Chaldaris's party lieutenants that a populist government would be inadmissible. Griswold threatened to cut off American aid in the event of its formation, providing him with a signed memorandum to this effect. The following evening, Chaldaris stormed before Mayvig, alternately raging and weeping, and demanded, "Does this mean you declare war on us?" Embarrassed by the rudeness of Griswold's treatise, already ouse for talk throughout the Athens political world, Mayvig sought to placate the hysterical populist leader. He stated that inadmissible meant inadvisable, and put this in the form of a conciliatory letter. Chaldaris, having extracted this concession from the U.S. ambassador, proceeded to organize a purely populist government, designating himself prime minister. From the standpoint of Anglo-American officials, this outcome was most unfortunate. According to U.S. diplomatic sources, the British Foreign Office considered the new government deplorable, regarding Chaldaris as a tool and one of the worst possible prime ministers. The American view was at least as unflattering. In the following days, wielding what he termed the Club of the American Aid Program, Griswold managed to persuade a number of leading populists and other rightists to withdraw their support from the Chaldaris government. At the same time, neither he nor Mayvig, despite their best efforts, proved able to reinstitute a broader government. Finally, Toy Henderson flew in from Washington to take charge of the situation. Shunting aside Griswold, whom they both considered inept at political maneuvering and overly sympathetic to the liberals, Henderson and Mayvig began a round of meetings with Greek political leaders. Mayvig reported that, in their interview with Chaldaris on September 1, they emphasized that if the Greeks did not establish a government having wide support, the United States might well refuse expend further energies and resources on aid to Greece. That evening, meeting with Venizelos and Kanelopoulos, Henderson explained that the State Department desired a national government that 112 would incorporate the Inter and the right. He and Mayvig also hinted at their preference for Maximos as prime minister. Sifili, Mayvig complained, won't come in without controlling everything. Attempting to break the impasse, the U.S. officials turned to the king on September 3, informing him that the populist government imperiled the development of American aid and urging him to call a crisis meeting of Greek political leaders. At the king's request, Mayvig gave him a statement ailing for a inter-right which the king proposed to read as his own. Happy face. Ultimately, however, the Americans proved unable to ignore Chaldaris and Sifili who, whatever their flaws, happened to be the leaders of Greece's two major parties on the inter-right. Later that day the king telephoned Mayvig to announce that our little plan has been torpedoed. Chaldaris had taken it as a personal affront, and Sifili was threatening to attack the king's procedure as unconstitutional. Consequently, on the morning of September 4, Henderson and Mayvig met with Sifili, who immediately announced that he had good news for them. Chaldaris had agreed to the formation of a populist liberal cabinet, with Sifili as the prime minister. Although this gave the Americans their inter-right coalition, they remained reluctant to turn over the top post to a liberal leader. According to the meeting records, Mayvig asked at this point if, aside from the question of the premiership, there would not be other problems to be solved as well. Sifili sought to reassure him by declaring that it was not a question of who the personalities of the new government would be, but rather a matter of making it felt that a radical change had come over Greece's policy. Increasingly distressed, Henderson demanded to know what he meant by a radial hang. Sifili was a political veteran, however, and quickly took his measure of the Americans. His program was well known, he responded soothingly, and its main lines would be wildly anti-communist. The Americans were not willing to accept the statement at face value, they proceeded to put the Etagenarian liberal 113 controlling Greek politics. Party leader through a combination of anti-communist lectures and catechism. According to the meeting records, Henderson asked the point-blank question as to whether, if Mr. Sifili were prime minister, he believed the Russians and their satellites would let up on their pressure on Greece. When Sifili replied that the tension might lighten, Henderson retorted that Sifili was not well informed in international matters, for Soviet Russia had decided that she had to have Greece. Sifili explained that his amnesty program for the guerrillas might lead to some measure of pacification, for all the bandits were not communists, very many had been mobilized by sheer force, a large number had to take to the hills because they were persecuted by the authorities. In obvious irritation, Henderson asked Sifili if he thought that the Greek problem was merely an internal one. Sifili replied categorically that it was not, although it certainly was one in its genesis. Gradually, Sifili's responses calmed the American officials. Particularly his promises to go slowly on changes of personnel, to limit the extent of his amnesty program, and to push for a military solution. He also gave Henderson a memorandum supporting his claim to have always been an anti-communist. Eventually, then, Henderson agreed to have Sifili form a center-right government, warning him not to appoint any communists or communist sympathizers. Happy face, it was agreed that individual ministers would be removed at U.S. suggestion if they are uncooperative. On September 7, 1947, a liberal populist coalition took office, and 3 days later Marshall publicly welcomed this government of national unity. American officials found Sifili's leadership of the new government acceptable not only because it gave substance to their ideal of a center-right coalition but because they understood that the liberals had been left little room for maneuver. Although Sifili would be prime minister, the liberals would hold only a minority of cabinet posts, with their independence of action circumscribed still further by overwhelming rightist control of parliament, the armed forces, and the administrative apparatus. As David Balfour of the British Foreign Office noted, for a few weeks or months the advent of Sifili may keep foreign criticism a little less acrimonious, arrests may become less indiscriminate, deportations rarer, and trials juster. Nevertheless, Sifili appeasement venture has as good as failed already by the mere fact that the majority of ministers are populists. What, for example, were the guerrillas and the KKE to think of the new Minister of the Interior, Mavromichalis, described by U.S. intelligence as a former Nazi collaborator who had subsequently become active in channeling armaments to right-wing paramilitary groups? The British considered him a second Zervas, only probably worse. U.S. intelligence reported that the new Minister of the Navy, Admiral Alexander Sakellariou, had been one of the major figures assisting Metaxas to remodel the Greek navy on German military lines and that he was inclined to use totalitarian solutions. As Balfour noted, Sifili had done what he always used to say he would not do, apply his appeasement policy in the company of ministerial colleagues compromised in his eyes and in the eyes of the KKE by their partiality and their indiscriminate use of dynamic methods. Indeed, within months, Sifili began to complain that he was a figurehead for a rightist regime, a captive liberal. In fact, most U.S. officials wanted the politicians of the center restrained by the power of the right. Griswold, to be sure, argued that, to fight communism successfully, it was necessary to build up the leadership of moderate and intelligent liberals. But this was not the view of the U.S. Embassy or the State Department, which continued to view the liberals with suspicion. We have no assurance that the Liberal Party would not again move leftward if it could shake off the leavening influence of the populists, Rankin argued in February 1948. Therefore, the best interests of Greece and of the United States would be served by continuation of the coalition government, with each of the two parties operating as a brake on the other. In August, Marshall warned of the danger that liberals and centrists, in new elections, might seek support of Greek leftists and liberal world opinion. 115. Ion by again espousing appeasement policy toward fellow travelers and communists. In this context, it would be a mistake to give liberals impression that they may indulge in any extravagance with assurance of U.S. support. The best means of avoiding liberal flirtation with left would, of course, be urge them remain in present coalition. Yet, in view of this danger, if the coalition did break down, U.S. officials should be wary of forming a combination in which liberals would have upper hand. Registered. Given these considerations, U.S. officials worked diligently to keep the populist liberal coalition afloat. On September 29, 1947, Griswold told Safavi that it was of utmost importance that Safavi continue as prime minister, that it would be catastrophe for Greece and also for mission if your government should fall. American officials headed off threats by Safavi to resign and blocked attempts by Tsaldaris to force liberal ministers from office. In January 1948, Rankin cabled the State Department that Safavi and Tsaldaris are restless bedfellows whose marriage is unlikely to be either enduring or fruitful without an occasional brandishing of the American shotgun that originally brought it about. Some of Safavi's younger party lieutenants, irritated by the populist stranglehold on the administrative apparatus and local governments, called for the dissolution of the coalition. According to Griswold, Venizelos complained bitterly to him in June 1948 that, despite the sentiments of the people, Greece today was a populist state. And, in fact, as late as 1949 the U.S. Embassy admitted that 95% of local officials were populists, many serving in liberal areas. Nevertheless, American officials worked hard and successfully to fend off these and other challenges to the center-right coalition. In late 1949, one U.S. official suggested an outright merger of the populist and liberal parties, claiming that a solid centrist bloc might thus be constituted between the Marxist right and the Labour left. As might be expected, then, the advent of the Safavi cabinet produced only cosmetic changes. Behind the Gov. 116. Eminent is a small mercantile and banking cabal, Paul Porter reiterated in late September 1947. This cabal is determined above all to protect its financial prerogatives, at whatever expense to the economic health of the country. Greek governments are mere figureheads, concluded the chief European correspondent for CBS, Howard K. Smith, in early 1949. They pass tax laws but cannot collect the taxes. They declare amnesties but cannot enforce them. Real power lies in the bureaucracy, the army, and the police, and nothing has been done to purge these instruments even of the most vengeful pro-Nazis, not to mention the reactionary monarchists. In territory under their control, the rebels ignored the authority of the center-right coalition and established, in rudimentary form, all the apparatus of a parallel state. Captured by the guerrillas in late 1948 in the Peloponnesus, BBC correspondent Kenneth Matthews found the entire countryside dominated by the rebels, who had established schools, courts, newspapers, military training centers, hospitals, and hundreds of people's councils. Smith concluded, democracy in Greece is a paper facade, and beyond a quarter-mile radius of the hotel district of Athens and Salonika, where the foreigners live, not even the facade exists. Anglo-American officials recognized that the Greek political situation left much to be desired. On February 12, 1948, the U.S. National Security Council secretly adopted NSC 5 halves, which declared that the Greek government rests on a weak foundation and Greece is in a deplorable economic state. In addition to the general fear and a feeling of insecurity among the people, there existed friction among short-sighted political factions, selfishness and corruption in government, and a dearth of effective leaders. British observers were particularly pessimistic. Reporting to Bevan on November 18, 1948, Ambassador Norton doubted whether any Greek government, however constituted, is capable of rising above the demands of selfish and sectional political interests and of confronting the fundamental problems facing the nation. There existed an all too prevalent attitude, not only that Greece has a right to practically unlimited foreign aid. 117. But that Greece itself was absolved from the obligation of making determined efforts or real sacrifices. The task of Greece's foreign advisers, he maintained, was comparable to those of Hercules or Sisyphus. Indeed, Greece would never amount to very much. Republic or monarchy, he contended, modern Greece is not designed to be better than a poor but gay and happy-go-lucky Mediterranean country. Paradoxically, though, the poverty of Greek politics pointed to the conclusion that the salvation of this country can now only be achieved by an even more radical intervention by the Americans. U.S. officials drew much the same conclusion. As one AMAG staff member recalled, to a considerable degree the mission became a super-government of Greece. Americans moved into every sector of Greek governmental affairs. Shortly after Sifili took office, AMAG officials urged him to deliver an address to the nation that would present AMAG programs as those of the Greek government. When Sifili agreed, Griswold reported, the mission drafted an extensive radio address to be given by the Prime Minister. Sifili delivered the speech, in slightly modified form, much to the satisfaction of the Americans. In May 1948, George McGee, the coordinator of the Greek-Turkish aid program, privately informed the Under-Secretary of State that AMAG exercises advisory functions, in relation to almost all phases of the economy as well as governmental administration and military operations. The decisions by the mission as to utilization of American aid do in fact determine most important decisions of the Greek government. Griswold told McGee that he obtained results by speaking firmly. The British ambassador says he could never speak to the Greeks as I do. It was not the KKE but the U.S. Embassy's Carl Rankin who charged that there had been a widespread failure among Americans and British to understand that the Greeks would not respond cooperatively to colonial treatment. Rankin's criticism, it should be noted, was raised in the context of a growing rift between AMAG and the USM. 118. Basie. The formation of the Sifili government in September 1947 had brought a number of tensions to the surface. Both Mayvig and Griswold did the need for some form of inter-right coalition, but they favored different coalition leadership, Mayvig the populists and Griswold the liberals. In addition, Mayvig objected strongly to the brusque treaties that Griswold had employed. Finally, the men were bureaucratic rivals, insofar as claimed jurisdiction over Greek polities. Although the State Department yielded Mayvig back to Washington in the fall of 1947, it reserved its sharpest amendments for Griswold. Pointing to a New York Times story that labeled the AMAG Hyafton the most powerful man in Greece, Under Secretary of State Robert Lovett warned Griswold on October 17, 1947 about appearing to be deeply involved in details of Greek internal polities. Griswold responded that it would be wrong for AMAG or for U.S. government to attempt to represent to world opinion that AMAG is not involved in Greek internal affairs. Indeed, cables arriving regularly from State Department ask AMAG to involve itself. In exasperation, Marshall replied that the State Department agreed that the U.S. government is involved and necessarily involved in aspects Greek internal affairs, but it is our policy that American influence be exercised as discreetly as possible. In an effort to heal the AMAG embassy rift over Greek politics, the State Department sought, not altogether successfully, to clarify lines of jurisdiction. On November 7, 1947, it sent Griswold new instructions that pointedly reserved matters of high policy to the ambassador. Griswold, however, vigorously objected, threatened to resign, and exercised his muscle in American politics. As a result, after some prodding from President Truman, the State Department reversed itself later that month and assured the AMAG chief that it would accept the earlier division of responsibility. Meanwhile, Mayvig was removed from office and reassigned to the U.S. Embassy in Lisbon, with no successor appointed. Griswold's victory was only temporary, however, for the National Security Council insisted on uniting the two roles in the poor. 119. Son of a new ambassador. As McGee later explained, at the time of AMAG's establishment, it was felt that political responsibilities could be satisfactorily segregated from the economic and military responsibilities. Eventually, though, it became clear that it was highly desirable to concentrate responsibility for all aspects in one administrator in order to achieve coordination of United States efforts in Greece and concentration of United States bargaining power vis-a-vis the Greek government. Registered Griswold resigned to the relief of the Greek right, which continued to look to the U.S. Embassy for assistance and was succeeded in July 1948 by Henry F. Grady, an American businessman who had been serving as U.S. ambassador to India. Ironically, however, despite the dissolution of AMAG, the concomitant establishment of the Economic Cooperation Administration in Greece created a new and relatively independent U.S. diplomatic establishment in Athens registered CARID. In their day-to-day dealings in Greek politics, American officials found themselves increasingly drawn into the orbit of the monarchy. George II, who had returned to Greece in the fall of 1946, had remained relatively clear of political intrigue, both because of the intense controversy surrounding his past political ventures and because of his aloof personal style. With his death on April 1, 1947, however, the crown was assumed by Paul I, a younger brother who was both considerably more personable and politically active. As crown prince during the 1930s, Paul had become known for his keen interest in sports, especially yachting, and had directed the neo-fascist National Youth Organization of General Metaxas. His wife, Princess Friederike, a granddaughter of the German Kaiser, had headed up the girls' section, a post to which she brought some expertise thanks to her past membership in the Hitler Youth. While predicting that the new king would probably be more popular than his predecessor, the British ambassador commented that he was somewhat lacking in brains and in practical grasp of affairs and that the simplicity of his character may lay him open, to a greater extent than his 120 predecessor, to the influence of right-wing extremists. The U.S. Embassy agreed that Paul would prove somewhat less astute than his brother, and predicted that Friederike is likely to play a decisive role due to her intelligence, energy, strength of character, emotional disposition and intense interest in politics. James Keeley, the embassy counselor, noted that the royal family, especially Friederike and entourage, have made notable effort cultivate friendship of Americans and embassy officers by entertainment and special attentions. Not only did the royal family hold some very fine parties on its $480,000 a year government stipend, but it drew upon the Queen's considerable charm, vivacity, and attractiveness to further its ambitions. Friederike has a way with the men, remarked C. L. Sulzberger, from Smuts and Marshall on down. Happy Face, although formally engaged in charitable activities and meetings of the Royal Yacht Club, Paul and Friederike actually spent a good deal of time lobbying for right-wing causes. At a government reception, noted Keeley, Paul discussed labor situation at length with a U.S. official, expressing skepticism respecting value of trade unionism in Greece. In January 1948, the king sought to draw the embassy charge, Karl Rankine, into criticism of Griswold, while the following month both the king and the queen pressed for the appointment of the right-wing General Alexander Papagos, architect of the 1940 Albanian campaign and now Paul's military advisor, as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. When Rankine replied that the general's name was being linked with various schemes to replace the present government, Friederike professed to have no interest in establishing a government headed by Papagos. Nevertheless, her other remarks indicated plans for some extraordinary political maneuvers. She had been very favorably impressed with Mr. Henderson during his visit, Rankine reported, and contended that, although it was not generally known, Mr. Henderson had assured the King of American support if it were necessary to seek a radical solution. As conversations along these lines grew more common in Athens, the American press 121 picked up the talk about the need for a strong man. At Alunhian that July, the king spoke out in favor of playing Papagos in a more important position. Ambassador Grady thought that this probably meant the post of Ea Mandarinahife, but noted that Spiros Marxinis, the Elos political confidant of the king and Papagos, hinted broadly that what was needed at this time to save Greece was a rightist dictatorship. The Greek monarchy's growing interest in a military dictatorship raised some delicate issues for U.S. officials. Not only had American policymakers promoted the Truman Doctrine as a defense of democracy, but in the absence of other considerations most probably disliked the imposition of dictatorship. There were, however, other considerations, notably the determination of U.S. officials to defeat the Communist revolution. Thus, in October 1947, the first commander of the U.S. Army detachment in Greece reported to his superiors that a government comparable to that formed by Metaxas is needed in Greece today. A democratic form of government as we know it is too mild to counteract the power methods employed by enemies of the government. Writing to Marshall in February 1948, George McGee suggested that the effectiveness of the Greek people as an instrument of our policy could be increased if certain further steps were taken, much as we might dislike taking them. This includes bringing about the creation of a more authoritarian government. By the fall of 1948, American officials were inclined to blame the disturbing lack of success of the Greek armed forces upon disunity in Greek polities. According to the U.S. military commander General James Van Fleet, the political situation in Greece is having a very detrimental effect upon the army. He complained of the lack of unity and wholehearted support for the armed forces, adversariatism and political bickerings. Happy face, few American officials could ignore the growing tensions. Complaining of Greece's ineffective political leadership, Grady labeled on October 22, 1948 that the State Department was of course aware of dilemma irradiated by desire. 122. Establish effective government and yet maintain democratic parliamentary system. In November 1948, when a new period of political instability commenced aggravated by lack of progress in the war and the illness of Prime Minister Safili, American officials began to gravitate toward authoritarian measures. Although Grady and Van Fleet had approved the appointment of Papagos as commander-in-chief, pressure continued to mount thereafter for a Papagos solution, the appointment of a cabinet, headed by Papagos and dominated by Marxinis, which, lacking support from Parliament, would rule in the name of the king. Registered. On November 20, the king told Grady that if Safili and Tsaldaris failed to form a new coalition, he would implement this plan. The American ambassador gave his approval. As he cabled the State Department, I told King we would support him in his proposal but would expect Papagos' government to insist of effective and efficient ministers and that King would prevent Papagos or similar government from becoming dictatorship. I said gravity of situation is such that an efficient government for Greece is more important than preserving all traditional democratic forms. Grady added hopefully that the king thought Papagos might receive vote of confidence if armed with decree dissolving parliament, which decree would then not have to be implemented. In Washington, the State Department's Director of Greek, Turkish, and Iranian Affairs, John Jernigan, expressed no qualms about this approach. He merely thought Grady a bit naive. While I agree with Ambassador Grady that we should support the king's proposal, he wrote, we should be under no illusions as to the probable character of a Papagos Marxinis government or take too much stock in any pledge by the king to prevent such a government from becoming a disguised dictatorship. In assessing the virtues and defects of the Papagos solution, Jernigan showed no interest whatsoever in democracy. Instead, he concluded, the advantage of such a regime is that it would give promise of providing Greece with the dynamic, efficient, and inspired political 123. Leadership we the country so sorely needs. The disadvantage is that such a regime would probably be less responsive to American influence and desires than its more pliable, weaker predecessors. And that failure of the regime might well entail collapse of the whole Greek structure, including the throne. Although the Cephalite-Saldaris coalition still held by a narrow margin, the Papagos solution continued to intrigue American officials. On December 1, Rankin provided the State Department with a 7-page memorandum discussing the political position of Spyros Marxinis and an eventual Papagos government. An ardent nationalist, Marxinis could not be expected to be submissive to foreign direction. Nevertheless, as he has stated, no intelligent Greek can reject American advice. While Marxinis talked of democratic methods, his personality contained strong tendencies toward the assumption of dictatorial power, and some of his proposed measures might well require authoritarian methods. Rankin expressed uncertainty about how to evaluate Marxinis and his new party, but concluded that he has something to contribute to Greece in the critical days that lie ahead. Within the State Department, Leonard Cromie, formerly of the U.S. Embassy in Athens and now in the Office of Greek, Turkish, and Iranian Affairs, used this dispatch to argue that Marxinis had been seriously underrated. The new party leader, he explained, had been most active in entertaining and otherwise cultivating embassy officers, a fact which at least indicates his zeal. On December 22, Rankin reported that, while he and the British ambassador believed that the establishment of a Papagos Marxinis government should not be sponsored by U.S., this opinion was not shared by various other Americans and Britons here. The U.S. charge thought that a semi-dictatorship may develop, however our efforts directed, but believed that the United States should exercise extreme care to avoid any appearance of having brought it into power unless and until no alternative remains. The movement for the Papagos solution crested in the first weeks of 1949. On January 1, while Grady was out of the 124 country, Averil Harriman, the special representative in Europe for EGA, met in Athens with the king and Marxinis. According to C.L. Sulzberger, who talked with the king 2 days later, Paul was planning to throw out the present Greek government, demand an all-party cabinet, and, if it were not formed, call upon Papagos to form an extra-parliamentary government. If Parliament refused to accept the latter, he would dissolve the legislature indefinitely. Paul said that he told all this to Ambassador Harriman, and that Harriman approved. Having returned to Athens, Grady met with the king on January 4, and, as he informed Washington, was surprised to learn his opinion that Papagos Marxinis solution should be tried as soon as possible. Paul stated he understood Americans agreed. Grady responded that they did not. He anxiously cabled Marshall that while the situation may so change as to require our acceptance, an extra-parliamentary solution, for the time being U.S. encouragement along these lines would be inappropriate. With considerable irritation, Grady cabled Harriman that the king's position has shifted materially since I last saw him, as his plan was to install Papagos government only as last resort, while now he favored an immediate Papagos Marxinis government. Although the State Department concurred with Grady's recommendation that the abandonment of parliamentary system in favor of some form or other of dictatorship be regarded as a last resort, the ambassador had great difficulty impressing this point upon the king. Paul and Frederica still seem to feel that influential American governmental opinion is behind drastic solution, Grady cabled on January 18. Finally, after considerable pressure from Grady, the British ambassador, and Britain's Vice Admiral Lord Mountbatten, the king abandoned the Papagos solution and a new centre-right coalition was formed. Had it not been for Mountbatten, Grady reported, I am afraid the king would have followed what he regarded as the wishes of EGA. In retrospect, it seems possible that the king let his eager 125 ness to install a Papagos dictatorship outrun his veracity. Responding to Grady's inquiries, Harriman stated that, at the January meeting with the king, I listened attentively as he expressed his ideas, but expressed no views except to urge him to take no steps without full discussion with you and to point out the obvious dangers of adverse reaction at home. Thus, there is no justification for his considering that I endorsed his proposals. To highlight the king's duplicity, Harriman added that Paul had told Sulzberger that not only Harriman, but Grady as well, would support his program. Sulzberger vouched for the latter point. Finally, only a few days before the crucial meeting in Athens, Paul Hoffman, the director of EGA, sent Harriman and John Nuveen, the EGA director for Greece, a telegram declaring that the United States cannot take initiative in overthrowing parliamentary government and installing a dictatorship or authoritarian regime. Though it was recognized that such regime may ultimately come due to conditions over which we have no control, the EGA will not agitate for powerful pressure by U.S. mission to reconstitute present government by drastic steps. On the other hand, the king's version of events has much to commend it. The dispatch of Hoffman's cable, for example, is difficult to explain without at least some suspicion of an EGA plan to use U.S. economic assistance to force drastic political changes. Moreover, it seems at least possible that Paul was not duplicitous when citing Grady's approval of the Papagos solution, but merely confusing the U.S. ambassador's generally favorable comments of November 1948 with a green light for immediate action the following January. Furthermore, Sulzberger's account of his discussion with Harriman on January 3 not only established a motive for the EGA representative but indicated that Harriman went considerably further in recommending political changes than his cable to Grady implied. According to Sulzberger, although Harriman denied approving the Papagos solution, he thought the Greek situation was very critical and urgent steps were required. The change in government depends entirely on AM 126. Basader Grady. He doubts if Grady, who is 68 years old, has the ability or drive. Harriman said he had merely agreed with Paul it was necessary to do something immediately to obtain efficient leadership. Apparently, Sulzberger was not entirely reassured by this explanation, for he took the opportunity to lecture Harriman on democracy. I gave him as my opinion, Sulzberger recalled, that it would be disastrous for the United States to permit Paul to exceed his constitutional powers because we would be sacrificing principle for the expedient of efficiency. Grady, in particular, never doubted that Harriman and Nuveen had given Paul the go-ahead for undemocratic measures. On January 17, for example, he notified McGee. I have seen minutes of conversation between Harriman and the king and Nuveen and the king and we both are reported to have pressed their well-known views. Both are reported to have insisted on drastic solution if aid to Greece was to continue. In his unpublished memoirs, drafted years later from diplomatic correspondence he had retained, Grady developed this theme at greater length. Nuveen persuaded Averell Harriman that unless we adopted a tough policy our EGA efforts could not succeed, he wrote. When I arrived in Athens, I found that Ambassador Harriman had talked with the king and had arranged for Nuveen also to see the king and persuade him that what was needed in Greece was a semi-dictatorship under General Papagos. The king was very much impressed with this statement because he felt that it came from those who controlled the purse strings. When he questioned Harriman and Nuveen, Grady observed, they both stated that they had discussed nothing in the way of political matters. This was not true. I learned what the conversations had been from the memoranda of conversations which the king dictated after these interviews. Such conversations, he recalled, bolstered by the enthusiasm of Van Fleet and his British counterpart for a Papagos government, came very close to triggering an authoritarian Solu. 127. Grady remained convinced that had our government, through Harriman and Nuveen, been successful, the American people would have been shocked. Registered. Although Grady emphasized the victory of democratic institutions, they continued to rest upon a shaky foundation. The political crisis of January 1949 had been surmounted only after the king summoned the leaders of the political parties to the palace and announced that if a united government of national salvation were not organized within 24 hours, he would be forced to find another solution. For the Greek political leadership, as the U.S. ambassador noted, This produced a shock and the fear that this may be last chance to work out parliamentary solution. Furthermore, the new party of Marxinis entered the cabinet, and General Papagos became commander-in-chief of the armed forces, exercising the new and extraordinary powers he had demanded: martial law, preventive censorship, and freedom from cabinet control. As if to underscore the fragility of representative institutions, Parliament was suspended for more than 4 months, leaving politics and the war to the cabinet and Papagos. Politically, the situation has deteriorated, 2 high-level U.S. embassy officials warned Grady. While we should continue to encourage democratic and parliamentary solutions, we should not oppose an extra-parliamentary solution as a last resort and as a natural evolution. Harriman complained to Acheson in late February 1949 that we continue to encounter much the same difficulties in achieving concerted policies and that Safavi and his deputy prime minister are recognizably too old and weary to pull their colleagues together effectively. The U.S. government, he stated, should exercise strong discrete pressure toward better leadership, greater efficiency, and real coordination. Acheson seemed uneasy about Harriman's implication, for he replied that, while he agreed with him on a number of points, the attempt to put into power a leader by extra-constitutional means would do more harm than good. Happy face, eventually it took a combination of Marzini's political downfall and a military breakthrough to arrest the drift toward 128. Dictatorship. In March 1949, a controversy developed over the new party chief's links to a currency scandal. Viewing Marxinis as a dangerous rival for leadership of the Greek right, Tsaldaris mobilized the populists and, ultimately, Safavi, to force Marxinis' removal from the cabinet. Angered by the affair, the king plotted a counter-attack. On May 5, the U.S. charge, Harold Miner, reported that Paul planned to accept Safavi's resignation and install a new government. If Parliament did not accept it, the king would dissolve that body and call for new elections, although undoubtedly not within 45-day limit prescribed by the institution. Initially, Miner recommended that we inform the king we will not stand in way. In the following days, however, he thought better of it, urging that in replying to king we place emphasis on need for restraint and patience and suggest that present hopeful time when termination Greek travail may be brought about through force of arms. Would hardly seem time for radical solution. Acheson agreed that such emergency action now seemed uncalled for. It was also dangerous in light of approaching congressional hearings. Informed of this, the king, according to Miner, made rather pointed inquiry as to when congressional hearings might reasonably be expected terminate. Eventually, though, he once again scrapped his plans. Thereafter, although Marxinis agitated for the postponement of elections and the appointment of a service government under Papagos, the State Department replied coldly. I said I did not believe in the idea of being too flexible about the holding of elections, reported George McGee, and that I could not see the necessity for having an interim government. Shortly after the war came to an end, Grady felt confident enough about Greece's political future to demand the dismissal of Van Fleet, whom he accused of intriguing with Papagos and the king, and to press forward with plans for the first general elections since the ill-fated ones of March 1946. The American government's ambivalence toward rightist solutions in Greece was exemplified by its treatment of 129. General Napoleon Zervas. Only the gambling king of Athens, Zervas had become commander of EDES during World War II and afterward a right-wing pillar of the populist governments. Citing the recent summary arrests and deportations actions which might be characterized as dictatorial in forthcoming U.S. congressional hearings, McVeigh urged Maximos on March 7, 1947 to debarrass himself of General Zervas as Minister of Public Order. Marshall added his own message along similar lines in May, while in August the British also pressed for his removal, complaining that the general's anti-communism lacks finesse. During the cabinet crisis of August-September 1947, triggered by liberal opposition to Zervas, the latter appealed to the U.S. ambassador to declare that the Americans did not demand his ouster. Refusing to issue such a statement, McVeigh reported, he told Zervas that both press and public in the United States are, rightly or wrongly, overwhelmingly of the opinion that he has dictatorial and fascistic tendencies, therefore, he does not inspire confidence as a member of any government proposing to collaborate closely with the United States. Dropped from the cabinet, Zervas regained popularity among American officials soon afterward. Rankin reported in January 1948 that, although sulking a little and voicing the complaint that he was being unjustifiably neglected by the Americans, Zervas has been earnestly endeavoring to be a good boy. In early 1948, Lovett noted, the general received a careful hearing in Washington, and later that year explained his program at length to a U.S. Embassy official in Athens. The acting Secretary of State wrote in November 1948 that Zervas's views seem realistic and sensible in many respects. He should not be left with impression that U.S. is irreconcilably opposed to his further participation in Greek public life. Indeed, there should be frequent re-evaluation by embassy of potential contribution of this rather special Greek personality in highly special Greek situation. A right-wing zealot like Zervas received a considerably more favorable reception among American officials than did the Socialist Party of Greece. Although the Socialist Party had 130 never been a major foray in Greek politics, several factors contributed to its post-war importance: the leadership of the distinguished constitutional lawyer, Alexander Svilos, former president of the wartime resistance government, recognition of the party by the Socialist International, the coordinating body for democratic socialist parties around the world, and its existence throughout the Civil War as a legal political entity. Although the socialists withdrew from EAM after the uprising of December 1944, they refused to condemn the Marcos insurrection. McVeigh contended that the Socialist Party's program was militantly anti-American and pro-Soviet. It had so identified itself with the Communists and their fronts as to become almost indistinguishable therefrom. There could be no further doubt as to the fellow-traveling character of the Socialist Party, wrote the American ambassador, who excoriated it in this fashion time and again. Even so, the State Department insisted upon the advantages in separating non-communist left from KKE through a public condemnation of the rebellion. Svilos, of course, proved uncooperative and would probably have to be arrested, Rankin reported. Eventually, the Greek government arrested his wife instead, claiming that an article she had written gave comfort to the rebels and called for a solution to the Greek Civil War by a policy of appeasement and re-establishment of democratic liberties. Svilos himself, dismissed from his teaching position at the University of Athens, assured embassy officials that his party sought political reconciliation rather than a communist dictatorship, but they remained totally unconvinced. As Greek authorities accelerated their moves against the Socialist Party, U.S. officials either looked tactfully aside or assisted their actions. In early 1948, the Greek government arrested the editor and printer of the socialist newspaper Maki for publishing an article that condemned wholesale executions of political prisoners. Citing the allegedly extreme Marxist ideology of the newspaper, Rankin claimed that its political dialectic is for the most part indistinguishable from that of its suppressed colleagues. Registered although 131. The State Department re-eaved protests against the continued incarceration of Mrs. Svilos from influential non-communists including French socialist leader Léon Blum, American civil libertarian Roger Baldwin, and AFL President William Green. Grady defended the action, arguing that the Greek government's record had been one of remarkable leniency. The United States, he said, should realize that contradictory attitudes of urging Greece vigorously fight communist aggression on the one hand and on the other of decrying Greek attempts control communists behind the lines creates atmosphere of uncertainty and confusion and encourage fellow traveling groups. Nor was the U.S. Embassy hostile to the Greek government's persistent denial of passports to Greek socialist leaders to attend the conventions of fellow socialist, labor, and social democratic parties or of the Socialist International. Instead, it urged the State Department to press these parties to withdraw their invitations or to expel the Greek socialists from the world socialist movement. Grady reported in November 1948 that if the Socialist International could be induced to disavow Svilos and the Greek socialists, it might be worthwhile persuade Greeks allow Svalos participate in Congress. There would have to be good prospect for public denunciation. However, before EMB could effectively approach Greek government allow Svalos and other reps depart. Ironically, when the Socialist International did turn to the question of the Greek Socialist Party, its conclusions contradicted those of American officials. In May 1949, the World Socialist Body adopted a report, written by Denis Healey of the British Labour Party and Victor Lerec of the Belgian Socialist Party, on the embattled Greek section. Although the Greek Socialist Party's attitude toward the Civil War has always been vague and equivocal, declared the report, the attitude of its leaders has always been that of left-wing socialists rather than fellow travelers or crypto-communists. Furthermore, none of their political opponents consider them to be crypto-communists. It was impossible to es. 132. Timid the Greek party's strength, noted the report, sine it has not been free to hold meetings over the last 2 years. Before that, however, it claimed some 15,000 members. The party's top labor leader, Demetrius Stratus, was a trade unionist of great personal integrity. As for the arrest of Mrs. Svalos, that had occurred mainly in order to intimidate Svalos himself. The report concluded that the Greek Socialist Party was the most representative socialist organization in Greece, and while its policies may in the future leave much to be desired, it cannot be considered as a fellow traveling or crypto-communist party. This analysis by an impeccably non-communist indeed, by 1949, anti-communist organization suggests that the uncompromising hostility of the Americans toward the only party of substance on Greece's non-communist left owed less to the politics of the latter than to the political orientation of the former. American officials also rejected the political leadership of a number of prominent Greek liberals. Emmanuel Tsidiros, the wartime prime minister who had once been considered too close to the king, gradually became an advocate of amnesty, new elections, and a political solution to the Civil War. In late 1948, Rankin reported disdainfully that Tsidiros was out in left field and had become an appeaser. Naturally, he offered Greece little in her search for effective leadership. John Sophianopoulos, the Greek foreign minister in 1945–46, was another prominent politician who advocated broadening the government, granting amnesty, and arranging a political settlement of the war. In Rankin's eyes, this made him a virtual if somewhat independent Soviet agent. Ambassador Grady labeled him a fellow traveler, and urged that he be kept from power. In early 1948, Rankin argued that the addition of Tsidiros, Sophianopoulos, or Svalos to the Greek government would destroy it by providing an opening wedge to the Russians. Even more dangerous, from the embassy's standpoint, was the well-known newspaper publisher Demetrius Lamrakis, an unwavering partisan of the Liberal Party, especially its left wing. Although Lambrakis' advice had been rejected by Sofili when the latter 133 formed a coalition with the populists in September 1947, there is no evidence that his interest and influence in the Liberal Party has diminished, Rankin cautioned early the following year. Given the views and influence of Lamrakis and the extreme orientation leftward of many liberals, one cannot but have certain reservations about depending upon the Liberal Party to carry on the good fight. The embassy would firmly discourage any broadening of the government to incorporate a figure whose program is based on appeasement or any primarily political solution. Naturally, U.S. officials had little use for General Nicholas Plastiras, a former prime minister who emerged as a prominent advocate of political efforts to end the Civil War. In November 1948, a group of Plastiras followers sent UN President Herbert Evett a telegram congratulating him for proposing that the Civil War be halted by measures of compromise. Grady, clearly irked by the move, suggested telling Evett that the Plastiras group had no public following in Greece and that its fellow traveling character was becoming even more apparent. In a more detailed report containing a lengthy memorandum by Plastiras followers, Rankin commented that it was not difficult to understand why the general is popularly believed to have been captured by fellow travelers or worse, or why he has largely lost the prestige which otherwise might be accorded him as one of the grand old men of Greek politics. The memorandum expounded, in but thinly veiled language, the ideas which have become all too familiar from the mouthings of the communists and their bedfellows. Registered in June 1949, when Plastiras told the embassy that he would like to visit Washington for conversations with U.S. officials. Grady conceded that the general was not communist and probably not conscious fellow traveler. Nevertheless, he is extremely politically naive and might be maneuvered into position of front man by fellow travelers. Soon afterward, Grady reported that the Greek government had denied Plastiras a passport and expressed his own relief that the general would not be allowed to wander abroad. The good news from Grady crossed the telegram of Acting Secretary of 134. State James Webb, who told the ambassador to inform Plastiras' followers that, despite his patriotic services to Greece and anti-commie record, the general could not be received by high U.S. officials since U.S. policy aims at avoiding involvement in internal GRK politics. Having made this ritual bow, Webb added that Plastiras should be urged to join the united front of all loyal GRKs in the face common commie peril. The problem with liberals like Pseudoros, Sophianopoulos, Lamrakis, and Plastiras was not that they were communists or even fellow travelers, rather they were simply not as anti-communist as the Americans. As Griswold declared in a press conference on May 20, 1948, U.S. officials did not believe that there could be a political settlement of the Civil War, or at least none that would destroy what Webb termed the commie-polit influence and subversive mechanism in Greece. A political settlement with the guerrillas, Rankin wrote, would require a promise of general elections carried out under a government which would include, if not communists, at least certain champions of compromise and reconciliation between the East and the West, such as Sophianopoulos or perhaps Plastiras. Their introduction into the government and a renewed opportunity for the Communist and Communist Front organizations to carry on open as well as clandestine propaganda and sabotage could be disastrous. There would have to be a long period of peace, relative economic stability, and education before communism is again permitted legal existence in Greece. Rankin concluded. Certainly not at present or in the immediate future can Greece afford the disruption and treason that would ensue from the reintroduction of the alien and subversive influence of communism. Here, then, was the real basis for the American concern with Greek politics, what Rankin called stamping out the communist revolt and influence in Greece. Registered the problem was that, thanks to the wartime resistance and the post-war reaction, communism had become a major force in Greek 135. Political life, with deep roots in the Iantries society, culture, and politics. Naturally, the communists and their EAM sympathizers had no intention of being stamped out. Admittedly, left-wing violence had contributed to the militany and popular appeal of the right and to a spreading disillusionment with those who had once been regarded as the heroes of the antifascist resistance. But many Greeks and particularly many centrist politicians were reluctant to pursue a bitter evil war among people who, however subversive, were not alien, but, unlike the Americans, Greek. To them, a political compromise, although not necessarily a communist victory, seemed preferable to wholesale bloodshed and destruction. For this reason, American policymakers found their most consistent allies on the right of Greek politics, a region to which they sooner or later gravitated. This rallying on the right, tempered by the need for concessions to public opinion, deepened the determination of American officials to intervene in Greek politics, for it was far from certain that, in the course of normal parliamentary maneuvering, the right would emerge as the dominant element. Indeed, implied in virtually all the secret communications of American policymakers was the assumption, unwritten but understood, that the Greeks would not be trusted with self-government. 5. 1947 to 1949. Nearly every nation must choose between alternative ways of life. One way of life is distinguished by free institutions, guarantees of individual liberties, freedom of speech and religion, and freedom from political oppression. Relies upon terror and oppression, a controlled press and radio. and the suppression of personal freedoms. Harry Truman, March 12, 1947. As Vandenberg and other congressional sympathizers with the Truman administration's foreign policy had foreseen, promoting American intervention in Greece as a defense of freedom led easily to charges of hypocrisy. America's allies on the Greek right, particularly within the armed forces and the police, had little interest in civil liberties. Instead, they tended to favor police-state measures within the framework of authoritarian institutions. Furthermore, since late 1946, guerrilla activities had been growing in the mountains of Greece. Amid alarming reports of troops ambushed and villages overrun, the Greek government was more inclined than ever to abandon the liberal, positivist traditions of 19th-century law and introduce newer concepts of 20th-century totalitarianism, ideological crimes, collective responsibility, and guilt by association. Nor did American officials consider themselves bound by libertarian scruples. We are aware of the fact that in its efforts to combat the subversive movement, there is a tendency on the part of certain elements in the Greek government to employ strong measures, Marshall wrote on July 11, 1947, in his instructions to Griswold. We should realize that stern and determined measures, although of course not excesses, may be necessary to effect the 136. 137. Termination of the activities of the guerrillas and their supporters as speedily as possible. In early 1947, stern measures were available in abundance. With the proclamation of the Truman Doctrine, Woodhouse wrote, the government and its supporters acquired a new self-confidence, which often took ugly forms. In the countryside, right-wing mobs lynched prominent leftists and the occupants of village prisons, while Home Guard units, anxious to claim the official bounty for the killing of bandits, exhibited severed heads. From their mountain redoubts, leftist guerrillas launched bloody retaliatory raids, further escalating the cycle of rural violence. Nor was the situation calm in urban areas. On March 20, a member of the KKE's Central Committee was assassinated at noon on one of the principal streets in Salonika. Later that month, bands of armed men machine-gunned residents of that city's leftist districts. None of the murderers was apprehended. The Greek government continued its prosecution of alleged subversives, increasing Greece's prison population by March 1 to more than 16,000, about twice its pre-war size. Drawing on the loosely written security law of 1946, it also sent thousands of suspect persons and their families to remote island concentration camps without trial or charge. George Polk, a CBS reporter, claimed that anyone daring to criticize government policies was likely to be labeled communist and given a one-way ticket to a barren Aegean island. General Zervas, the none too scrupulous Minister of Public Order, notified McVeigh that 7,238 Greeks had been exiled by the beginning of April. No matter what the operations of the army, he confided to U.S. General William Livesey, the main thing is to kill the communists in the towns. Little wonder that Tsifili publicly charged that the Greek government was stifling civil liberties. In the spring of 1947, with congressional hearings on the Greek-Turkish aid program in progress, the State Department was caught in an uncomfortable situation. On April 11, writing from Washington, McVeigh complained to Prime Minister Maximos that American public opinion is being 138. Stantly disturbed by reports of a field toleration of rightist excesses and the application of surety measures to non-subversive political opponents of the government. State Department officials and many others in authority realize fully that drastic measures are necessary, McVeigh explained, but they are being embarrassed, and the success of the president's proposals is being imperiled, by the reports above mentioned. Presenting this note to Maximos, Keeley informed the latter that more important than reassurance to the ambassador was to see that observers, particularly foreign news correspondents, would file more favorable reports. Maximos promised to do his best. Cautioned by the Americans, Greek officials secured U.S. approval before their next major wave of arrests. On July 2, 1947, when, despite the simmering rebellion, the Communist Party remained legal, maneuvering for a cabinet reshuffle. Maximos questioned Macvig and General Livesey about taking immediate action against communist leaders and organizers to prevent what he claimed would be escape abroad by some and major disruptions by others. In turn, the U.S. ambassador sounded out Secretary Marshall, who responded on July 3 that we should not interpose objections. Marshall assumed that Greek government would make clear that these leaders being arrested for individual illegal acts or for participating in conspiracies or in organized subversive activities, thus avoiding damage to the Greek case now under active discussion in the UN Security Council. On receipt of this message, Maximos reassured the U.S. ambassador and authorized the action. On July 9, at 2 a.m., the government's security forces began 5 days of nationwide arrests. At least 14,000 persons were rounded up and exiled, without trial, to the islands. Thanks to their superior intelligence network, most leading communists escaped. But despite Marshall's caveats, thousands of persons were swept up in the raids who had no connection with the rebellion. Among them were 4 employees of the British missions, one of them an English officer. As a result, by the end of July the small nation of Greece, with a population 139 Lashin about the size of New York City's, had 36,622 persons under detention, about equally divided between prison and exiled. British officials found the mass arrests of July 1947 considerably more disturbing than did their American counterparts. On July 14, the British charge, Patrick Riley, complained to Macvig that Greek authorities had acted unwisely. While failing to do any serious harm to the communists, they had damaged their position internationally at the worst possible moment. Macvig responded that he had thought that the Greek government contemplated arresting perhaps a dozen key men, but supposed that the Greek government's security information was so poor that they had to throw their net very wide to catch the right people. 4 days later, Marshall informed the U.S. ambassador of British plans to press Greek officials to expedite screening and trials of those arrested, to dissuade Greek government from further indiscriminate arrests, and to see that everything possible is done to mitigate inevitable bad impression created abroad. When Marshall wondered if Macvig might want to address similar remarks to the Greek Foreign Office, the U.S. ambassador agreed to do so, albeit grudgingly. The Greek government, he insisted to Marshall, cannot be blamed for recent widespread preventive measures against communist menace, which is of a highly serious nature. Registered by contrast, the British seemed genuinely concerned about violations of individual liberties. British Ambassador Norton wrote ruefully that the essence of deportation is detention without trial, and complained that the Foreign Office had never pressed for an end to this practice. Noting, with satisfaction, that a good proportion of exiles were being returned to their homes, another Foreign Office official remarked. One can only ask oneself why they were ever removed. If American officials felt similar qualms, they did not lack the occasion to express them. To be sure, the Safavi government, which took office in September 1947, sought to institute less sweeping and repressive policies than its predecessors. By October, it had released 19,206 persons from 140 their island detention aims. On the other hand, given the heightening rebellion, it continued to exile, imprison, and execute alleged subversives. Nor was Safavi totally able to control the Greek security force. We had Bioma state within the state. According to Griswold, on December 10, 1947 the Prime Minister appealed to him to do something about the treatment of reserve officers. Out of 70 that had recently been held up for military service, 64 had been exiled to the islands. Safavi remarked Saristiali that if the proportion of communists were this large, the communists and not the coalition should institute the government. To prepare for upcoming military operations against the guerrilla bands in the Peloponnesus, one Greek army general personally ordered the arrest of 4,300 loyal residents in late December 1948. Anticipating the protests of the center parties at the incarceration of many of their adherents, He cut the telephone wires to Athens to prevent word from reaching the capital before the arrested could be safely shipped off to concentration camps. In May 1949, the U.S. Consul General in Salonika reported another 2,800 arrests and deportations of close relatives of communists as well as suspected communists carried out in northern Greece under army orders. The exact number of security arrests by government authorities will probably never be known. But from July 1, 1947 to August 31, 1949, military courts-martial alone numbered 36,920. Once arrested, the accused often faced harsh measures and arbitrary treatment. Reporting on his visit to a combined civil-military prison in Salonika, the first commander of the U.S. Army Group in Greece described the conditions of persons arrested for the display of a communistic tendency. In each cell, measuring 15 by 25 feet, there were 20 men. Rolled in blankets lying on the bare earthen floor. Garbage attracting swarms of flies was piled a foot or more high. Outside the cell rooms and the prevailing stench was nauseating. According to the officer accompanying him, these conditions were not bad, by Greek standards. The 141 sands of persons arrested in the Patras district reputedly received very rough treatment, the U.S. Ian Sull wrote. An eyewitness saw one of the accused leaving his trial heavily bandaged and hardly able to walk. Before his trial he had died. On other occasions, prisoners were dragged from their eels by government security force and if the accused received a trial and survived it, he or she often fared relatively well. Of the 36,920 people court-martialed, 20,078 were acquitted. This fact, however, apparently owed something to the flimsiness of the charges. One former EGA official noted that he was called upon to testify in the trials of 4 people accused of crimes which had never occurred. 2, in fact, were accused of murdering him. Tens of thousands of Greeks never received trials but were simply banished to the grim island concentration camps. Although many died there of assorted privations, the camps were not designed as sites for extermination but as massive detention centers. To Makronissos, the chief detention island for men, the Athens government sent at least 30,000 persons, mostly conscripts considered of doubtful reliability, for re-indoctrination. When I remarked on the apparent wealth of artistic talent on Makronissos, reported a U.S. embassy official, the Greek military commander replied, only half humorously, that all the young intellectuals in Greece had passed through this camp. Most of those interned on Makronissos were put through a lengthy program of political propaganda and coerced patriotism, together with physical and psychological pressure. Eventually, about 70% abjured communism. Many thousands of other Greeks passed varying lengths of time in exile on the islands of Ios, Efstratios, Akarita, Larissa, Eros, Limnos, Trickery, Tripolis, and Zakynthos. As late as September 1949, Trickery alone housed 3,450 women, most of whom, reported minor, had close relatives in the guerrilla ranks. Detainees charged the Greek military authorities with harassment, torture, and occasional killings. The extent of such practices remains debatable, although not their occurrence. Exiles 142 were sometimes released after serenning, but the process was haphazard. On Akarita, the procedure of the investigation commissions is frankly farcical, the British charge reported. They were sent to Akarita without any information about the great majority of the deportees and frequently asked the deportees themselves the reason for their arrest, of which the deportees were naturally usually ignorant. A British police mission report captured the flavor of exile life on Ios Efstratios in August 1947. Some 4,000 political offenders existed on this mass of bare, windswept volcanic rock, it noted. There are 256 women and some hundreds of boys and girls. Age is no bar, nor is physical disability. There is one old woman of over 80, one man is blind, several are crippled or partially paralyzed. A great many are suffering from constitutional or chronic diseases, and an alarming number are in advanced stages of consumption. Currently, at least 3,500 are without any form of shelter whatever. In addition, there was an acute shortage of drinking water and a very definite danger of typhoid, with washing possible only in the sea. What little food detainees could obtain was based as much on their own money or on the funds supplied by their friends as on the Red Cross allowance. Commenting that there were no sanitary arrangements on the island except one small latrine, the British police mission considered it a wonder that no epidemic has started. Although the commanding officer tried to segregate the prisoners by the seriousness of their offenses, he found this impossible, for he could obtain documents on only 100 of the detainees. Many claimed that they had no idea why they were arrested, for they had seen no warrant, order, or court. Others claimed that they had completed the statutory banishment of 1 year and should be released. The British police mission concluded that, even if the various improvements contemplated and projected are carried out, the living conditions on the island would be awful. It warned of a catastrophe which may take any form. Happy face, as before, exile and imprisonment operations proceeded with the general approval of American officials. To be sure. 143. In November 1946, Mayvig had told the king that wives and children of fugitives should no longer be imprisoned and exiled as hostages, and had urged the Prime Minister to amnesty all persons not guilty of equal crimes. But when the Greek government ignored this advice and the rebels escalated the revolt, U.S. officials accommodated themselves to the situation. There has been a great deal of criticism of these camps on Mykonossos, Griswold cabled in November 1947, but the report of the U.S. Army Group would indicate that the men are being well treated and that the objectives are being achieved. The following spring, attacking the distorted picture of Greece presented by the New York Herald Tribune, AMAG's chieftain publicly defended the Mykonossos camps. The inmates, he insisted, merited incarceration, they were well treated, and they merely received indoctrination courses and other training. Replying to the Greek government's inquiry about a new series of security arrests in March 1948, Rankin stated that he considered such arrests quite necessary and justifiable as long as they were not of the mass variety. Marshall approved Rankin's reply, suggesting only that the press be given background details justifying the arrests as they occurred, thus minimizing unfavorable publicity. Despite the sweeping nature of the official crackdown, the following month Rankin commended what he called the relatively modest scale upon which the Greek government is taking legal action against these enemies of the state, and claimed that Greek judicial machinery afforded reasonable protection to the individual, certainly as much as can be expected under present circumstances. In the context of the Greek Civil War, American officials remained less concerned about defending civil liberties than about developing a good public relations program. Explaining that much of the calumny to which the Greek government has been subjected on the part of the international press has been the result of poor, inadequate publicity, the U.S. charge expressed his confidence in new press communiques. 144. To be issued by the Greek authorities explaining the details of the various executions. Early the following year, Rankin complained of the alarming tendency to play up such ideas as that things are not going well, that the Greeks are acting badly and are hardly worth saving, and that our aid is not being properly utilized. According to the U.S. charge, we can hardly do less than give Greece the kind of support that the cheering section would give their football team if they truly desired victory. In June 1949, the counselor of the U.S. Embassy, Harold Miner, reassured the State Department that criticism of widespread arrests and executions represented a political weapon used by communists abroad to smear the activities and integrity of the Greek state. In general, he wrote, there is little doubt that Greek justice has performed its function admirably under very difficult circumstances. The problem faced by Greece was not one of rejuvenating Greek justice or reforming the army courts-martial system, but rather of ensuring the use of every available opportunity to combat communist propaganda. Registered the Greek government's policy of executing political prisoners caused some of the most serious propaganda problems faced by American officials. During the Civil War, the Greek judiciary pronounced thousands of politically linked death sentences, including 2,961 handed down by civil courts for participation in the December 1944 uprising and another 4,849 delivered by military court-martial for participation in the third round of 1946-49. From these two groups, an estimated 3,136 Greeks were actually executed before the process came to a halt in September 1949. Although U.S. officials professed satisfaction with the fairness of the Greek judicial system, the wisdom and compassion of the military courts, in particular, left much to be desired. Thanks to the Ministry of War's classification of Jehovah's Witnesses, the Protestant sect which preached the immorality of military service as an offshoot of the KKE, the Greek military arrested hundreds of its members, many received severe sentences and some were executed. Seventh-day Adventists faced similar difficulties, as did many. 145. Persons whose aims were highly questionable. A young man tending his tiny shop in Janina when a woman sought to solicit funds for the families of exiled communists received a death sentence for failing to report her to the security police. Even the State Department thought the punishment in this case incredible. On the other hand, its ability to act was hampered by the Greek military's practice of executing convicted persons within 3 days of the court-martial. American officials initially provided undeviating support for political executions. Although the Greek government complained to Washington of U.S. constraints in June 1947, McVeigh retorted that these were childish and petulant inaccuracies. The U.S. Embassy had never requested Greek government to suspend execution of traitors. By early 1948, however, despite frequent executions of prisoners, the Greek government had run up a considerable backlog of death sentences, including almost all those dating from the December 1944 upheaval. According to Rankin, Christos Latas, the Greek Minister of Justice, courageously tackled the problem by planning the execution of these persons in small groups in widely separated areas. Latas hoped that this would have a wholesome effect upon the guerrillas and would at the same time avoid unfavorable publicity. Rankin considered this an excellent idea. Although some of those persons imprisoned and sentenced to death after the December 1944 rebellion may not have been at that time hardened communists, it is unlikely that they have been able to resist the influence of communist indoctrination organizations existing within most prisons. Marshall instructed the embassy in March 1948 that the State Department would not interfere with administration of GRK justice and fully understands necessity for firm policy toward communists. Calling attention to the appearance of unfavorable stories about these plans in the American press, however, he warned that Greek authorities should be prepared to offer explanation which will satisfy world public opinion. To the distress of American officials, world opinion did not coincide with their own. The widespread public executions. 146. Highlighted by newspaper stories and by the leftist assassination of Latas on May 1, 1948, set off an international furor. In Norway, the ruling Labour Party denounced the mass executions as a wave of terror, while the conservative opposition attacked them for violating the most elementary principles of justice. In Denmark, newspapers of every opinion assailed the policy of Greek authorities, and the government delivered a formal note of protest. Winston Churchill himself complained about the executions to Queen Frederica and told the new Minister of Justice to leave the killing of prisoners to the Bolshevists. From the British Foreign Office word of Bevan's anger at the sudden execution of large numbers of persons linked to the 1944 events and of his belief that it might throw the whole question British policy into melting pot again. Anxiously, Marshall instructed the U.S. Embassy in Great Britain to emphasize the relative moderation GRK justice despite extreme communist provocation and the necessity to at least minimize public evidence of differences. Where strong British statements will be contrasted with LFS silence. Embarrassed by the uproar, the U.S. Secretary of State fell back on blaming the communists for his difficulties. The Latas assassination, he wrote on May 15, was probably conceived as diabolical lever, double-edged propaganda weapon. Greek authorities had immediately refused to be intimidated, he noted, but should avoid adding fuel to propaganda flame by first executing those guilty of most atroious crimes and giving full publicity in EAEs. Happy face, stung by the international erratism, the State Department and elements in the Greek government began to retreat on the issue of volatile executions. In his dispatch of May 15, 1948, Marshall suggested that Greek authorities might also give consideration to the possibility that mass executions of those envied for Etians in December 1944 might erat grave political difficulties from viewpoint world opinion. We would more than offset any advantages from point of view of maintaining law and order. That July, Rankin reported that the new Minister of Justice, George 147 Malas, opposed the continuation of executions along these lines, claiming that this bloodshed and the hatred it engenders must be stopped. By contrast, the U.S. Harj bitterly objected to any hang of ears. Instead, he argued that the Greek and U.S. governments should proceed quietly along the lines laid down by Mr. Lottis. If a furor again developed, the Americans and the British should dig in and prepare to take losses. This advice, however, had lost its savor in Washington. On August 6, 1948, Marshall notified the U.S. Embassy, "We feel communist propaganda, uninformed reporting, and certain GRK policies have succeeded in stigmatizing GRK government in some sectors of world opinion." Consequently, he suggested that Greek court-martial policy be re-examined with view to reducing executions to minimum. Simple political expediency required limiting executions pending the termination of the UN General Assembly meeting and postponing for several months any execution of those condemned for actions in December 1944. But the effort to narrow the scope of political executions ran afoul of the U.S. Embassy. In a cable of August 21, 1948, Ambassador Grady insisted that such a policy would play directly into Soviet hands by validating outside criticism and preserving the communist hardcore for future armed attempt. The U.S. task, he maintained, was to see that nothing prevents Greeks from finishing job well started or robs their victory of its effectiveness. Attacks on the Greek government's policy should be met by positive presentation Greek position on its merits. Indeed, Greek policy has been extremely lenient, fair trial is afforded, only those guilty of most flagrant acts of open treason are condemned to death and sentences of many of these are commuted to imprisonment. When protests erupted over the court-martial death sentence meted out to Manolis Glezos, a young man who had achieved wartime fame by tearing down the Nazi swastika from the Acropolis, Grady was unmoved. Compassion might better be directed towards suffering people of Greece, the ambassador noted, Perdic 148. Similarly, the thousands of young girls who have been ravished and the young boys who have been forced to fight and be killed in the guerrilla war. Happy face, not even the attack on Jehovah's Witnesses ruffled his emploi. The embassy would make an informal approach to the Minister of War, he promised the uneasy State Department, but our ideon and attitudes in this matter should be tempered by degree to we the seat is proved to be under communist domination. In contrast to Grady, Atchison cabled that the State Department was frankly shocked at the execution of members of Jehovah's Witnesses. But with Grady unwilling to compromise, further State Department inclinations to temper the execution of political prisoners were brushed aside until the war's end. Registered as Grady's remarks indicated, behind the U.S. support for political executions lay the determination of American and Greek officials to destroy the Greek Communist Party. Throughout 1946, in accordance with the Varkiza Agreement, the KKE continued its role as a legal organization, engaged in the feverish maneuvering for advantage that characterized Athens politics. Although Zachariades ordered Marcos to the mountains in the latter part of that year to give some structure to the nascent rural revolt, party leaders tarried in Athens, keeping more conventional political options open. The Athens government hesitated to proceed officially against the KKE, fearful of the adverse effects on international opinion. In the words of the director of the Greek Anti-Communist Intelligence Network, the government preferred entrusting attacks upon the party unofficially and secretly to individuals both within and without the government structure and to certain rightist organizations. Nevertheless, in August of that year, Thomas Karamessines, the top Central Intelligence Group operative at the U.S. Embassy, reported on plans by the Greek General Staff to neutralize the KKE completely and effectively, even if it be necessary to declare the party illegal. Karamessines wondered whether precipitate and ill-considered moves will not do more damage than good, but 149 agreed with the staff's definition of the problem. Maybe Gians either his intelligenie hifsid unexceptional. Happy face, by 1947, with the rebellion gathering momentum, these plans reached fruition. In May, the British ambassador reported that members of the U.S. Embassy had been discussing the necessity of outlawing the KKE. The British argued that this step would merely drive the communists underground, but the Americans were impatient and ultimately prevailed. As Norton wrote, the U.S. Embassy now encouraged the Greek government to adopt sterner measures against the Communist Party. The American authorized arrests of July 1947 followed, placing KKE leaders behind bars or inspiring them to flee to the mountains. Subsequently, the rebel bands grew more fearsome, devastating isolated villages and cutting off large rural areas from official control. That December, with the rebellion in full sway, the Athens government passed a law formally dissolving the KKE, EAM, and all groups associated with them, seizing their assets, and making the expression of revolutionary ideas a crime subject to imprisonment. From the standpoint of American officials, this was a struggle to the death. A cessation of hostilities in the immediate future would save the communist cadre from destruction, Rankin warned in May 1948. There must be no leniency toward the confirmed agents of an alien and subversive influence. Keeping tabs on alleged communists became a primary responsibility of the growing U.S. intelligence network in Greece. A few months following the December 1944 revolt, General Donovan, the OSS director, had instructed top OSS officials that henceforth the major target for intelligence operations in Greece would be communist activity. Well aware of this, the KKE, as Mayvig noted, instructed all party cells to beware Brit U.S. secret agents. In 1946, the OSS was absorbed into the Central Intelligence Group, headed by Karamessines, the special attaché at the U.S. Embassy who, according to the ambassador, maintained working liaison with all Greek and British security offices as 150. Well as sizable U.S. security file. By the fall of 1947, the embassy was coordinating its intelligence activities with the U.S. Army Group in Greece, AMAG, the FBI, the Greek Special Staff, the State Department, the British Troops Greece, and the British Military Mission. Within the U.S. Embassy, a policy committee directed intelligence operations after early 1947, it included the ambassador, the counselor, the economic counselor, the cultural attaché, the military attaché, and the naval attaché. On July 2, 1947, the State Department instructed the embassy to begin submitting regular monthly dispatches on communist activities in Greece, focusing on party organization, recruitment, sources of funding, activities of leaders and satellite organizations, infiltration of communists into non-communist groups, relations with foreign communists, activities in labor groups, and anti-American propaganda. The embassy initially resisted this task because of understaffing, but it found the wherewithal to begin the reports that October. Although very little is known about American intelligence operations in Greece, they appear to have been widespread and of considerable importance. U.S. operatives filed reports on suspicious Greeks, investigated U.S. personnel, and assisted Greek authorities in carrying out their mass deportations of alleged guerrilla sympathizers to island concentration camps. When New York GD residents sought to hire members of Greece's left-wing maritime union to work on Israeli ships, the State Department's Security Division interdicted the attempt. When U.S. citizens wrote letters protesting death sentences in Greece, Griswold forwarded their names, addresses, and background details to the FBI for the completion of its files. In return, the FBI regularly sent the U.S. Embassy reports on the communist ties of Greek-American organizations registered to improve Greek intelligence work. Messines organized his Greek counterparts into KYP, the Greek Central Intelligence Agency. After 1947, when the Central Intelligence Group became the basis of America's new Central Intelligence Agency, it was only a matter of time before the CIA organized a permanent abode for itself in 151. Greece. Messines established it in the late 1940s, probably in the spring of 1949, and it quickly grew into one of the most important CIA stations in Europe. It provided the United States with a window on the Balkans, the Mediterranean, and the Near East. At the same time, it served as the nerve center for the final phase of America's counterinsurgency campaign in Greece. The State Department faced a more difficult problem formulating a policy toward the non-communist rebels, who constituted a substantial majority of the insurgent forces. They had joined the rebellion primarily because of sympathy with its professed aims: persecution by rightist vigilantes or government authorities, and conscription by guerrilla bands. To allay outside criticism of the Greek government and to undermine the guerrilla struggle, American officials sponsored a program of amnesty for those guerrillas who would lay down their arms. But few rebels availed themselves of it for, as Porter wrote, while the program looked plausible on paper, the appointment of General Zervas as Minister of Public Order completely destroyed anyone's inclination to take it seriously. By May 1947, the failure of the amnesty program had acquired important ramifications, for the UN Investigating Commission was ready to recommend one supervised by the United Nations. U.S. officials feared that this would imply a rebuke to the Greek government and would remove the situation from their hands. Marshall thus notified the U.S. member of the commission that a UN recommendation on amnesty would not be acceptable and cabled McVeigh that it was essential that Greece should itself take initiative on amnesty question immediately. A Greek government announcement should simply state its intention of requesting international observation in very near future but not specify to whom that request will be made. According to Marshall, the ultimate aim of the State Department was, 1. To present clear Greek record to world opinion, 2. To obtain Greek initiative which might forestall s. 152. C. Action on Greek internal matter and sc. Criticism of character of Greek government 3. To improve Greek internal situation by effectively weakening guerrilla movement. The Greek government, however, proved obdurate. Chaldaris and the king objected that further talk of amnesty would undermine the morale of the Greek armed forces, encourage the rebel bands, and raise the possibility of Russian participation in international observation. Disgusted, McVeigh thought that Chaldaris' stupidity was never more in evidence. After further American pressure, Prime Minister Maximos did proclaim the Greek government's intention of requesting impartial foreign observers of one or more countries, to observe the fair and equitable treatment accorded anyone desirous to take advantage of the clemency of the state. But no follow-up ensued. In September 1947, the Safavi government did make what Keeley called a sincere amnesty offer in contrast to past half-hearted and poorly executed gestures. Yet Safavi refused international supervision, claiming that his past support for it had been purely symbolic. Chaldaris suggested that AMAG or the British serve as the amnesty guarantor. For a time, the US government continued to suggest international observation. But on October 4, 1947, noting the reluctance of Chaldaris to take immediate steps for foreign supervision, Lovett instructed the US Embassy to drop the issue. In these circumstances, few guerrillas voluntarily surrendered, and after a 2-month amnesty period the Greek government's policy veered back to one of retribution for bandit actions. A typical propaganda leaflet, dropped by the Greek military in April 1948 on rebel territory, declared, "Bandits, the time has come for you to pay. By fire and iron I shall overshadow in reprisals all the crimes you have done. You will pay for all. The revenge will be great and complete. Bandits." Alas for you! For every house you have burned and for every Greek you have assassinated, tens of you will be killed. I foretell. 153. You this because I have the power of our great country and our great allies, Americans and British. The high military commander of Peloponnesus and, in fact, the treatment received by those who fell into government hands yield be quite various. According to a February 1948 New York Times dispatch, frenzied Greeks jeered, pelted, and jabbed 121 captured guerrillas who were forced to march in an army victory parade through Salonika's streets today. Had it not been for the display of modern war equipment, the spectacle might have come out of the 4th century BC, when Alexander the Great sent back to Salonika his conquered enemies chained to chariot wheels. A shrieking crowd estimated at more than 200,000 waited for hours to torment the captive rebels. First came the grinning soldiers, mounting brand guns, toting Tommy guns, on foot, on motorcycles and trucks. The guerrillas, weary from 3 days of fighting, straggled 2 and 3 abreast between army columns on each side of the street. They were pelted with rotten eggs, rolls of paper and bottles. Some Greeks armed with sharpened sticks broke through the soldier lines and prodded the rebels. The soldiers did not stop them. Leading the guerrillas was a woman, dressed in khaki. She marched proudly, without flinching. At her side were 2 men, the chins thrust out. Blood ran from a gash on one's forehead. Those behind looked more weary. The 3-day battle in the mountains showed on their muddy and blood-stained clothes, in their glazed eyes and bearded faces. All who were capable of hobbling were pushed into the ranks for the 2-mile parade. There appeared little doubt they would be executed. Most captured guerrillas were apparently tried by military court-martial or put through the island re-indoctrination programs. Grady noted, guerrillas who surrender, especially those who bring their arms with them, receive some preferential immediate treatment, but there is no set policy in this regard. The elapse of American efforts to make amnesty programs. 154. A success did not merely reflect the punitive drives of Greek authorities. With the Greek-Turkish aid program safely afloat and the UN investigation annihilated, there was less need than in the past to attend to public relations. Moreover, key American officials, particularly in the U.S. Embassy, agreed with the Greek authorities on the necessity of harsh measures. Only when the rebel forces were shattered and deprived of Hop-6 and help, elamed Rankin in May 1948, should surrendered guerrillas be afforded an opportunity, through instructive labor, to earn their way back to full citizenship and participation. Later that year, Grady argued that both the American and Greek governments must resist those elements within their respective countries we agitate for full political amnesty. Amnesty may and perhaps should be granted to those who prove they were forcibly recruited by the rebels. But this should not be done until after the state has successfully reasserted its dominion, and then only in treaty, not as a matter of stated policy. When the bandit uprising has been quelled, the ambassador wrote the following year, the Greek government may be able to apply measures of leniency on large scale. But it remained to be seen how many leaders, staff members, and other persons there will be who not remain Greek. ****. When a vile or military prosecution seemed inappropriate, Greek authorities turned to other means to attack dissidents or to undermine their influence. Within the Orthodox Goura, political lines hardened perceptibly. In June 1947, an ecclesiastical ear tried the Bishop of Kozani, a leader of the wartime resistance. Found guilty of iamism, he was defrocked. Meanwhile, the Greek government began political investigations of the Avil Survey, with a legal interpiece modeled, almost word for word, on President Truman's loyalty order of May 22, 1947. Commenting on the ensuing purge, Griswold noted that authorities in Athens were determined to weed out all communists and fellow travelers. Naturally, the Greek right applauded what one populist journal called this elimination of